Chapter 98. It was another early morning. The mountain was full of spiritual qi, which made people feel relaxed and happy. On the cliff beside the river, Xueqi stood up, and his whole body suddenly burst out with a crisp sound, as if there was muffled thunder roaring inside his body. This was the realm of bones and tendons rumbling as mentioned in the ancient body refinement technique. The sound of the heavenly drum of thunder would refine the bones and tendons. Not only would the bones and tendons produce thunderous rumbles, but as Xueqi's cultivation deepened, even his internal organs could produce thunderous rumbles. The inside and outside of his body became transparent, and he was completely reborn. This was the sign of entering the ninth heaven of awakening. Xueqi vaguely felt that he was only a step away from the ninth heaven, and he could break through at any time. However, he also felt that there was a layer of light gauze in front of him. Although he could vaguely see the vague image behind the gauze, he couldn't tell what was behind it. "Don't force, don't be agitated, don't be discouraged," Xueqi murmured. If others encountered this kind of untouchable but itchy cultivation bottleneck, most of them would be restless. This might be the so-called inner demon of cultivators, which came from the restlessness deep in their hearts. However, Xueqi's current state of mind was as calm as a mirror. He didn't feel happy or sad because of external things. He just watched the flowers bloom and wither in front of the courtyard and the clouds in the sky. At this time, 3 large ships came into Xueqi's sight from the upper reaches of the river. Behind the 3 ships were dozens of ships of different sizes. Humph! These people are very shrewd. They use the Haotian caravan ships to intimidate others. In this way, no bandits dare to attack their ships, Xueqi said lightly. The bandits who were active on the waterway of Yunmeng Mountain only dared to attack those stragglers or small groups of merchant ships. With dozens of ships sailing down the river, wouldn't the bandits avoid such a large fleet? On the bow deck of a large ship with a fluttering colorful flag in the lead of the Haotian caravan, a gorgeous young man with a face as white as powder was leaning against the railing. The reason why she used the word stunning was because this young master was indeed worthy of the title. Thin willow eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, red lips, eyes like the morning stars, holding a small white fan in his hand, wearing a light yellow robe, standing there like a thin willow in the wind, giving off an indescribable sense of charm. However, this peerlessly beautiful young master was currently frowning deeply as if he'd lost his soul. His gaze was dull and blank, and it was unknown what he was looking at. This absolute beauty was the Ling family's 13th miss, Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man. In the short time that she had spent with Xueqi, Ling Luoyan seemed to have deep feelings for Xueqi. Now that Xueqi had left, she couldn't eat or drink, feeling haggard for him. In the past few days, Xiaoqi and Xiaoyu were really anxious. As for that Uncle Zhong, he rarely showed his face. It was like he was hiding in a room on the ship. With so many people coveting that thing on him, the cautious Uncle Zhong almost never left his house. He was so careful that he didn't even dare to eat food until he tested it with a silver needle. Who's that? Suddenly, Ling Luoyan, who was on the deck, saw a white figure standing on the cliff on the right side of the river. Xueqi. Ling Luoyan's body swayed and she cried out in shock. Because she was far away, she couldn't be sure if that person was Xueqi. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Ling Luoyan cried out in shock, 2 slender figures, one yellow and one green, rushed out of the cabin. Their sleeves fluttered in the air as 2 maids appeared beside Ling Luoyan. These 2 beautiful maids were Xiaoqi and Xiaoyu. "Miss, what happened?" Xiaoqi's large black eyes scanned the surroundings as she asked anxiously. Her right hand was already on the hilt of the sword at her waist. "Xiaoqi, Xiaoyu, come and see if that person is Xueqi." Ling Luoyan shouted and pointed at the cliff on the far side of the river. Xueqi. The 2 maids were shocked and immediately looked in the direction of Ling Luoyan's finger. "Who's there?" "Miss, why do you have to do this?" Xiaoqi said a little sadly. That Xueqi seemed to have really barged into the miss's heart. "What? Where is he?" Ling Luoyan fixed her eyes on the cliff in the distance. Was there anyone else there? How could this be? Am I really seeing things? Ling Luoyan was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Xiaoqi and Xiaoyu looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. What exactly was love? How could it cause such a huge change in another person? Their usually arrogant Miss Ren seemed to have changed into a completely different person these few days. It was unbelievable. Why is she still dressed as a man? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel doubtful about what he had just seen as he passed through the mountain forest. The white silhouette that Ling Luoyan had seen standing on the cliff just now was Gu Fei, who was standing on the mountain peak. And Gu Fei had also seen Ling Luoyan. Gu Fei's gaze was extremely sharp. The distance of tens of miles didn't affect his vision at all. Ling Luoyan's appearance fell into his eyes. However, Gu Fei didn't want to think too much about Ling Luoyan. The doubt in his heart only flashed for a moment before it was cast aside. In his eyes, Ling Luoyan was just a passerby in his life. She couldn't even be considered a passerby. A purple little beast followed behind Gu Fei like a tail. Of course, this little beast wasn't coming for Gu Fei, but for the beast crystal in his magic treasure pouch. This purple marten was also extraordinary. It knew that Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with, so it didn't dare to get too close to Gu Fei. Otherwise, this little beast would have long since snatched the unremarkable little pouch hanging on Gu Fei's waist and escaped without a trace. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny. Everything was under his control, and the little beast had actually chased after him. It seemed that this little beast valued the beast crystal very much. After leaving the Yunmeng Mountains, the terrain began to flatten out. In front of him was an ancient forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a huge piece of green satin was spread under the sky, and the Yan River that connected the north and south was like a white line on the satin. Gu Fei stood at the top of an old tree and looked at the scene in front of him. He was also awed by the power of nature. In the sky and on the ground, a boundless expanse of green extended to the ends of the sky, as if there really was no end. At this time, it was already noon. The Haotian merchant group ship had long since been left far behind by him. Moreover, there were no forks in the Yan River basin, so the Haotian merchant group ship definitely wouldn't fly into the sky. Not far from Gu Fei, the little beast that had followed him all the way was staring at the ordinary pouch hanging on Gu Fei's waist with a pair of large intelligent eyes, as if itching to try it out. Humph. You've already suffered, so why don't you be smarter? Gu Fei said to the little beast. My things aren't that easy to snatch. Squeak squeak. The little beast seemed to be a little angry. It jumped up and down on the top of the tree, but it didn't dare to approach Gu Fei. Gu Fei was also very speechless about this little beast. Along the way, whenever he wasn't paying attention, this little beast would make a move on the Dharma treasure pouch hanging on his waist. This violet mink that was only the size of a fist had extremely agile movements, and its speed was extremely swift as well. It was simply on par with Gu Fei when he executed his 8 steps extreme speed. There were a few times when this little beast really almost succeeded. Just as Gu Fei was about to continue on his way, he suddenly discovered a figure in front of him, stepping on the top of a tree and rapidly approaching him under the scorching sun. That person quickly closed in. He saw that this person was a handsome young man with long eyebrows, eyes like cold stars, and a face as sharp as a knife. He wore a tight black suit. Who are you? Gu Fei frowned and looked at that person coldly. His pupils couldn't help but contract. Someone who wants your life. The black-clothed young man elegantly floated down to the top of a tree in front of Gu Fei. His feet stepped on the leaves, but his body was as steady as a mountain. His entire body emanated an incomparably fierce aura. Chapter 99. In a boundless oasis, Gu Fei was intercepted by a black-clothed man who had suddenly appeared. This was a young man with incomparable confidence and unparalleled strength. You want to kill me? Why? Gu Fei frowned. It seemed like he did not offend anyone. Apart from the 5 ghostly cultivators of Plentiful City, he did not have any enmity with anyone else. The 5 ghostly cultivators of Plentiful City had their ghost Dao formation set up by the 5 ghost banner destroyed by the sword Immortal senior of the Guangqing Immortal sect. They must have been severely injured. How would they dare to come out and do evil? Moreover, it was noon, the time of day when Yang Qi was the strongest. There would not be any ghostly beings who would dare to walk around at this time and risk their souls being destroyed. The black-clothed man standing on the top of the tree laughed and said disdainfully, You already know the answer but you are still asking. We have already noticed you. Humph. I didn't expect the old man from the Ling clan to be so cunning. He sent 2 experts, one in the open and one in the dark, to protect that thing. I am a little surprised. Ha! Upon hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. He looked at the black-clothed young man in front of him and said indifferently, Is there some misunderstanding here? I am not from the Ling clan. This guy actually thinks that I am from the Haotian Trading Group's Ling clan. This is outrageous. Do you think I will believe your words? The black-clothed young man's face was gloomy. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. An invisible force had already shrouded Gu Fei. After sensing the murderous intent from the black-clothed young man, Gu Fei's expression gradually became extremely solemn. This person's cultivation seemed to be not below mine. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. However, if you really think that you have the ability to kill me, you might as well give it a try. Gu Fei stared coldly at the black-clothed man in front of him. A mountain-like wave of yuan qi surged out from his body. His black hair began to flutter. Although fighting was not what he wanted, since the other party had come to him, Gu Fei had no choice but to fight. Squeak, 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 squeak. At this moment, the little purple marten suddenly let out a rapid chirp and quickly retreated into the distance. Three-eyed mink. The black-clothed man's attention was completely focused on Gu Fei. It was only at this moment that he noticed the little beast's existence. However, when the black-clothed man saw the little beast, he immediately cried out in surprise. The black-clothed youth said in surprise, "I didn't expect to encounter such a strange beast here. I'm really lucky." He paused for a moment before he looked at Gu Fei and sneered, "It doesn't matter if you're from the Ling family or not. You have to die today. After I kill you, I'll go and subdue this three-eyed divine mink." The little critter seemed to have a great background. The black-clothed youth attached great importance to it. The little marten did not go far. It stopped at the top of a large tree a few hundred feet away. It straightened its body and sat on a branch, vigilantly watching the two of them. The two experts were at each other's throats. The little critter instinctively sensed danger and dodged far away. How arrogant! I hope you have the strength to back up your arrogance. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. Gu Fei countered with equal harshness. The yuan qi in his body surged violently. A layer of sparkling splendor circulated on his skin, giving off a powerful and invincible feeling. Humph! Thanks for the reminder. I'll leave your corpse intact. The black-clothed youth exuded unparalleled confidence. His gaze was like lightning and an extremely obscure and dangerous aura pervaded from his body. The black-clothed youth took a step forward. His body suddenly appeared 2 feet away from Gu Fei like a phantom. Then, he directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. Strong winds suddenly rose and surged mightily. It was a simple and unadorned punch, but it had an unbelievable power that could turn something rotten into something magical. It made it difficult for Gu Fei to block it. He couldn't even dodge it. Gu Fei could not help but shiver. This person's cultivation seemed to be extremely powerful. Moreover, he had controlled the rhythm of the battle the moment he attacked, causing Gu Fei to fall into a passive position. Not only was this black-clothed youth an expert, he was also an expert with incomparable battle experience. It was no wonder that he dared to find Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Since he couldn't avoid it, then there was no need for him to do so. He threw a punch out as well. In an instant, golden rays of light were like waves as they pounced towards the black-clothed youth's fist with an imposing manner. Gu Fei didn't think too much. He immediately used the golden element fist. As soon as he punched, the golden light suddenly rushed out from his body, making him look like he was wearing a golden armor. It was so powerful that people couldn't look at him directly. Bang! The two fists collided in an instant. A circle of transparent ripples that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of the collision. The entire space seemed to shake a little. The trees under the feet of the two suddenly exploded, and broken branches and leaves flew all over the sky. The two figures flew out like lightning. Then, they collided again like 2 bolts of lightning. Boom! The two directly punched each other again. There were no fancy moves. This was purely a collision of strength. Continuous bombardment, like the dull sound of thunder that shook the forest, sounded in succession. The two experts were like phantoms, emitting a vast and terrifying energy wave. They moved quickly in the forest, fighting fiercely. Everywhere they passed, the trees were all shattered by the power of the two. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He never expected that there would be someone who trained his body to be so strong. He could actually fight with him with just the strength of his body. It's really hard to imagine. Is this person also a martial artist? But the aura on his body doesn't belong to a martial artist. It's really strange. Golden Element Fist. With a low shout, Gu Fei threw another punch at the black-clothed youth. The dazzling power of the metal element seemed to cover the whole world. Waves of qi swept towards the black-clothed youth with earth-shattering force. Reversal of heaven and earth. The black-clothed youth's hands moved. Mysterious and strange waves appeared between his hands. A strange wave followed the trajectory of his hands and emitted out. The black-clothed youth no longer fought with Gu Fei. Instead, he displayed his unfathomable magical power. The unfathomable power turned the world in front of the black-clothed youth into a black hole. In an instant, it completely swallowed the unparalleled golden element fist force that Gu Fei blasted out. "I'll return it to you," the black-clothed youth shouted softly. As he moved his hands, the world seemed to be reversed. The swallowed fist force gushed out and was hit back by the black-clothed youth. How is this possible? Gu Fei was shocked. The magical power of this black-clothed youth was really strange. He actually gave him a taste of his own medicine and reversed his attack. It was really terrifying. With such a magical power, wasn't he already in an invincible position? The reversed fist force surged like a rolling river. It was unstoppable. The golden light was dazzling and in an instant, it rushed in front of him. "How dare you!" Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as if he had gone insane. This black-clothed man was actually using his own power to attack him, which infuriated him. He didn't dodge or evade, but instead sent out another punch. This punch was also the golden element fist. However, it was different from the previous punch. This punch seemed to draw the endless power of the metal element in the world. All of it surged forward with earth-shattering force. It was majestic and unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. The two monstrous forces collided. The forest within a radius of 200 feet was suddenly destroyed by the mighty and terrifying force. One part of the forest suddenly turned into a desert. The other part of the forest shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Countless birds in the nearby forest were startled. Some fierce beasts nearby also fled in panic. It was as if doomsday had come. Chapter 100. The black-clothed youth was incomparably powerful. As soon as he used his magical power, he immediately suppressed Gu Fei. Reversing heaven and earth, no technique could touch him. Not only was Gu Fei's fist strength shifted by the black-clothed youth's unfathomable magical power, but it was also reversed to attack Gu Fei. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. With such a magical power, the black-clothed youth was already in an invincible position. It was difficult for cultivators of the same level to compete with him. It was really terrifying. Don't resist pointlessly. Obediently accept your death. The black-clothed youth was incomparably arrogant. He pressed forward step by step. As his hands moved, a layer of strange power shrouded his body, causing the space around him to seem to turn into a bottomless black hole. It seemed to be devouring the surrounding aura. Boom! Gu Fei smashed down from the top of the tree, causing the forest to explode. Although he was forced to retreat, his long hair fluttered in the wind. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His body emitted a piercingly cold golden light, and the power of the metal element covered his body. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage, it was difficult for the black-clothed youth to really hurt him. Gu Fei pulled out his feet that were stuck in the soil. He coldly stared at the black-clothed youth and sneered. "Since I came down the mountain, you are the second person who is a threat to me." "Very good. Reversing heaven and earth? I want you to be invincible and have nothing to borrow. Let's see how you're going to reverse the situation," Gu Fei said coldly. His words were also filled with incomparable confidence. Although the black-clothed youth was strong and the magical power he displayed was said to be unparalleled among experts of the same level, in Yi Shiwen's opinion, it was not invincible. Gu Fei was worthy of being a warrior born to fight. After just one move from the black-clothed youth, he immediately knew how terrifying this magical power was. At the same time, he also thought of a way to deal with this magical power. It was a very stupid way. Shameless boasting. The black-clothed young man's expression immediately changed when he heard this. He shouted loudly and waved his hands. Green energy threads shot out from his hands like silk and wrapped around Gu Fei. Hundreds of green energy threads quickly cut through the void. There was a sizzling sound, like sharp blades cutting through the void, cutting the void into thousands of pieces. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered. He operated his Xianxia and restrained all the power within his body. The dazzling golden aura also entered his body in an instant. However, his skin became even more sparkling and translucent. Tiny rays of light flowed on his skin. His body seemed to be cast from fine iron, and he exuded a strong sense of oppression. The black-robed young man had a cruel sneer on his face. He waved his hands and hundreds of green threads instantly spread out in the air, forming a huge net that enveloped all directions, sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. The green energy net came down from above, and the trees around Gu Fei were instantly cut into thousands of pieces as soon as they were covered by the energy net. The green threads seemed to be sharper than divine weapons. "Are you going to die this time?" The black-clothed young man was very pleased with himself. Since he had personally come out, of course he would be victorious. However, before he had the time to be happy, his expression changed. Something's wrong. How can Gu Fei be so calm in the face of such a killing move? The black-clothed young man was a little surprised. At this moment, Gu Fei did something that shocked the black-clothed young man. It was an action that made the black-clothed young man feel incredulous. Gu Fei. Not only did he not dodge, he pushed his feet on the ground, and with an indomitable momentum, he soared into the sky and punched towards the energy net that enveloped him. There was no glaring aura surging out, nor was there any powerful energy ripples. It was just an ordinary punch. However, under the disbelieving gaze of the black-clothed young man, the energy net formed by the interweaving green threads collapsed the moment it came into contact with Gu Fei's fist. The razor-sharp energy threads did not hurt Gu Fei at all, but a large hole was torn open in the energy net. Gu Fei's body was like a phantom, and with a punch, he broke through the razor-sharp energy net and pounced towards the black-clothed young man on the treetop. His movement technique was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the black-clothed young man. Ha! Gu Fei let out an angry roar, and the bones in his body crackled. A strong wave of yuan qi exploded from his body, and he directly punched towards the black-clothed young man's chest. Reversal of heaven and earth. The black-clothed young man was shocked. He knew that he had made a mistake. He had underestimated the opponent in front of him who was younger than him. The black-clothed young man was a young expert, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level. He was just one step away from the transcending mortality stage. On the other hand, Gu Fei was just a young expert. There was a gap in age, and his cultivation time was also shorter than the black-clothed young man. Therefore, when he faced Gu Fei, the black-clothed young man had the capital to be arrogant. Unfortunately, he did not expect that Gu Fei was not an ordinary cultivator, but a martial artist. The black-clothed young man was indeed a young expert with incomparably rich combat experience. His hands moved, and waves of unpredictable divine power were produced, trying to reverse the power of Gu Fei. However, his divine power, which had always been successful, failed this time. He could not shift Gu Fei's fist force at all. No matter how he tried to block or shift, Gu Fei's fist still struck forward. The black-clothed young man was shocked. He realized that Gu Fei's fist did not emit any fist force at all. The cleverest housewife could not cook without rice, and there was no energy for the black-clothed young man to block or shift. Bang! Gu Fei's fist blasted on the black-clothed young man's hands that were crossed in front of his chest. At this time, the fist force still did not burst out. The fist was like a heavy hammer, fiercely smashing on the black-clothed young man's arms. The power was distributed throughout the whole body, and it did not leak out. It was all restrained within the body, between the muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. Although it did not leak out of the body, the power of Gu Fei's fist did not diminish because of this. Instead, it just happened to restrain the black-clothed young man's divine power. Wah! The black-clothed young man's eyes protruded out. How can this be? The black-clothed young man was blown back 20 feet by Gu Fei's punch. He staggered on the top of the tree and almost fell from the tree. On his arms, where Gu Fei punched, the bones in his arms felt like they were about to break. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, and there was a burst of blood in his chest and abdomen, and his internal organs were also shaken. The situation changed in an instant. Gu Fei stepped on the top of the tree and chased after him. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at the black-clothed young man. Who exactly are you? Gu Fei did not want to get into a fight without knowing what was going on. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation method is this? Could it be? The black-clothed young man did not answer the question. Instead, he tried his best to calm the surging aura in his chest. His eyes stared fiercely at Gu Fei. The black-clothed young man's entire body emitted a fierce murderous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It could be seen that his killing intent towards Gu Fei was not concealed at all. "Martial," Gu Fei said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, his entire body emitted a majestic aura. The posture of an expert who looked down on the world was completely displayed. "Martial? Could it be? You are the long-lost successor of the martial sect?" The black-clothed young man said in shock. He thought of the long-lost power. The path of martial arts had gradually declined. In today's world, true martial artists had probably long disappeared. This was because martial arts cultivation methods were very difficult to master. On the contrary, Dao techniques were easy to learn and master. As long as one's muscles and bones were not bad, one could cultivate Dao power. Even if one could not become a true expert, one could still live a long life. In the world of cultivation, the attraction of cultivating Dao to become an immortal was far greater than practicing martial arts in any era. However, a successful martial artist was a nightmare for cultivators of the same level. This was because among cultivators of the same level, martial artists were much stronger than other cultivators. This was why the black-clothed young man was so shocked. "Martial sect? I don't know what you are talking about. However, if you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me," Gu Fei said coldly. Then, without another word, he used the desolate steps. With one step, he appeared in front of the black-clothed young man and threw another punch at him. Chapter 101. He was at the 9th heaven of the awakening realm. Even among the young experts in the cultivation world, he could be ranked among the top. However, this black-clothed young man with the strength of the 9th heaven was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. He seemed to have no strength to fight back. Gu Fei punched fiercely. He used the 8 desolation steps at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the air, bombarding the black-clothed young man and forcing him to retreat. This was a clash of pure physical strength. Every punch landed on his flesh. Boundless yuan qi surged within Gu Fei's body. Every inch of his flesh contained a vast amount of energy. His entire body was like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. His skin flickered with a sparkling brilliance. "Aren't you very arrogant? You want to kill me? You are not qualified," Gu Fei said coldly. Loud noises kept erupting. Gu Fei's body movement technique was like wind and lightning. The power of each punch was stronger than the one before. By the 9th punch, the black-clothed young man finally could not bear it anymore. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Gu Fei's words deeply pierced the arrogant black-clothed young man, causing him to be enraged and roar incessantly. However, in a battle, strength determined everything. "How is this possible? How can there be a young expert like you in the Haotian trading group? It's really hateful." The black-clothed young man's eyes turned red. He madly struck out with the power of magic power, trying to reverse the outcome of the battle. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was like a huge mountain that could not be moved at all. Gu Fei's whole body's strength was converged in his body, surging under his skin. There was no power at all outside his body. The magic power of this black-clothed young man had no effect on him. If it was an ordinary cultivator, perhaps this black-clothed young man would have the advantage. Whether it was Tao technique or magic power, if he wanted to use it, he would need to use the power of his body to mobilize the essence of the world. In this way, the black-clothed young man's magic power of reversing heaven and earth could reverse Tao technique and magic power. He used the power of the caster to attack the caster, and he was like a bystander. However, no matter how profound and inconceivable this black-clothed young man's ability was, it was absolutely impossible for him to create a second Gu Fei out of thin air. Therefore, he turned from a spectator to a participant. He had to endure all of Gu Fei's attacks. "Once again, I'm not a member of the Haotian trading group." Gu Fei pressed forward step by step, and his moves were swift and fierce. His attacks were broad and large, and he didn't give the black-clothed young man the chance to dodge at all. A punch, a palm, a kick, a finger. All of the fierce attacks were linked together, wave after wave, and the black-clothed youth could only defend, unable to dodge. Unless he risked his life and forcefully took on Gu Fei's terrifying attack. Pang! Gu Fei's right leg was like a long whip as it fiercely swept towards the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth roared in anger. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. His body was swept away, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Did we make a mistake? The black-clothed youth's heart was filled with hatred. He seemed to have provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Humph! Gu Fei followed up with extremely swift and fierce movements. It was still a ferocious direct attack without any technique to speak of. With one step, an invisible momentum had already enveloped the black-clothed youth, who had crashed into several trees and fallen into the dead branches and withered leaves in the forest. The 8 desolate steps had 8 steps of extreme speed and 8 steps of 8 kills. With the first step of the 8 kill steps, Gu Fei wanted to force his opponent to face it head-on, so that his opponent couldn't dodge or evade. Rumble. Under Gu Fei's feet, there seemed to be a roar of wind and thunder. The world under his feet seemed to tremble, and the surrounding trees collapsed one after another. The power of destruction filled every inch of the space under Gu Fei's feet. Boom! The black-clothed youth could only brace himself and raise his fist to meet the attack. His fist and his leg collided, and a fierce power swept out in all directions like a storm. A large area of the surrounding forest collapsed in an instant, and the debris flew all over the sky. The trees that were further away also fell down in a circle. 8 steps, 8 kill steps. With only the first step, Gu Fei directly stepped on the black-clothed youth, and only half of his body was left above the ground. If you are arrogant, I will be even more arrogant. If you are arrogant, I will be even more arrogant. However, if you don't have the strength to be arrogant, then everything will be a joke. Gu Fei flew backwards, and with a backflip, he took another step towards the black-clothed youth below. As Gu Fei took this step, the space under his feet really trembled, and transparent ripples spread out. The power contained in this step seemed to be able to tear the void, and it made people's hearts palpitate. 8 desolate steps. 8 steps, 8 kill steps. With every step, both the power and the aura would multiply from the previous step. This was not just a superposition of power, but also a superposition of the aura. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the god of death. His eyes flashed with a murderous light, and his body surged with a murderous aura. He often fought with ferocious beasts, so his body had a fierce murderous aura that was not something that someone his age should have. Gu Fei would never be lenient to those who wanted him dead. He would not show mercy, and when he attacked, he would not show mercy. This was Gu Fei's motto. In battle, there was no room for hesitation or mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was a fatal taboo in battle, because the enemy would not be merciful to you. When Luo Yunyang took the second step, the powerful pressure almost pressed the black-clothed youth to the ground. The ground began to tremble, and the broken wood and leaves on the ground floated up before completely collapsing into dust. In the face of such a fierce move, the black-clothed youth's expression changed completely. He had never expected to meet such a terrifying opponent here. He had thought that he would be able to quickly get rid of the young man that the Haotian trading group had planted in the dark, and then meet up with his subordinates to attack the Haotian trading group's ship. He was determined to get the item that the Haotian trading group was escorting. However, the current situation was that his life was in serious danger. You forced me to do this. The black-clothed youth looked up at Gu Fei, who was stepping down from the sky, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Roar! With a loud roar, a majestic energy wave as heavy as a mountain erupted from the black-clothed youth's body. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and the sky shook. Chi-chi-chi. At the same time, countless rays of green light flew out of the black-clothed youth's body, like a peacock spreading its tail, shooting in all directions. Rise! The black-clothed youth shouted coldly and formed a seal with both hands. Then, all the green lights that shot out in all directions flew into the sky and shot towards Gu Fei from all directions. What's that? Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this, but he continued to take the second step down. The vast yuan qi wave that came out of his body deflected most of the green lights that shot towards him. However, the other dozen or so rays of green light directly broke through Gu Fei's protective upstanding qi and shot toward his vitals. I'll give you another thing. Below, the black-clothed youth raised his hand, and a black and white light ball immediately smashed towards Gu Fei from below. Chapter 102. Ding 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 ding. More than a dozen green lights struck Gu Fei like meteors. However, they could not hurt him at all. Each green light was wrapped in an incomparably sharp flying knife. However, when these flying daggers stabbed Gu Fei's body, dazzling sparks sprayed out, and all of them were sent flying. Gu Fei vaguely noticed that every single flying dagger was inscribed with numerous talisman markings. Gu Fei's thoughts turned quickly and he instantly understood why these dozens of green lights could break through his protective gang qi and hit him. It seemed that these dozens of flying knives had been sacrificially refined. Sacrificially refined, a magic weapon. Is this person a cultivator? Gu Fei's eyes could not help but narrow into a line. At this time, the young man in black threw a fist-sized ball of light surrounded by black and white gas at his feet. This is... Oh no! Gu Fei suddenly thought of something, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Without thinking, he immediately retracted his second step. Gu Fei's power had long reached the realm of being able to withdraw and withdraw at will. He withdrew his second step without any hesitation. Swoosh! Gu Fei was frightened. The second step of the 8 steps 8 kills instantly turned into the 8 steps extreme speed. He rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. In an instant, he had rushed more than 10 feet in the air. Just at this moment, the ball of light that was surrounded by black and white gas suddenly began to spin. After that, a violent energy that was so terrifying that it caused everyone's heart to palpitate violently burst out after a strong flash of light. Rumble! It was as if thousands of horses were galloping, or as if the Milky Way had burst its dike. 3,000 streams of weak water poured down from the sky, and the world seemed to collapse. Black and white, thousands of thunder and fire instantly enveloped the space of about 500 feet. Black lightning and white-black fire filled every inch of the space. The extremely violent power of destruction even evaporated the air. This guy is crazy. Gu Fei only felt that the world had turned upside down, and the space around him trembled violently. In just a moment, Gu Fei could not tell where was the sky and where was the earth. Then, he was annihilated by the black and white thunder and fire. The moment the black-robed young man threw out the ball of light, he unfurled a scroll. The power that was sealed in the scroll instantly rushed out. The enormous energy turned into a barrier of light in the blink of an eye, covering him. The space trembled, and he disappeared in an instant. Almost at the same time, in a dense forest several miles away, there were waves of ripples. The transparent ripples, like waves of water, spread out. Swoosh! A figure fell straight out from the void. This black figure that fell out from the void staggered a few steps. His body swayed, as if he was about to fall. Luckily, there was a short tree next to him, and he held on to the short tree, so he did not fall to the ground. After panting for a while, this person turned back to look at the black and white thunder and fire in the dense forest several miles away. His eyes were full of laughter, and even a little crazy. Being enveloped by the Tiangang God thunder, even a transcending mortality realm cultivator would be seriously injured, not to mention a awakening self-realm cultivator like you. This black-clothed person was the black-clothed young man that teleported here with a Dao technique scroll. This kind of Dao technique scroll that was sealed with a Dao technique of space was very precious in the cultivation world. Only those cultivation families with a long history or cultivation forces would possess it. For ordinary people, not to mention possessing it, it was rare to even have a look at it. The reason why the Space Dao Technique scroll was precious was because it could allow the person who possessed the scroll to escape a life and death calamity in an extremely dangerous situation. And the Tiangang God Thunder that the black-clothed young man spoke of was also very famous in the cultivation world. It was a powerful lightning bead that was refined by a Dao Technique expert with supreme Dao power, using the astral lightning of the 9 heavens and the yin lightning of the earth, one hard and one soft, one yang and one yin, using the power of yin and yang lightning to refine a powerful lightning bead. When this Tiangang God Thunder bead was released, it was a black and white ball the size of a fist, and the yin and yang qi condensed within it instantly turned into thousands of yin and yang lightning. The heavenly lightning and the earth interweaved, and a terrifying power of lightning erupted. Moreover, this sort of energy of lightning was the bane of all evil spirits. No matter how formidable a spirit was, so long as it was struck by it, it would instantly disperse its profound yin ghost body and perish in both body and spirit. It was truly formidable to the extreme. Even a cultivator at the Transcendence realm that had already cultivated a Dao core would have a slim chance of survival if they were struck by this Tiangang God Thunder bead, and if they were unlucky, they would be directly blasted into ash by the yin and yang lightning flames. If they were lucky, then even if they managed to escape with their lives, they would still be heavily injured, and their bodies would be damaged. What a waste of a Tiangang God Thunder bead, and a waste of a Dao Technique scroll. The black-clothed young man muttered to himself as he indifferently wiped off the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth, and then he turned around and walked into the dense forest behind him, swiftly disappearing into the distance. As far as he was concerned, Gu Fei was dead for sure. Yin and yang lightning enveloped an area of 150 m, and enormous bolts of lightning that were as thick as a child's arm ceaselessly struck and flickered. A myriad of lightning flames blasted the ground to the point dust flew into the air, and the ground trembled violently as numerous enormous cracks spread out in all directions. The terrifying power of lightning tore through space and caused enormous explosions that swept through the dense forest with a radius of 1 kilometer. Numerous towering trees were torn into sawdust by the raging chaotic flow of energy, and then the intense friction caused them to transform into monstrous flames. Dense smoke and dust rose 3 kilometers into the air, and countless balls of flames shot out in all directions. In just a short moment, the primitive ancient forest had turned into hell. The forest within a radius of a few miles had disappeared, and what replaced it was a huge pitch-black pit. It was black, and it was the burnt soil. The phenomenon caused by the Tiangang god thunder could be clearly seen even from 100 miles away. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and heaven and earth trembled. Dozens of miles away, the fleet that was traveling downstream also noticed the abnormality in front of them. "Miss, what is that?" On one of the Haotian trade caravan ships, a servant in an emerald dress pointed to the front and said to a beautiful young man with white teeth and red lips who was waving a folding fan in his hand. The faint sound of thunder came from the front. A ball of strange black and white lightning flames was gradually weakening in the dense forest dozens of miles away, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Everyone on the ship looked at this scene in shock. Could it be? There are cultivators fighting? As Miss Ling 13th of the Haotian trade caravan, Ling Luoyan more or less knew some secrets that ordinary people did not. White lightning flames and black lightning. Under normal circumstances, such a strange power of thunder and lightning would definitely not appear in nature at noon when the sun was high in the sky, unless a cultivator was using thunder techniques. Pass down the order. Everyone be on guard. Although Ling Luoyan had not completely recovered from the fact that Gu Fei had left, she was still an outstanding figure in the Haotian trade caravan. She could vaguely sense that something was wrong. "Yes, miss." Xiao Chui immediately left to pass down the order. Soon, the 3 Haotian trade caravan ships were shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Groups of green-clothed guards patrolled back and forth with serious expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. The other merchant ships also seemed to feel the tense atmosphere on the Haotian trade caravan. The merchants who traveled between the north and the south were all shrewd fellows, so they followed suit. The ship owners also told their subordinates to be on guard. The terrifying power of yin and yang lightning wreaked havoc for a while before gradually dissipating. When the world returned to its calm state, the ground that was shrouded by the power of thunder and lightning was already riddled with holes. A pitch-black pit in the middle was especially conspicuous. Although the power of thunder and lightning had dissipated, the ground was still smoking, as if it had been burned by heavenly fire. The air was filled with a burning smell. A charred arm suddenly stretched out from the edge of the pit. Then a black person whose body was still emitting smoke climbed out of the pit and stood up shakily. Although they had not yet stepped into the southern wasteland, there was still no sign of human habitation in the endless forest. A large river passed through the endless primitive forest and extended southward until the end of the horizon. On both sides of the river was an unbroken stretch of primitive mountain forest. In a beautiful valley, a waterfall emitted a deafening sound as it fell straight down from the cliff, forming a deep pool in the valley. The valley was green and the valley was green. The valley was full of flowers and strange grass. Outside the valley, the roars of wild beasts lingered, and the figures of fierce beasts flashed from time to time. On a big rock next to the waterfall, a ragged man with fluffy hair was sitting cross-legged. This man's body was charred black like charcoal. His clothes could no longer be called clothes, but a tattered rag draped over his body. This black man was Gu Fei, who had been plotted against by the black-clothed man with the celestial thunder bead. Although he had defeated the black-clothed man, he had also been injured by the crazy guy with the celestial thunder bead, and his injury was very serious. The celestial thunder of the 9 heavens and the yin thunder of the earth, these 2 kinds of thunder and lightning could be said to be extremely terrifying. Moreover, they were extremely unstable. To refine them into a thunder bead, one could imagine the amount of energy needed. Moreover, once the 2 kinds of thunder and lightning inside the thunder bead were stimulated, it would be out of control. The 2 kinds of thunder and lightning would repel and collide with each other, and the power would be much more terrifying than a single kind of thunder and lightning. Fortunately, Gu Fei had copper skin and iron bones, And with the protection of the divine weapon's essence, he was not blasted into ashes by the destructive thunder and lightning that erupted from the celestial thunder bead. Gu Fei operated the mysterious technique to heal himself. A misty glow emitted from his body, and his skin, which was burnt black by the thunder and fire, began to flicker with a sparkling luster. The world's essence converged from all directions and surged toward Gu Fei's body. Chapter 103. The flowers and trees in the valley trembled slightly, and spots of green light drifted out from the plants. Gu Fei's body was like a bottomless black hole, crazily absorbing all the life qi in the surroundings. Only when the sun set and darkness descended on the earth again did Gu Fei's body burst out with a bright light. The bright light was like a five-colored flame burning. Crack! A subtle sound came from Gu Fei's body, and his pitch-black skin began to crack. Very soon, Gu Fei's body was covered with cracks like a spider web, like a delicate porcelain breaking. All of Gu Fei's flesh and bones trembled slightly, and the charred, necrotic skin gradually fell off his body, revealing crystal-clear skin that emitted a misty brilliance like suet white jade. The Tai Chi diagram on his body gradually disappeared, turning back into Yin and Yang Qi and entering his body. The Yin-Yang diagram on his chest suddenly flashed with a bright light and disappeared into the skin on his chest. After being nourished by the endless spiritual qi, Gu Fei's injuries were completely stabilized. Even though the divine weapon's essence qi in his body protected his body at the critical moment and resisted the heavenly lightning and earthly fire, Gu Fei was still charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He was seriously injured, and it was a tragic sight. This showed that the heavenly Dipper Thunder was indeed worthy of its reputation. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have been killed by the thunder and lightning long ago. This time, he was seriously injured. If he had not tempered his body day and night, and the vitality in his body far exceeded that of an ordinary person, it would have been very bad. Even his cultivation might have been affected, and he would have needed a long time to recuperate. Where did that guy come from? He seems to be targeting the Haotian merchant team. Gu Fei opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. He seemed to have become the target of a force that wanted to eliminate him. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder. The waterfall beside him rumbled like a white chain pouring down from the peak of the mountain. Waves of water vapor blew against his face, making Gu Fei feel refreshed. The mountain range was filled with spiritual qi, especially the rich wood power. It was truly a good place to recuperate. Gu Fei surveyed his surroundings. Under the hazy moonlight, the valley was very calm. But outside the valley, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. The outside was not a friendly place. I wonder if the people of the Haotian trading group can deal with those mysterious fellows. I'm afraid that girl has already arrived at Bluestone Town. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew that with this delay, the Haotian trading group's merchant ship had already left and might have already arrived at Bluestone Town. The girl he was talking about was the 13th daughter of the Ling family, Ling Luoyan. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a crisp chirp came from outside the valley. Following that, Gu Fei saw a tiny silhouette flash by the entrance of the valley, and a little beast charged into the valley at lightning speed. The small beast was only the size of a fist. The most mystical thing about it was that there was a vertical scar on its forehead, as if there was a vertical eye growing on its forehead. Three-eyed mink? Gu Fei could not help but feel happy when he saw this small beast. When he was fighting with the mysterious black-clothed youth, how could he have the time to care about this small beast? Now that he saw that this small beast did not seem to be affected by the battle, Gu Fei was filled with joy. This little critter was really too adorable. Its purple fur was as smooth as silk, and it was faintly circulating with a layer of faint brilliance. It had a pair of quick-witted big eyes that were flickering like agate, and were brimming with intelligence. This small beast was actually a little elf born from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was really extraordinary. Squeak, squeak. The small beast came to the top of a short tree not far away from Gu Fei and stared at the magical treasure pouch on Gu Fei's waist that was used as a storage bag. It let out a series of chirps. Hee hee. Little fellow, you're still thinking about that beast crystal. Gu Fei could not help but smile when he saw this. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a flash of light between the small beast's sharp claws. Gu Fei quickly fixed his eyes on it and was surprised to find that the small beast's sharp claws were actually holding a small, crystal-clear stone that looked like an emerald. Gu Fei knew that it was not a stone, but a beast crystal. He felt an extremely weak wave of spiritual qi from the green crystal that the small beast was holding. It was a wave of wood elemental spiritual qi. Although the green crystal was only the size of a little finger, it did indeed contain spiritual qi. He didn't know where this little critter found this beast crystal. Seeing that the spiritual qi it contained was so weak, it should be the beast crystal of a weak, fierce beast. Could it be that this little beast killed a fierce beast and obtained this beast crystal from the fierce beast's body? If that's the case, this small beast is too shocking. When Gu Fei thought of this, his heart could not help but tremble. Squeak, squeak. The small beast suddenly grabbed the small beast crystal and gestured at Gu Fei. Little fellow, what are you trying to do? Gu Fei said with a smile. This was really a psychic small beast. Unfortunately, it could not speak, so Gu Fei had no idea what it wanted to express to him. The small beast seemed to be a little anxious as it chirped and constantly used its little claws to point at the magical treasure pouch on Gu Fei's waist. The clothes on Gu Fei's body were tattered, but the magical treasure pouch on his waist was still considered intact and was not damaged by the power of thunder and lightning. The magical treasure pouch refined by a great cultivator of the Imperial Void Realm was not so easily damaged. After curiously looking at the small beast jumping and gesturing for a while, Gu Fei seemed to know what this small beast wanted to do. It seems to want to exchange that beast crystal with me? Gu Fei hesitantly took out the khaki-colored beast crystal from his magic treasure pouch. The beast crystal was the size of 2 adult men's fists. It was emitting a faint khaki-colored light and a huge spiritual yuan fluctuation immediately spread out. Squeak, squeak. When the small beast saw that Gu Fei took out the beast crystal, it immediately chirped happily and waved its 4 claws. Whoosh! A purple shadow flashed and the small beast pounced towards the beast crystal in Gu Fei's hand like lightning. Gu Fei did not stop it. He only felt a shake in his hand and the small beast flashed away again. He looked down and sure enough, on top of the beast crystal in his hand, there was another small piece missing. Gu Fei smiled helplessly and saw a green crystal rolling beside his feet. It was the beast crystal that contained a trace of Jupiter and spiritual qi that the small beast had taken out. Such a weak spiritual qi could hardly attract Gu Fei's interest. However, he still bent down and picked up the small, sparkling and translucent beast crystal that was like an emerald and placed it together with the earthy yellow beast crystal into the magical treasure pouch. When Gu Fei was about to continue sitting cross-legged on the big rock and circulate his qi to heal his injuries, suddenly a cold and gloomy aura came from the direction of the entrance of the valley. Gu Fei was startled and quickly flew behind the waterfall. Behind the waterfall, there happened to be a shallow cave that he could hide in. Just as Gu Fei hid, 2 ghost-like black shadows floated in from outside the valley. That gloomy aura immediately pervaded the valley. Through the water curtain in front of him, Gu Fei saw that beside the deep pool, there were already 2 people standing silently. These 2 people could no longer be called humans. Their faces were fair without any facial hair and their lips were pitch black. Their bodies seemed to be shrouded in a layer of misty black gas. At first glance, these 2 people seemed to be condensed from a mass of black gas. They were light as a feather and did not have a physical form. Chapter 104. The 2 ghost cultivators were looking around beside the waterfall, as if they were looking for something. One of them, a tall and skinny middle-aged man, said, "Senior brother, we clearly sensed that there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy in this small valley. Why did the fluctuations suddenly disappear here?" "You ask me, but who should I ask?" The other slightly short and fat middle-aged man, who had a deathly pale face, said angrily. While these 2 fellows were talking, a pair of green eyes that were like the wisps were constantly scanning the surroundings. This small valley seemed to have a circumference of 100 or 200 feet. Other than a deep pool formed by the waterfall that hung down from the mountain peak, there seemed to be only some flowers and trees. It could be said to be clear at a glance. After Gu Fei, who was hiding in the shallow cave behind the waterfall, heard the conversation between these 2 people, he already understood that when he took out the earthen yellow beast crystal from his magic treasure pouch, it had let these 2 old ghosts sense the energy fluctuation that was spreading from the beast crystal. Gu Fei subconsciously touched the magic treasure pouch on his waist that contained the beast crystal, and sneered in his heart, "These 2 ghost cultivators have very sensitive noses. It's good that they don't find me." Gu Fei was secretly on guard. Judging from the huge demonic aura emitted from these 2 ghost cultivators, their strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, he was currently injured, so it was not suitable for him to fight with others. "Who is it? Come out." Just as Gu Fei was holding his breath and carefully hiding behind the waterfall, Suddenly a loud shout came from outside. No way, I'm so unlucky. I've been discovered? Gu Fei was immediately shocked. With a thought, he was about to rush out from behind the waterfall. Humph. You two ghost things, you can actually discover me. Not bad, not bad. Just at the moment when Gu Fei was about to rush out from behind the waterfall, suddenly, there was a clear and melodious voice coming from outside. That voice was like big and small pearls falling on a jade plate. It was pleasing to the eye and sounded very comfortable. Who is it? Come out quickly. The two middle-aged ghost cultivators at the side of the pool couldn't help but be greatly shocked when they saw that there really was someone hiding nearby, and they shouted out furiously. You two don't know the difference between life and death. There's only one ending for anyone who dares to scold me in this world. The pleasant voice rang out again. Gu Fei's gaze pierced through the water curtain in front of him. He saw that outside the valley, under the moonlight, a person floated in like a cloud of smoke. A peerless beauty was like a flickering light and a passing shadow, nimbly flitting past the flowers, grass and trees. She was elegant like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Under the moonlight between the mountains, she was simply like a fairy that had strolled out of a painting. Stunning, that's right, stunning. In Gu Fei's mind, there was only the word stunning when he saw this woman. It had to be said that this woman was truly beautiful, but her beauty was somewhat soul-stirring. That was because a terrifying murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire valley the moment this woman appeared. The two middle-aged ghost cultivators couldn't help but be stunned when they saw that the person that had arrived was actually such a devastatingly beautiful young woman, but they immediately prepared themselves for battle. Murderous aura. The two middle-aged ghost cultivators sensed a murderous aura that caused their hearts to palpitate from this young woman. Obviously, this murderous aura was directed at them. Who are you? We don't seem to have any enmity between us. The short and fat middle-aged man was unable to maintain his composure at this moment. Because even though the other party was a young woman, she made him feel the threat of death. Even though they had already become ghosts, if they were to die again, then their souls would scatter, and they would completely disappear from this world forever. The peerless and mysterious young woman arrived nearby in an instant, and she stood gracefully on a short tree at the side of the pool. She stepped on a few leaves, and her body seemed to be weightless. A gentle breeze blew by, and it fluttered her fine black hair that hung at her temples and fluttered her dress that was like light muslin. Every single move she made revealed an elegant and refined bearing. The young woman glanced at the two nervous and vigilant ghost cultivators, and a trace of a cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to kill yourselves? Don't tell me you want me to do it myself?" The short and fat middle-aged man looked at the beautiful young woman standing on the top of the short tree in front of him and said coldly, "We're from the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City." At the same time, the two of them flipped their right hands at almost the same time, and a small flag that was about a foot long and covered in ghostly runes appeared in their hands. The two of them were tightly holding a small evil flag that was shrouded in black qi, and a faint ghostly shadow could be faintly seen. When Gu Fei saw the two small flags appear in the hands of the two ghost cultivators, he couldn't help but be shocked. The two small flags were actually the 5 ghost flags. A few days ago, he, Lu Yunhe from the Guangqing Immortal sect, and Ling Luoyan from the Haotian trading group were all trapped in the 5 ghost formation. They were almost refined by the ghost fire and lost their lives. How could Gu Fei not be shocked when he saw the 2 ghost flags for the first time? Humph. So what if you're from the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City? Since you're not willing to kill yourselves, then I have no choice but to reluctantly send you on your way. After the young woman finished speaking, she pressed her right hand forward. At the moment when the young woman's palm pressed forward, the 2 middle-aged ghost cultivators looked at each other and waved the 5 ghost flags in their hands at the same time. Suddenly, as a cloud of black qi swept out in all directions from the flags, it instantly drowned the figures of the 2 ghost cultivators. Immediately, waves of sharp ghost howls that made one's hair stand on end resounded in the valley. It was mournful and ear-piercing. Following that, the black qi and ghost fog spread out in the blink of an eye. The valley was immediately filled with a violent storm, and the sun and moon lost their light. This side of the world seemed to have fallen into the netherworld. The rolling black clouds were as fast as galloping horses, and they covered the sky and the earth as they surged toward the young woman. Amidst the black clouds, thousands of dark green sparks shot out, and the sound of explosions could be faintly heard. It was as if a sky was raining stars. It was the extremely and poisonous ghost flame lightning. If an ordinary cultivator were to come into contact with one of these dark green sparks, their bones and flesh would immediately melt and turn into a pool of yellow water. Even the origin spirit that was condensed in the Naiwan palace would be burned into ashes by the ghost flame in lightning. It could be said to be extremely sinister. Behind the waterfall, Gu Fei, who saw this scene, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for the beautiful young woman. These two ghost cultivators had obviously been waiting for a long time. Once they attacked, they used their full strength, and they hoped to kill this mysterious young woman in one go. However, the wishful thinking of these two ghost cultivators was destined to fail. The young woman's right hand that pressed forward erupted with a vast wave of energy. After that, a large hand of raging flames rushed out from the young woman's palm, and it instantly enlarged to the size of a house. The vast and mighty raging flames burned the surging black chi and ghost fog into light smoke, and the thousands of ghosts and spirits in the ghost fog dispersed at the same time. Chapter 105. The surging black smoke and ghostly mist were caught by a faintly discernible and seemingly transparent fire net. The fire net spread out in all directions, and the black smoke and ghostly mist were immediately wrapped up like dumplings. The sharp and ear-piercing ghost howls shook the entire valley. Only now did the two ghost cultivators who were hiding in the black mist realize that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. They roared again and again in the ghost mist, releasing layers of Xianxia ghost chi, wanting to break the seal of the fire net. A myriad of ghastly green ghost flames shot out from the roiling ghost mist and collided with the flaming net, causing a myriad of dark green specks of ghost flames to spread out, and the sounds of explosions were dense like a string of pearls. The dark baleful energy that erupted out was like a raging sea that pounced towards the flaming net in unison. Chi! Chi! As soon as the green ghost flames and Xianxia ghost energy pounced on the fire net, they immediately emitted bursts of green smoke and dissipated into nothingness. Gu Fei, who was hiding behind the waterfall, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene outside. He had tasted the power of this Xianxia ghost flame. It was extremely sinister and powerful. However, when the thousands of ghost flames hit the fire net didn't even have the slightest tremble. It was still gradually shrinking inwards. It was actually refining the thousands of ghosts with its unpredictable firepower. That beautiful girl actually had such a magical ability. This made Gu Fei couldn't help but look at her in a different light. Roar! Why did you attack us? Aren't you afraid of offending my plentiful city ghost palace? A mournful roar came from the ghost mist that was trapped in the fire net. The girl standing on the top of the short tree next to the pool smiled indifferently. There was a trace of disdain on her face. She opened her red lips and said, "Others are afraid of your plentiful city ghost palace, but I am not. Even if the ghost emperor of plentiful city came, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me." This girl's background seemed to be not small. She actually dared to look down on the plentiful city ghost palace. The ghost emperor of plentiful city was a terrifying expert who had cultivated the immortal ghost body. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Although it was his first time going down the mountain, it didn't mean that he hadn't heard of the name of the ghost emperor of plentiful city. This old ghost was extremely legendary in the cultivation world. With his own strength, he created the ghost cultivation Tao among the four great cultivation systems of Buddhism, Taoism, Fiendish, and Demon. He became a hero and fought with Buddhism, Taoism, Fiendish, and Demon. This ghost emperor of plentiful Tao was a peerless genius that was rarely seen throughout the ages. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to look down on Ghost Emperor Fengdu. "Who the hell are you?" The two ghostly cultivators who were trapped in the fire net were startled and asked hurriedly. The five ghost pennant was actually unable to break through the fire net. It seemed that they were doomed today. The fire net was miraculous. It was still gradually shrinking inwards. The flames emitted from it were very different from ordinary flames. They seemed to be transparent, faintly discernible, and not fierce at all. They seemed to be a kind of divine flame that was in between existence and non-existence, between tangible and intangible. But what was certain was that the divine flame emitted from the fire net was definitely not the Buddhist demon refining fire, nor did it seem to be the Taoist three true fire. However, the power of this divine flame was definitely not inferior to the Buddhist demon refining fire or the Taoist three true fire. It might even surpass them. "You have eyes but can't see. Who can you blame?" The corner of the girl's mouth rose and she smiled disdainfully. Then, she formed a mysterious spell with both of her hands. The fire net suddenly burst into flames. The unpredictable firepower surged out and burned everything around it. There wasn't any terrifying heat wave, but the flowers and trees in the valley began to wither. The water in the pool began to bubble and evaporate. All the fish floated on the surface with their white bellies. Gu Fei, who was hiding behind the waterfall, didn't feel any heat. However, he felt that his blood and qi were actually boiling. The fire seemed to be burning inside his body. It made him sweat profusely and his whole body was boiling hot. It was really strange. "Spare me, miss, spare me." In an instant, more than half of the surging black gas and thick ghostly fog were refined. The fire net had shrunk to less than 10 feet. Vaguely, one could see two figures shrouded in ghostly fog under the fire net. They were faintly discernible in the ghostly fog, waving a large banner in their hands anxiously. Layers of dark ghostly qi surged out from the two large black banners. In the hazy ghostly fog, there were thousands of ghostly shadows wandering and howling. It was a creepy sound. "Humph! How dare you offend me? Death cannot wipe out your crimes. Obediently accept your death." The beautiful girl's face was as cold as ice. The coldness in her words was suffocating. She formed a spell with both of her hands and shot out a vast amount of fire origin power at the fire net. Sizzle! The ghostly fog that was shrouded by the fire net was refined into wisps of light smoke. The thousands of ghostly creatures in the ghostly fog screamed as they were burned to death by the divine flames. The fiery net was still shrinking. The two ghostly cultivators were frantically begging for mercy. However, the young lady turned a deaf ear to the pleas of the two ghostly cultivators. She was unmoved and continued to manipulate the fiery net to refine the layers of ghostly mist. Thousands of malicious ghosts were instantly turned into nothingness. The two ghost cultivators who were shrouded in the fire net begged for mercy again and again. Just because of a disagreement, they'll fight to the death. This girl. Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This girl killed people at the slightest provocation. She was really arrogant and overbearing. If she knew that I was invisible, would she also attack me? Thinking of this, Gu Fei suddenly had an idea. He quickly restrained his breath and stood quietly in the shallow cave behind the waterfall. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just when the two ghost cultivators were about to be refined together with the 5 ghost streamer by the fire net that emitted the strange divine flames, a few squeaks suddenly came from the dense forest outside the valley. The sound was so faint that it seemed to be the cry of some kind of beast. After hearing these cries, the girl's face lit up. "Count yourself lucky." The girl pointed at the fire net impatiently. Whoosh! The fire net that was shrouding the two ghost cultivators immediately flew toward the girl. The fire net shrank rapidly. The girl leaped up and grabbed the fire net that had shrunk to the size of a fist in her hand. Then she rushed out of the valley like the wind. In an instant, the girl's figure disappeared into the dense forest outside the valley. The two ghost cultivators didn't expect that the girl would suddenly leave. The two ghost cultivators who had escaped with their lives waved the big streamer in their hands repeatedly and retracted all the black qi and ghost mist that lingered around them. Then, the two ghost cultivators collapsed to the ground as if they had exhausted all the ghost energy in their bodies. However, their faces revealed the joy of surviving a disaster. "Senior brother, where did that girl come from?" The tall and thin ghost cultivator asked the short and fat ghost cultivator with lingering fear. "I don't know. This is not a good place. Let's leave quickly. If that girl comes back, we won't be able to escape death." The short and fat ghost cultivator didn't care about his weak body and struggled to stand up. The battle just now was extremely dangerous. If they had been a little later, the two of them would have been refined by the girl into a mysterious ghost body. Their souls would have been destroyed, and they wouldn't even be able to enter the reincarnation cycle and reincarnate. The two of them had lost a lot of power and vitality. Even the 5 ghost streamer in their hands, which had shrunk to about a foot, had become dim and dull. The ghosts that had condensed on it had long been refined. "Humph! Want to leave? Leave your life behind." The two ghost cultivators were just about to leave when the waterfall nearby them suddenly exploded. Amidst the splashes of water that filled the sky, a figure charged out from the waterfall like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 106. The person who suddenly attacked was Gu Fei. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These two ghost cultivators had almost been completely refined by the mysterious girl, and their vitality was greatly injured. This was the time when they were at their weakest. Boom! Using the 8 desolate steps, he shook open the water curtain in front of him and rushed out from behind the waterfall. With just one step, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the two of them like a god of war. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly struck the two of them with his most powerful attack. The golden light swept down like a surging golden wave, and the terrifying yuan qi caused heaven and earth to tremble. No! The two ghost cultivators were scared out of their wits by this sudden turn of events. They only had time to let out an extremely mournful howl before their ghostly bodies were blasted apart by the terrifying power that surged down and turned into two puffs of black smoke. The mysterious Yin ghost qi was extremely Yin and extremely cold. The two balls of black gas that exploded instantly turned the surroundings into a world of ice and snow. Even the deep pool was suddenly condensed with a thick layer of ice. Within the two balls of black gas, there were two green lights that looked like ghost fire. They rolled and surged up into the sky, trying to escape. A centipede died but did not fall down. Even though Gu Fei had shattered their ghostly bodies and could not condense them, the soul fires of the Yin divine ghost flames that the two ghostly cultivators had condensed from their 3 souls and 7 spirits did not dissipate just like that. The 2 spots of green light that looked like ghost flames were the Yin spirits that the ghost cultivator had condensed from his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Only by dispersing the Yin spirits could he kill the ghost cultivator and make him vanish into thin air. Want to leave? Unless the sun comes out from the west. Gu Fei sneered. His body emitted a piercingly cold golden light, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. He directly pounced into the mysterious Yin ghost qi and covered the 2 balls of ghost fire with his hands. In the next moment, the 2 balls of ghost fire and the ghost cultivator's Yin god were grasped in Gu Fei's hands. When Gu Fei held the 2 soul fires and the ghostly flames of the Yin god, he suddenly felt a terrifying chill pass through his hands. His hands, which were filled with the power of the fire element, actually felt a little numb. Such powerful Yin ghost qi. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Both of his hands felt like he was grabbing a mass of 10,000-year-old ice and snow essence. If Gu Fei had covered both of his hands with spiritual energy of fire beforehand, his hands would have been frozen by now. Gu Fei floated down from the sky and landed on the rocky ground beside the deep pool. Pang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei exerted strength in his right hand and clenched it. He immediately crushed the soul fire in his hand. The Yin spirit flame directly destroyed the ghost cultivator's soul, and he would never be able to reincarnate. It wasn't that Gu Fei was vicious and merciless. It was just that the world of cultivation was this cruel. As long as one was an enemy, one had to kill them all. Because if you didn't kill them, they would kill you instead. This was a very shallow logic. When dealing with enemies, there was absolutely no room for mercy. Benevolence was not something that was suitable for cultivators. Survival of the fittest was the law of survival in the cultivation world. No! Don't kill me! When Gu Fei was about to crush the Yin spirit flame in his left hand, the Yin spirit flame in his hand let out a heart-wrenching roar. This was not a word. The ghost cultivator, who had already turned into a soul fire, the Yin spirit flame, could not speak. This was a kind of soul fluctuation. It was not a language, but it appeared in Gu Fei's mind more clearly than a language. The soul fluctuation acted directly on the soul. This was the most direct communication between souls. Oh, don't kill you? Give me a reason. At this time, Gu Fei's body was still surrounded by thick Yin ghost qi. Waves of cold air constantly surged towards him, but not a trace of cold air could penetrate his protective upstanding qi and attack his body. The dazzling aura kept the ink-black profound Yin ghost qi at bay. The soul fire flickered rapidly. The ghost cultivator was anxious. If there was nothing that could move Gu Fei, then he would follow in the footsteps of the previous ghost cultivator and end up with his soul dissipating. Go on your way. Gu Fei hesitated for a moment. His 5 fingers on his left hand immediately emitted thin, thread-like flames that entwined around the soul ghost fire. His 5 fingers slowly closed. Don't. I know a secret. I want to use this secret to exchange for a way out. The Yin spirit flame transmitted such a message. Secret? What's the secret? Gu Fei asked curiously as he stopped his fingers from closing. A big secret. The soul fire emitted a rapid soul fluctuation. It could be seen that in this life and death situation, this ghost cultivator was ready to risk everything. The fluctuations of the soul could not be deceived. Those with great magical powers could even directly search a person's soul and read their spiritual imprint. Thus, they could know everything that the person had experienced. Cut the crap. Gu Fei was a little impatient. Yes, yes, yes. The people of the three great Dao sects will join forces and enter the southern wasteland once every 260 years. This time, our plentiful city ghost palace received news that there is a strange place in the southern wasteland that opens every 260 years. The people of the three great Dao sects enter the southern wasteland to go to that strange place. Hearing this, Gu Fei's face suddenly became a little ugly. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "Could it be that you are here for the people of the three great Dao sects?" It's not just our plentiful city ghost palace. The people of the Buddhist, demon, and demon forces have also sent their outstanding successors to the southern wasteland to make things difficult for the three great Dao sects. This ghost cultivator wanted to exchange for a chance of survival, so he told everything he knew without holding anything back. The Buddhist, demon, and ghost forces have all come. It seems that this trip to the ruined sky realm will not be simple. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Even in the three great Taoist sects, the ruined sky realm was highly confidential. Ordinary disciples had no idea what kind of place the ruined sky realm was, and outsiders had no idea where it was. How did the four great forces know that the ruined sky realm was in the southern wasteland? It seemed that there was a problem with the three great Dao sects. Could it be? Gu Fei couldn't help but think of Zhao Xuanji, who had forced him into a desperate situation twice and almost lost his life to the Li-Fire flying sword. From the words of the senior sword Immortal who broke the five ghosts formation and rescued Lu Yunhe from the Guangqing Immortal sect, it seemed that Zhao Xuanji was a traitor of the Guangqing Immortal sect. Could it be that Zhao Xuanji was behind all of this? Thinking of everything that had happened after he left the mountain, Gu Fei vaguely guessed something. The southern wasteland, this savage land, was destined to not be peaceful. Brother, can you let me go now? A soul fluctuation entered Gu Fei's mind, causing him to wake up from his thoughts. Gu Fei looked at the green ghost flame in his hand and smiled. Let you go? Isn't that releasing a tiger back into the mountains? I won't do such a stupid thing. Chapter 107. Under the moonlight, in the deep valley, beside the waterfall pool, a cloud of black qi and ghost mist suddenly emitted a piercingly cold golden light. The black qi immediately dissipated like snow under the sun. Gu Fei dispersed the black qi and ghost mist around him and was about to leave when he suddenly saw two things on the ground from the corner of his eye. So, he walked forward. On the ground, there were two black bags that were the size of a palm and seemed to be woven from some kind of hair. What's that? Could it be? Gu Fei hurriedly picked up the two bags and opened them. Sure enough, it's mine. Gu Fei threw the two black bags that faintly emitted a wave of yin qi into the magic treasure pouch. Then, he looked around and found that two black banners that were about a foot long had fallen into the weeds beside the pool. Presumably, they were the ghost banners refined by the two ghost cultivators. Gu Fei had also suffered under the ghost banners that could control thousands of ghosts and release the mysterious Yin ghost fire. He knew that these two small banners were really powerful magic treasures in the ghost Dao. Although I don't need these ghosts, I can't let others benefit from them. Gu Fei thought as he picked up the two ghost banners from the weeds and threw them into the magic treasure pouch. At this time, a vast energy fluctuation suddenly came from outside the valley. Gu Fei hurriedly rushed out of the valley and climbed to the top of a mountain beside the valley. In the southeast corner, a vast and mighty fire net that was faintly discernible and transparent divine flame spread out rapidly. Soon, it covered half of the sky. What surprised Gu Fei was that on the fire net, there stood a young girl in clothes whiter than snow. Under the light of the faint fire, the young girl seemed to be dyed with a layer of faint golden luster. She was like a fairy that had descended from the ninth heaven. As her clothes fluttered, it seemed that she would fly away with the wind at any time. She stepped on the fire net and covered all directions. As she descended, the trees around her were all turned into flying ashes. What he saw in front of him caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. Vaguely, he heard a few indistinct cries coming from the dense forest that was covered by the fire net. She's capturing that three-eyed divine mink? Gu Fei was apprehensive. For the sake of capturing a small beast, she actually destroyed an entire mountain forest. This woman's methods were truly formidable. She didn't have any misgivings. The forest that was enveloped by the fire net was being destroyed. Countless beasts were fleeing, but regardless of whether they were extremely powerful beasts or weak and docile animals, all of them could not escape death. Suddenly, the young girl seemed to sense something and turned her head to look in Gu Fei's direction. Gu Fei was startled and hurriedly turned to leave. The young girl only saw a blurry figure flash by. She was operating the fire net with all her strength to capture that mystical little critter. Even if there were people spying on her from the side, she wouldn't pay any attention to them. No one dared to interfere with her matters. This was the absolute confidence born from her formidable strength. Gu Fei had seen the domineering behavior of the young girl. She wanted to take someone's life without saying a word. This kind of person was absolutely not someone he wanted to provoke. Moreover, in order to kill those two ghost cultivators, he had used all his strength. His injuries that had just stabilized seemed to be showing signs of flaring up again. After identifying the direction and listening to the sound of the flowing water, Gu Fei followed the river and passed through the dense forest for dozens of miles. Then, he stopped at the bottom of a cliff by the river. On the cliff, there were many caves that looked like honeycombs eroded by the wind and rain. Gu Fei used a huge rock to seal himself in one of the caves. Then, he took out the sparkling and translucent beast crystal from his magical treasure pouch and held it in his hands. He began to operate the mysterious technique and used the ancient body refining technique to absorb the pure spiritual yuan contained in the beast crystal. Although the spiritual yuan in the beast crystal was harder to refine than the heaven and earth yuan qi, the spiritual yuan in the beast crystal was much purer than the heaven and earth yuan qi. In order to quickly heal his injuries, Gu Fei had to think about this beast crystal. The beast crystal, which was half the size of a human head, was held in Gu Fei's hands. The earthy yellow light shone brightly and illuminated the cliff cave. This was the pure thick earth qi. The misty yellow light, as if it had a life of its own, was constantly stimulated and then integrated into Gu Fei's body. As the earth energy in the beast crystal was continuously absorbed, the beast crystal slowly shrank. The pure and majestic spiritual yuan continuously surged into Gu Fei's body. The spiritual yuan in the beast crystal, after the initial refinement of the five-colored natal qi in his dantian, spread to every part of his body. All the muscles, bones and flesh in his body unconsciously trembled slightly, slowly refining the spiritual yuan that was transported to every part of his body, and then melting it into his own yuan qi. Gu Fei was shrouded in the misty yellow light. The earth energy flowed ceaselessly and finally gathered in Gu Fei's body. After one night, the beast crystal had shrunk by more than half, and it looked to be the size of a child's fist. When the night receded and the sun rose, the beast crystal had shrunk to the size of an egg, becoming a big crystal clear bead. Until then, Gu Fei stopped absorbing the spiritual yuan and opened his eyes. As expected, with the nourishment of the spiritual yuan in the beast crystal, Gu Fei's injured body was no longer a problem. Of course, the amazing healing power of Gu Fei's body was also a big reason why his injured body could recover so quickly. After refining his body day and night, it was of course very fast for him to recover from injuries. When Gu Fei walked out of the cliff cave, climbed up the cliff, and looked south, he was surprised to find that in his field of vision, there was a dark wall at the end of the green field. Is that the Bluestone town? Gu Fei was shocked. The river that was flowing south had changed its course. It no longer flowed south, but southwest. That pitch-black wall stood beside the river that had been diverted. I can't act rashly. According to the ghost cultivator, other forces in the world of cultivation have also sent people into the southern wasteland. The Bluestone town is a place that must be passed to enter the southern wasteland. The situation in the southern wasteland has become very complicated. I should completely recover from my injuries before going to the Bluestone town. This was not cowardice, but caution. All the major forces had already sent their outstanding disciples to the southern wasteland. Gu Fei had to be careful. The disciples of other forces were no worse than the younger generation of the three major Taoist sections. Wasn't there a disciple of the younger generation in the demonic path who used a demonic saber to fight against Li Lingfeng? The world was big, and there were many capable people. One could not underestimate the people of the world. Gu Fei urgently needed time to recover from his injuries. In the next few days, he operated the mysterious technique in the primeval forest. He absorbed the yuan qi from all directions and tempered his injured body. The closer he got to the southern wasteland, the fewer ferocious beasts in the forest. However, these ferocious beasts became more and more terrifying. Gu Fei found traces of many huge beasts in the area beside the river. Many of them were terrifying ferocious beasts. Gu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to these ferocious beasts. Apart from looking for something to fill his stomach when he was hungry, He spent the rest of his time sitting cross-legged in the cliff cave and operating the mysterious technique. The spiritual energy of the plants converged, and a green brilliance flickered continuously in the cliff cave. The spiritual energy around Gu Fei was dense, and a hazy green radiance enveloped his body. Wisps of pure spiritual energy of the plants flowed into his body, and his injured body was constantly nourished by the gentle green glow. Traces of clotted blood were discharged from his pores. After another 2 days, Gu Fei's injuries were completely healed. His entire body was filled with a vast amount of yuan qi. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained great power. Chapter 108. The southern wasteland had a vast territory. Unlike the central plains, more than 90% of the southern wasteland was covered by primeval forests. Greenstone Town was located in the middle of the endless forest. Instead of calling Bluestone Town, it would be more appropriate to call it a city. The city wall was 200 feet high, isolating Greenstone Town from the forest outside. It was necessary to build a city wall. The city wall was 200 feet high, enough to stop most of the beasts from entering the town. Of course, if there were some rare flying beasts, the city wall would not be able to stop them. Therefore, the Yen Kingdom sent an elite army to guard Greenstone Town. Apart from maintaining order in Greenstone Town, they could also prevent the beasts from attacking. There were 4 city gates in the east, west, south, and north of Bluestone Town. The northern city gate faced the ferry several miles away. The Bluestone Road was wide enough for a dozen horses to run side by side. People came and went, but it was the busiest place among the 4 gates. There was an endless stream of merchants coming and going from the south to the north. Compared to the north and south gates, the east and west gates were deserted. Occasionally, some hunters or herb gatherers would come and go. The primeval forest outside of Greenstone Town was a natural treasure house. There were all kinds of rare birds and beasts, and all kinds of spiritual herbs. As long as one was not afraid of death and was lucky enough to hunt 1 or 2 beasts and pick 1 or 2 herbs, it would be enough for an ordinary person to eat and drink for a lifetime. At noon, a young man in ragged clothes came from the ancient path on the east side of Bluestone Town. Even though his clothes were ragged, he was clean from head to toe. Especially the skin that was exposed, it was fair and translucent, and it seemed to be enveloped in a layer of precious splendor. Although it was outside of Greenstone Town, ordinary people would not dare to walk on the east and west roads alone, because on both sides of the ancient road was the primeval forest. From time to time, beasts would jump out of the forest, threatening the safety of passers-by. But this did not affect Gu Fei. Greenstone Town was located at the border between the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland. It was a transit station. The population was at least more than 100,000, almost comparable to a medium-sized city. This was the characteristic of the Southern Wasteland town. Because the area was too vast, the primeval forest was dense, and the beasts were rampant. Therefore, there were usually many people living together. Additionally, Bluestone Town was an important city connecting the north and the south of Yen country. Its geographical location was very superior. Therefore, although it couldn't match the scale of Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, it was also one of the most prosperous places in South Wilderness. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen a town since he came down from the mountain. Looking at the people coming and going on the streets, he felt that everything was so novel. A weapon made from millennium cold iron. Even if you don't want to sell it, come and take a look. Golden scaled python skin, unicorn horn, bargain sale. Buying beast crystals. Delicious 100-year-old tortoise soup, so nutritious. People were coming and going on the streets. Both sides of the street were lined with shops, and the empty spaces were filled with stalls. The sound of people shouting could be heard continuously. Gu Fei curiously walked through the streets, looking at the various forms of life. He felt that everything was new to him. He had never seen anything like this before. Rising Sun Restaurant? Unconsciously, Gu Fei came to the door of a restaurant. Raising his head and looking at the 4 shining words above the door, Gu Fei naturally strode inside. He knew what a restaurant was. It was a place where people dined in the secular world. He was a bit hungry now. Stop. When Gu Fei was about to step into the restaurant, he heard a shout from inside. After that, he saw a young servant in Xian walking out quickly. You beggar, where are we? Get out of here. The young servant in Xian stopped Gu Fei. Not only did he not let him in, he even pointed at Gu Fei's nose and scolded him with a disgusted look. What did you say? Gu Fei's eyes widened in anger. 2 rays of sharp light shot out from his eyes. He was actually treated as a beggar. How could this be? You, what are you trying to do? The young servant in cyan was immediately intimidated by Gu Fei's imposing manner. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back with a panicked look on his face. Who are you calling a beggar? Gu Fei took a step forward and stretched out his right hand. He grabbed the clothes in front of the young servant's chest and lifted him up. The commotion at the door immediately attracted the attention of the people in the restaurant. A middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper quickly walked out from behind the counter. This is a restaurant under the name of the Rising Sun Trading Company. Who are you? How dare you make trouble here? The middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper said in a stern voice. At this moment, a few men dressed in yellow tights rushed out of the restaurant and surrounded Gu Fei. Humph. The tattered clothes on Gu Fei's body fluttered even though there was no wind. His long hair danced in the wind, and an enormous imposing manner spread out from his body. At the same time, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, a black-clothed young man who was raising his wine cup suddenly stopped in mid-air. His expression became very ugly, causing a purple-clothed young man who was sitting opposite him to feel very astonished. Brother Bei Tang, what's wrong? The young man in embroidered clothes hurriedly asked. Humph. I didn't expect that I would actually meet an enemy of mine here. The black-clothed young man heavily placed the wine cup on the table in front of him and said fiercely. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes. The purple-clothed young man couldn't help but frown when he felt the obscure murderous aura emitted from the black-clothed young man. Outside the restaurant. At this moment, a powerful ripple of energy surged out from inside the restaurant. A figure silently appeared at the entrance of the sand restaurant. Young lord. Step back. Yes. The middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper did not hesitate or say anything else. He hurriedly retreated with the few yellow-clothed guards. His attitude was extremely respectful. Gu Fei felt pressured. He stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. His instincts told him that this person was an expert that could not be underestimated. It was a young man in his 20s. He was tall and slender. He was dressed in white and had an elegant demeanor. However, his appearance was not very outstanding and could even be said to be slightly ordinary. However, this person's eyes were extremely sharp. As they flickered with light, his gaze was like a blade or a sharp sword. His ordinary appearance, when paired with a pair of eyes like that, he seemed to stand out from the masses. Without a doubt, this person's cultivation was extremely powerful. Gu Fei was rather shocked. He did not think that he would meet such an expert in a restaurant. This person was only a few years older than him, but his cultivation made Gu Fei feel that it was unfathomable. He put down the green-clothed manservant who was still in the air, and the manservant immediately scrambled to escape. The servant already knew that he probably offended someone that he should not have offended today. I have failed in disciplining my servants and have offended you. I hope that you will not lower yourself to the same level as those servants. I have prepared some water and wine as an apology. I wonder if you will do me the honor? The young man had a faint smile on his face as he spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. That's great. Gu Fei smiled and strode into the Rising Sun restaurant. Chapter 109. The small commotion only attracted the attention of a small portion of the people in the Rising Sun restaurant. The young master of the Rising Sun led Gu Fei straight to the 2nd floor. Gu Fei found that even on the 1st floor, there seemed to be many Xianxia exchanging toasts and talking loudly. There were many Xianxia in this important town of the south that traveled north and south. When Gu Fei ascended to the 2nd floor, he immediately felt a few extremely obscure divine senses sweeping towards him. This was definitely something that only an expert could do. Gu Fei was slightly surprised that there were so many hidden experts in this small restaurant. The few divine senses flashed past and disappeared. It was difficult to identify the source of the divine senses. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The feeling of being spied on was very bad. As for the young master of the Rising Sun, it seemed as if he didn't notice anything wrong. He led Gu Fei to a private room. This was a private room by the window. It could clearly see the endless stream of pedestrians on the street. I am Chu Tian of the Rising Sun Trading Company. I apologize to you again. My subordinate was reckless. Brother, please don't be offended. After the two of them sat down, The young master of the rising sun cupped his hands and apologized to Gu Fei again. Don't mention it. I am Gu Fei. I am just an ascetic cultivator. Gu Fei said indifferently and revealed his identity. An ascetic cultivator? When Chu Tian heard this, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This kind of practitioner who didn't belong to any sect was the easiest to rope in. He could already see that Gu Fei was extraordinary. The young master of the rising sun, Chu Tian, immediately wanted to rope in Gu Fei. Haha. It is really a great thing to be able to befriend Brother Gu. I wonder where Brother Gu is cultivating now? And where are you heading to? Chu Tian asked. Gu Fei took a sip of the fragrant tea, then said, People like us, the 4 seas are our home, we go wherever we go. Now, I want to go to the southern wasteland to see for myself. Now, Gu Fei was more cautious. The current situation in the southern wilderness was complicated, and there were many people who were against the 3 great Taoist sects. If people knew that he was a disciple of the Taishan sect, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. There were still over 20 days before the opening of the ruins' heavenly realm. Gu Fei didn't want to cause any trouble on the way to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. To the southern desolate land? Chu Tian said happily. Our Rising Sun Trading Company is also going to the southern desolate land. Aren't we going the same way? Brother Chu is also going to the southern wasteland? I see that the people of the Haotian merchant group are also heading to the southern wilderness. Why are there so many people rushing to the southern wilderness? Gu Fei asked. Haotian caravan? Brother Gu also knows about the Clear Sky merchant group? Chu Tian's expression became a little strange. What's so strange about that? Gu Fei said calmly. Even a cultivator like Brother Gu, who is dedicated to cultivation, also knows about the Haotian merchant group. Our Rising Sun Trading Company is far inferior to them. Chu Tian sighed, but he looked a little gloomy. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Gorgeous maids in palace attire walked in, carrying stacks of delicacies in their hands. This kind of enjoyment and treatment could only be experienced by the customers in the private room. Brother Gu is not a businessman, so of course you don't know the reason. This season of the year is the most abundant season in the southern wasteland. Not only our Yen kingdom, but also the other 3 empires, many merchants come to the southern wasteland to purchase goods. The Haotian merchant group is a competitor of our Rising Sun Trading Company. I see. No wonder Chu Tian's expression became a little ugly when he heard about the Haotian merchant group. It turns out that the 2 sects are enemies. After the maids placed the dishes on the table, they left. The last maid closed the door of the private room. Only Gu Fei and Chu Tian were left in the private room. Brother Gu, please. Although Bluestone Town is not as prosperous as the Central Plains, there are many rare birds and beasts. The delicious dishes cooked with them are hard to find elsewhere. As he spoke, Chu Tian stood up and filled the wine cup in front of Gu Fei. The wine in the cup was dark green and fragrant. Its color was like amber, and it was thick. It was a rare wine. Gu Fei did not comment. He only smiled and drank the wine in one gulp. This young master of the rising sun, Chu Tian, wants to win me over, but he has made a mistake. If I was really a cultivator without a sect, I might be moved by his sincerity. I have to admit that Chu Tian is indeed bold, broad-minded, and has some tricks up his sleeve. Compared to Ling Luoyen, Chu Tian was more like a businessman. However, after drinking the wine, Gu Fei's expression changed immediately. Roar! Bastard! You deserve to die! He stood up abruptly and attacked Chu Tian with his palm. A dazzling light surged forward, and the big table in front of him was instantly shattered into sawdust. Brother Gu! Such a sudden and unexpected event caused Chu Tian to be greatly shocked as well, and he hurriedly retreated while his hands moved about, causing a myriad of sawdust to form a barrier before him. Bang! The ferocious force pushed Chu Tian into the wall behind him. The entire restaurant seemed to shake, and the wall behind Chu Tian suddenly cracked like a spider's web. At this moment, Gu Fei's face turned black, and his body trembled as if he had been poisoned. It was obvious that the wine that Gu Fei drank was poisoned. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked and angry. After pushing Chu Tian back with his palm, he staggered a few steps, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He never would have thought that Chu Tian would be so sinister. Rousing the Yuan Qi in his body, Gu Fei forced all the wine out of his body through his pores. However, what seeped out of his body was not wine, but traces of pitch black and smelly liquid. The pitch black liquid dripped from his body. Sizzle! White smoke rose from the ground, showing how strong and overbearing the poison was. Even the floor was corroded. Gu Fei took a deep breath, and the muscles, bones, and internal organs in his body immediately let out a muffled explosion. His muscles, bones, and organs all released all the yuan qi in his body without reservation, suppressing the spread of the poison. Seeing Gu Fei in such a state, Chu Tian was also dumbfounded. Pang! At this moment, the door to the private room was suddenly smashed, and two people walked in from outside. It's you. When Gu Fei saw the young man in black, his eyes immediately turned red, and the muscles on his face could not help but twitch. The two people who came in were two young men, one dressed in black, the other in white. Both were handsome and elegant, and their eyes were like cold stars. They looked at Gu Fei and Chu Tian with a faint smile. The young man in black was a mysterious young expert who thought that Gu Fei was from the Haotian trading group and tried to kill Gu Fei in the dense forest by the river. Chapter 110. Gu Fei's eyes, which had turned blood red due to his anger, swept a glance at the three people in the private room. Then, without thinking, he smashed through the window and leaped out with a pang. His blood-red eyes revealed an incomparably fierce light. The three people felt as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, and they actually had a kind of feeling of fear. The three people were stunned, and Gu Fei had already broken the window and escaped. Hurry up, don't let him escape. The young man in black shouted loudly, and his body rushed out from the broken window like a phantom. As he raised his hand, countless green threads shot out, like a big net, and enveloped the escaping figure in front of him. Although Gu Fei was poisoned, his body movement technique was still extremely fast. His figure flickered, and he avoided the green threads, crossed the street, and rushed out of Bluestone Town. The pedestrians on the street were immediately shocked by the sudden change of events, and they all dodged to the side. The young man in white also followed closely behind the young man in black and leaped out. In an instant, in the private room of the restaurant, Chu Tian, the young master of the rising sun, was the only one left. What is going on? Chu Tian still had not recovered from the shock, and he stared blankly at the broken wine pot on the floor. The wine pot broke, and the wine that splashed out actually corroded a part of the floor. The toxicity of the strong poison was really shocking. Even the young master of the rising sun, Chu Tian, who had traveled extensively and was used to seeing the world, was secretly shocked. At this moment, a burst of rapid footsteps came from outside the private room, and a group of yellow-clothed guards, led by the middle-aged shopkeeper, rushed up from downstairs. Gu Fei was poisoned, and then the two young men appeared and forced Gu Fei away. All of this happened in a short time, but the unusual movements in the private room still alarmed many people. Moreover, in this restaurant, there were many cultivators with extraordinary cultivation, and some busybodies had already followed Gu Fei and the other two from afar. Young master, what exactly happened? The middle-aged shopkeeper asked carefully. He saw that the private room was in a mess, and the young master Chu Tian was leaning against the wall. The wall was full of cracks, and it seemed like it could collapse at any time. The shopkeeper was so nervous that he was already sweating profusely. Hurry up and investigate the background of those two young men in white and black respectively. Chu Tian's words were squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. He was also incomparably furious. Yes, young master. The middle-aged shopkeeper immediately received the order, and was about to turn around and leave. Wait, immediately send someone to arrest those servants who served the dishes. This is really outrageous. Chu Tian was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. It is not hard to imagine that the two young men tricked him. They actually wanted him to get rid of Gu Fei. It would be best if Gu Fei died just like that. If he died, Gu Fei would definitely think that he conspired with those two bastards. In this way, after Gu Fei recovers, he will definitely seek revenge on me. Not only will it bring me great trouble, I am afraid that the other people in the clan will also be implicated. At this time, Chu Tian had already cursed the 18 generations of the two young men's female ancestors. The middle-aged shopkeeper received the order and left. At this time, the restaurant was already in a mess. Chu Tian walked out of the messy private room, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it would drip water. He said fiercely, "Those two bastards, they actually dared to force me to eat such an unforgivable grievance in my territory. Don't let me know who you are. I, Chu will definitely not let you have an easy time. Recalling the scene just now, Chu couldn't help but shiver. If he also drank the poisoned wine in the wine pot, then... The veins on Chu forehead twitched, and he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles made cracking sounds. He was so angry. The Rising Sun Trading Company was a business organization in the Tanglong continent, second only to the Haotian Trading Company. Wherever the Rising Sun Trading Company's business was successful, the Rising Sun Chu clan's power would also develop. Soon, the Rising Sun Trading Company's intelligence network in Bluestone Town was activated. Phew! Using the desolate steps, Gu Fei directly leaped over the 20-zhang tall city wall and rushed into the primitive old forest outside Bluestone Town. Behind him, two figures, one black and one white, were in hot pursuit. At this time, Gu Fei felt as if his abdomen was being cut by tens of thousands of small knives. Waves of bone-piercing pain caused his entire body to tremble as if he was convulsing. He tried his best to endure it, biting the corner of his mouth, and the blood that seeped out seemed to be black. Although the wine in his abdomen had been forced out of his body in the first instant, a large portion of the poison still remained in his body. This kind of poison didn't seem simple, and it was very difficult to completely expel it. The poison still spread from his abdomen to his entire body. The black aura on Gu Fei's face became thicker and thicker, and his mind seemed to be a little unclear. The situation was very bad. If he didn't immediately find a place to circulate his qi to expel the poison, his life would be in danger. Actually, it was fortunate that Gu Fei practiced martial arts, and his body was tempered to an incomparably tough state. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh all contained a vast amount of essence, which could temporarily suppress the spread of the poison. If it was an ordinary practitioner, the poison would have already spread throughout his entire body, and he would have died. Gu Fei, obediently accept your death, and we might leave your corpse intact. The black-clothed young man's cold voice came from behind. He had already known Gu Fei's identity from the white-clothed young man. Gu Fei must die. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for them, and it might even bring about a calamity that would destroy their clans. Swoosh! A white figure flashed in front of him, and one of them had already rushed ahead and intercepted Gu Fei. Gu Fei was suffering from a strange poison, and he needed to suppress the poison in his body with his mysterious qi, so his movements weren't as swift as before. In the end, those two people still caught up to him. Now, he could only fight with his life on the line. Only by facing death would he have a chance of survival. Pang! Gu Fei wielded his palm like a saber, and a bright aura shot out from the edge of his palm. The saber light exploded, and directly chopped towards the person in front of him. Under the saber qi, the trees in front of him were constantly shattered. Humph! A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the person in front of him. He also wielded his palm like a saber, and similarly chopped out. A saber light. Swoosh! With a sound, it tore through the void, and instantly collided with Gu Fei's saber light. Boom! As if two thunderbolts violently collided, a burst of dazzling light burst out, and a terrifying saber qi swept out. The surrounding trees suddenly collapsed, turning into sawdust that flew out in all directions. Gu Fei's hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like cold lightning. With his injured body, his strength was greatly reduced, and he couldn't compete with the person in front of him. He was directly forced by that person's saber to cough up blood and retreat. Behind him, there was a large net made up of green energy threads that were as sharp as blades. It had already sealed off all his escape routes and was closing in on him from behind. Wherever the energy net passed, the grass and trees were all cut into thousands of pieces. Gu Fei soared into the sky, and took a step in the air. Both of his hands brandished a dazzling saber light, and cut open the energy net that was coming towards him, and rushed out of the heavy encirclement. Chapter 111. The scorching noon sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. However, the endless primitive forest outside of Bluestone Town did not feel hot at all. Towering trees with lush branches and hundreds of zhang-old vines climbed and twined, casting a large shade in the forest. Boom! 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 In a forest dozens of li away from Bluestone Town, trees were constantly falling, and branches and leaves were flying everywhere. The birds nearby were frightened and flew away in a panic. The beasts in the forest were scrambling to escape. There was a chase going on here. Two figures, one in black and one in white, were emitting waves of terrifying energy. They were unleashing powerful attacks towards a fleeing figure in the forest ahead of them. The pursuers were handsome, but their faces were murderous. They were two young experts. The one being chased was a greenish-purple youth in ragged clothes who looked like a beggar. The black-clothed youth stretched out his right hand, and countless green threads rushed out of his palm and rushed forward. The green threads were like rain, like sharp blades that cut through the void. Nothing could stop them, and they cut everything in front of them. Regardless of whether it was a large tree or a path of flowers and grass, they were all cut into thousands of pieces by the green threads. The youth's footwork was marvelous, and he barely dodged the green threads the moment they attacked him. However, some of the green threads still swept across his back. A few bloody marks appeared on the youth's back. His skin was split open, and his body of bronze and iron was also injured at this time. It showed that the black-clothed youth's magical power was extraordinary. What a pity! The black-clothed youth could not help but curse a few times when he saw that his attack had failed again. The white-clothed youth placed his hand on the hilt of the saber at his waist, ready to launch a fatal attack at the fleeing person at any time. The saber at the white-clothed youth's waist was not an ordinary item. The scabbard was engraved with mysterious talismans, and there was a faint brilliance flowing on the talismans. Even so, an extremely obscure murderous saber chi still passed through the scabbard that was sealed by the talismans. This saber was not an ordinary divine weapon, but more like a saber that had been refined by a cultivator. Moreover, it was obvious that not an ordinary cultivator could refine such a murderous saber. The talisman on the scabbard seemed to be suppressing the spirit of the divine saber. Without a doubt, if this godly blade were to be unsheathed, it would shake the heavens and the earth. Perhaps even the heavens and the earth would lose their color because of this godly blade. This was definitely a great killing weapon. The white-clothed youth's hand was covered in sweat as he held the saber. His eyes were fixed on the figure moving through the dense forest in front of him. He didn't draw his saber because he couldn't find an opportunity to kill in one strike. He had his own difficulties. Even with his ability, he could only use this divine blade 3 times a day. In other words, he could only use it 3 times. After 3 strikes, if the enemy did not die, then he would be the one to die. Because at this moment, his cultivation had been completely exhausted by those 3 slashes. At this moment, his life and death were in the hands of the enemy. You two despicable and shameless bastards, as long as I don't die today, you can just wait to die. Gu Fei was enraged as he desperately ran through the dense forest. The strange poison in his body was acting up, and for a moment, he felt as if thousands of ants were biting his muscles, bones and flesh. That feeling made him go crazy. But the next moment, he felt as if thousands of small knives were stabbing his body. The pain was so painful that his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Endless pain was ravaging his nerves and destroying his will. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. No matter how much pain he suffered, he still maintained a trace of consciousness in his mind. He couldn't fall like this. If he did, then he would be doomed eternally. Roar! With a roar of grief and indignation, Gu Fei suddenly pounced forward like a crazy wild beast. A few green threads brushed past him and took away a few drops of blood on his body. The power of the mysterious black-robed man's divine ability was not small. With a wave of his hand, he could shoot out green energy threads that were as sharp as blades. After Gu Fei was poisoned, he could no longer use the essence of the divine weapon that had been smelted into his body. His body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times was swept by the green threads. It was as if he was cut by a divine weapon. Faint traces of blood appeared on his skin. Although the flesh and bones weren't really injured, it did indeed injure Gu Fei. However, the biggest threat didn't come from the black-robed young man, but from within Gu Fei's body, as well as from the white-robed young man who hadn't drawn his saber. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped Gu Fei. The source of this aura was the white-robed young man. This was a pressure that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was as if there was a divine saber floating above his head, ready to chop down at any time. The person was like the saber, and the saber was like the person. This person's entire body emitted a tyrannical saber chi. He was actually a rare saber refiner in this world. The white-robed young man's aura was connected to the divine saber at his waist. Before the saber was unsheathed, it had already caused Gu Fei to be alarmed. Swoosh, swoosh. Passing through the dense forest, he constantly changed his direction, making it difficult for the white-robed young man's saber intent to lock him down. The dense forest provided him with an opportunity to escape. If it was in an open space, he would have long been caught by the two people behind him. Gu Fei sprinted through the forest. Blood gushed up his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Now, his injured body was gradually unable to withstand it. However, the sharp murderous aura behind him was getting closer and closer. Gu Fei knew that if this continued, it would be difficult for him to escape death. If he was killed by the enemy in an open competition, he would accept it wholeheartedly. However, if he died like this, he would definitely not be able to die in peace. The two people behind him were too despicable. Their methods were too despicable. How could Gu Fei be willing to die like this? He was unwilling. He hated it. The situation before him had to be changed. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He identified the direction, turned around, and sprinted towards the denser forest in front of him. Although there were no roars of beasts in other areas, there were traces of ferocious beasts. Only this direction was empty. There was not a single beast in such a large forest. This was enough to explain two things. First, there were no signs of beasts here. There were no ferocious beasts living in this area. Second, there was a powerful and terrifying ferocious beast living here, causing the nearby ferocious beasts to not dare to set foot in this ferocious beast's territory. Between life and death, whether or not he could escape from the pursuit of the two people depended on this gamble. Deep into the forest, a fierce murderous aura pervaded the air. Gu Fei was ecstatic. He knew that he had made the right bet. This was indeed a place of great danger. A place of great danger did not mean that it was a place of death. He was just afraid that there were no ferocious beasts here. If there were, then Gu Fei could take advantage of the chaos to escape from the two people's pursuit. Gu Fei did not stop. He quickly ran forward, but the two people chasing behind him were aghast. They could feel the terrifying murderous aura pervading the forest. There was great danger ahead. However, these two people were already like arrows on a bowstring. They had no choice but to shoot. Today, if Gu Fei did not die, if he managed to catch his breath, then they would be the ones to die in the future. Even the families behind them would die. The two people hesitated for a moment, but they still gritted their teeth and chased after him. If they missed this opportunity today, they were afraid that it would be difficult to kill Gu Fei. Since they had already started, they could not stop. After traveling for a few miles, the murderous aura in the forest became even more intense. When Gu Fei's body had more than 10 wounds, there was a pang sound. Branches and leaves fluttered in the air. He rushed out of the forest, and the field of vision in front of him suddenly widened. A strange sound immediately passed into Gu Fei's ears. It seemed to be the cry of some kind of beast. It seemed that there was more than one sound, but many sounds. A very noisy cry came from not far in front of him. Without thinking, Gu Fei crouched down and immediately rushed in the direction of the noisy cry. Voila, voila. While running, besides the noisy beast cries, Gu Fei also heard the faint sound of running water. A cold murderous aura came from behind him. Gu Fei knew that the two people were already close. In this open area, the white-robed young man was probably going to take out his saber. For Gu Fei, who was poisoned, this was undoubtedly a fatal threat. I must not let that guy find a chance to take out his saber. All kinds of pain rushed into his head from his limbs and bones, causing Gu Fei's running body to shake. The sweat that seeped out of his body was purplish-black. This was a sign that the poison in his body was constantly being forced out. His body, which had been tempered day and night by the essence in his body, was far stronger than what Gu Fei had imagined. As he ran, the primal qi in his body was continuously stimulated through his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. As his tendons, flesh, and blood trembled, not only did they transmit wave after wave of primal qi, they also continuously expelled the poison from his body through his pores. The purplish-black sweat dripped onto the places that Gu Fei passed. The leaves and weeds that were stained with the sweat quickly withered. The white-robed young man's feet whistled as he moved forward at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he passed the black-robed young man, and the hand that was holding the saber began to move. The white-robed young man forced his way behind Gu Fei and was about to pull out his saber. But at this time, there happened to be a call in front of him. Without thinking, Gu Fei immediately dodged behind the colonel. "How dare you!" When the white-robed young man saw this, he couldn't help but hate. A rare opportunity to take out his saber had disappeared right in front of his eyes. Gu Fei turned around the call and saw that there was a large lake about 200 or 300 feet in front of him. The lake water was still emitting hot steam. There were many fiery red shadows that looked like little people swimming and playing in the lake water. The noisy beast cries came from ahead. That is. Gu Fei's mind was shaken as a fierce aura assaulted him. There were many fiery red figures. There were about a dozen of them in the lake. On the shore and on the surrounding trees, there were even more red figures. It's a blood monkey. A terrified cry came from behind. The two people chasing after him also saw the strange scene in front of them. Chapter 112. Is this fella crazy? The two young men who were chasing after Gu Fei were shocked when they saw Gu Fei charging towards the blood monkeys that numbered in the thousands. The crimson monkeys were rare beasts that lived in groups. If it was a single crimson monkey, these two young experts could easily kill it. However, if it was a large group of crimson monkeys, then it would be a nightmare. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, not to mention a powerful beast like this. At this moment, a series of sharp roars came from the opposite side of the mountain, breaking the tranquility of the mountain in an instant. Many fiery red shadows were moving quickly on the mountainside. The murderous aura of the blood monkeys covered the sky and covered the earth. The three men's expressions changed. The two young men in black and white immediately stopped in their tracks. They finally understood why no ferocious beasts dared to set foot in this area. Although they really wanted to kill Gu Fei, protecting their own lives was more important. At this moment, the thousands of blood monkeys were alarmed. More than a dozen strong fiery red shadows leaped from the treetops and pounced towards them. The blood monkeys were like flashes of fire in the forest. The blood monkeys were moving at high speed. They were not tall and looked like 7 or 8 years old children. Their bodies were covered in blood-red fur that flashed with a demonic red light. 4 of their claws lightly touched the branches and leaves, and they were sent flying 3 to 4 feet away. The blood monkeys were extremely agile. In just a moment, more than a dozen blood monkeys had rushed forward and surrounded Gu Fei, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They looked extremely ferocious. The blood monkeys were violent and had a strong sense of territory. Against ferocious beasts that dared to invade their territory, they would attack in groups and use their sharp claws to tear the beasts into pieces. Although they were small in size, the blood monkeys were extremely strong. They could tear lions and tigers apart, and their sharp claws could pierce through metal. No one dared to underestimate a large group of blood monkeys. Roar! Gu Fei let out a muffled roar from his throat. Then, relying on his copper skin and iron bones, he charged directly into the group of blood monkeys. Squeak, squeak. 7 or 8 blood monkeys were knocked down by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei's clothes were torn to shreds by the blood monkey's sharp claws, leaving black and red scratch marks on his body. Although the blood monkey's claws were sharp, they couldn't break through Gu Fei's skin and flesh, which he had tempered day and night. The blood monkeys that were sent flying by Gu Fei rolled on the grass and let out mournful cries. After struggling for a while, they actually died. The blood monkeys that had grabbed Gu Fei also fell to the ground, twitching violently. After a while, they all died. The strange poison in Gu Fei's body had actually poisoned the blood monkeys. This was something that no one had expected. When the remaining blood monkeys saw Gu Fei charging over, they all retreated, not daring to touch Gu Fei. These blood monkeys were able to become fierce beasts, but they also had some intelligence. The other blood monkeys had already rushed over from all directions. The two young experts who were chasing after Gu Fei had extremely ugly expressions on their faces, and they decisively retreated. Even so, they were already surrounded by more than 10 blood monkeys. The black-clothed young man decisively waved his hands, and green energy threads shot out from his fingers towards the blood monkeys that were leading the way. Chi chi chi. The blood monkeys that were entangled by the green energy threads were all shredded into pieces, and bursts of blood mist burst out. However, once these blood monkeys saw blood, they became even more frenzied, and they pounced on the two without any regard for the consequences. Rip! One of the white-clothed youth's sleeves was torn off. Evil creature! The white-clothed young man roared and swept his right leg horizontally. Bang! He directly swept away the blood monkey that had torn off his sleeve. However, just as one blood monkey was sent flying, another one pounced on him. This kind of strange blood monkey was extremely agile and had a pair of sharp claws that could pierce through stone and gold. It was a very strong attack power, and it was not a good thing to fight against a large group of blood monkeys. Escape! The black-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man were not ordinary people, and they acted decisively. Knowing that it was impossible, they immediately retreated. The black-clothed young man killed 7 or 8 blood monkeys, and the white-clothed young man rushed out of the encirclement of the blood monkeys. Without any hesitation, they spread their legs and ran. Suddenly, an extremely sharp beast's roar came from the mountainside. A blood shadow flashed, and a huge blood shadow leaped 4 to 5 zhang and chased after the black-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man. Behind the huge blood shadow was a large group of blood monkeys. There were at least 200 to 300 of them, and they leaped and dashed towards the 2 of them. They were like countless flickering flames, extremely conspicuous. "Oh no, that's the Monkey King." Seeing this, the 2 of them were immediately scared out of their wits. Without looking back, they turned around the call and rushed into the dense forest. Among the large group of blood monkeys, there must be an especially special Monkey King. The Monkey King that was chasing after the 2 young experts was more than 3 zhang tall, and it was much more robust than the other blood monkeys. In front of the Monkey King, ordinary blood monkeys were like little children. Its blood-red fur shone with a bloody demonic light under the sunlight, and its 4 limbs were filled with a strong sense of power. Its pair of eyes emitted 2 rays of ominous light. Even though they were more than 20 zhang apart, Gu Fei could still feel the coldness in its eyes. Whoosh! The huge Monkey King's blood-red figure streaked across the sky and dashed into the dense forest, leading a group of blood monkeys into the forest. Not long after, a peerless saber aura that caused even the heaven and earth to lose their color burst out from the dense ancient forest. Following that, 9 saber auras soared out from the forest like blooming lotuses and slashed in 9 different directions. Obviously, the Blood Monkey King and its group of blood monkeys had caught up to the 2 of them, forcing the white-clothed young man to use his fiendish divine saber. Trying to escape the pursuit of the blood monkeys in the forest was simply like a dream. The white-clothed young man finally unsheathed his saber, and he had no choice but to do so. The terrifying saber aura slashed out hundreds of zhang away, causing the forest to collapse under the vast saber aura. Countless blood shadows exploded under the saber aura, bursting out with a fishy and demonic stench. 9 slashes from the saber caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The fiendish divine saber chi was like mercury spilling onto the ground, penetrating every nook and cranny. With the Blood Monkey King at the center, the ground within 100 zhang was turned into a sandy ground as 9 saber marks spread out into the distance. With a single slash, the fiendish divine saber chi was able to kill or injure the blood monkeys. The Blood Monkey King was seriously injured and was forced to retreat. The 2 blood monkeys did not dare to stay any longer after escaping from death. After determining the direction, they retreated toward Bluestone Town. Meanwhile, Gu Fei took advantage of the chaos to knock down a dozen blood monkeys in a row and ran in the opposite direction of the 2 blood monkeys. There were quite a number of blood monkeys surrounding Gu Fei, but in the end, Gu Fei relied on his unique poison physique to poison the blood monkeys one after another and broke out of the encirclement. After frantically running for 20 to 30 miles, Gu Fei finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a mountain stream, falling into a coma. However, even in a coma, Gu Fei's body was still rejecting the poison in his body. The Taiji Yin Yang fishball also appeared in front of his chest. The misty Yin and Yang Qi protected Gu Fei's heart meridians, preventing the poison from attacking his heart and ending his life. Chapter 113. When Gu Fei woke up from his coma, he found that he was still lying in the stream. He had a splitting headache and his entire body felt like it was being burned by flames. It was hot, very hot. His skin was like a red-hot soldering iron and the stream water beside him seemed to be boiling, emitting steam and bubbles. With just a slight movement, his entire body felt like it was being pierced by 10,000 needles. He couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Slowly climbing up, Gu Fei found that his surroundings were gloomy and the forest was covered in mist. Looking up, the sky was pitch black and the clouds were surging, as if a storm was coming. Gu Fei couldn't tell whether it was day or night. It was completely silent and he couldn't hear any beast roars. "I'm not dead yet, I'm not dead yet," Gu Fei muttered to himself as he staggered along the stream. His head was dizzy and the intense pain caused his mind to be in a mess. It seemed as if he would fall unconscious again at any moment. However, the inhuman pain stimulated the sensitive nerves of Gu Fei's body, causing his mind to gradually clear up. His chaotic brain began to gradually sort out his thoughts. Walking along the stream for several dozen feet, Gu Fei was surprised to find that there were many beasts lying on both sides of the stream. There were also dead fish floating in the stream with their stomachs turned upside down. Gu Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. He was going upstream, so how could the fish in the stream still be poisoned to death? Just what kind of strange poison was this that was so tyrannical and powerful? The poison that was forced out of Gu Fei's body was actually able to infect the stream upstream. It was truly shocking. It wasn't until he walked more than 100 feet in the mountain stream that the dead fish in the stream gradually disappeared. After walking another dozen feet, Gu Fei saw the shadows of fish swimming in the stream. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky, as if it had suddenly torn a long hole in the dark sky. A burst of intense light erupted, instantly illuminating the world. A gust of wind blew past, and the trees in the forest swayed violently, rustling. The wind brought with it heavy moisture, and Gu Fei could smell the scent of water. A storm was coming. A strong light flashed, and Gu Fei could vaguely see a cliff in front of the mountain stream. There seemed to be a dark cave at the bottom of the cliff, and the stream was flowing out from that cave. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. Moreover, his current situation was not good. There were still remnants of poison in his body, causing his body to be extremely weak. If he ran into any powerful beasts, his life would be in danger. Of course, if that unlucky beast ate Gu Fei, it would also be poisoned to death. After being washed by the stream, most of the toxins in Gu Fei's body had been expelled, but some of the toxins that had invaded his internal organs were not so easy to expel out of his body. He needed to find a place, a relatively safe place, to expel the toxins. It had to be said that the two mysterious young men's methods were really despicable. Although Gu Fei only drank a cup of poisoned wine, he was now half dead. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated ancient martial arts, tempering his body day and night, and the vitality contained in his body was extremely strong, far surpassing ordinary cultivators, that cup of poisoned wine would have taken his life. Rumble! The dark clouds in the sky were so dense that they almost covered the ground. Bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds like silver snakes swimming in the clouds. The power of heaven and earth deterred all living things. At this moment, besides the rumbling thunder, not a single beast's roar could be heard. All the beasts in the forest seemed to be hiding. Gu Fei endured the discomfort of his body and carefully walked ashore from the mountain stream. Then, he walked forward through the trees and weeds beside the mountain stream. Sure enough, there was a pitch-black hole in front of him. When the storm was about to come and the sky was dark, the hole at the bottom of the cliff was like a gaping mouth that could swallow any living creature that passed by at any time. Gu Fei felt a burst of pressure. Should he go in or not? Gu Fei pondered. Rumble! Another shocking lightning flashed across the sky, and the sound of thunder shook the world. Seeing that the storm was coming, Gu Fei weighed the pros and cons, and felt that it was better to enter the cave to avoid this storm. Carefully, his footsteps were light like a leopard cat, and without any movement, he came to the side of the cave. Gu Fei bent down to pick up a stone, threw it into the cave, and then quickly hid to the side. Plop! The sound of water came from the cave. Gu Fei carefully listened to the sound in the cave, and did not move. He was not in a hurry, and it could even be said that he was very patient. After a while, there was no more sound coming from the cave, but Gu Fei still did not move. He knew that when some berserk beasts were hunting, they would hide very well and would not easily attack. Although the intelligence of berserk beasts was far less than that of humans, hunting was their nature. In this aspect, humans were far inferior to berserk beasts. They were the most outstanding killers in the jungle. Sha-sha! Heavy rain fell from the sky, covering the world with a layer of rain curtain. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the wind howled. The storm that had been brewing for a long time finally arrived. The rain drenched Gu Fei's clothes, blurring his eyes. He leaned against the side of the cave, motionless. Finally, after confirming that there was nothing strange in the cave, Gu Fei slowly walked into the cave. The cave was the source of the mountain stream. Through the flashing lightning from time to time, Gu Fei could vaguely see the water in the cave. After the lightning passed, the cave became so dark that he could not even see his fingers. He did not know where this cave extended to. Gu Fei did not dare to go too deep. Instead, he found a clean place near the cave entrance, leaned against the cave wall, and sat down cross-legged. He cut open his palms, and then operated the mysterious technique, slowly shaking his internal organs, muscles, and bones. Wave after wave of yuan qi began to gather in his dantian. The colorful light began to circulate, and then spread out from his dantian, spreading to his limbs and bones. The yuan qi in his body washed through his internal organs like a wave, forcing out the poison that had invaded his internal organs, through the cut skin of his palms. Gradually, with the circulation of yuan qi in Gu Fei's body, the surrounding spiritual energy also began to slowly gather towards him, seeping into his body, causing the heat all over his body to begin to ease. As time passed, traces of poisonous blood began to seep out from Gu Fei's palms. It was purplish-black blood, and besides the stench, the poisonous blood also carried a faint fragrance, like the fragrance of some kind of flower. While Gu Fei was in the cave operating the mysterious technique to expel the poison, in a courtyard in Bluestone Town, a room next to a lotus pond emitted a bright light. A black-clothed man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat braved the heavy rain and hurriedly walked in from outside the courtyard. He bypassed the lotus pond and went straight to the room that was still lit. When he came to the door, the man took off the bamboo hat and coat, put it aside, and then was about to knock on the door. "Come in." At this time, a calm voice came from inside the room. "Yes, young master." The man respectfully and carefully opened the door, and then flashed into the room. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a bed, a table, 2 tea tables, and several chairs. The 2 walls of the room and the table were burning with red candles. A young man was holding a book, reading under the candlelight. "Young master, this is information about those 2 people." The person who came in was a middle-aged man with yellow skin. This person's eyes were full of spirit, and his footsteps were silent. It was obvious that he was a smart and capable person. The young master put down the book in his hand, took a stack of papers from the middle-aged man, and then began to read. After only reading a few, the young man's face changed. Chapter 114. A storm enveloped heaven and earth. The lightning in the sky danced like silver snakes, and thunder shook the sky. The power of heaven and earth was irresistible. In the depths of the forest, the cave where Gu Fei was in had become a water curtain cave. The rainwater rushing down from the cliff almost covered the cave entrance. On a rock beside the cave entrance, Gu Fei sat cross-legged with his back against the cave wall. Faint rumbles of thunder could be heard all over his body, as if he was resonating with the thunder and lightning in the sky. The sound of the heavenly thunder drum forged his muscles and bones. At this moment, Gu Fei was using this divine ability to force out the poison. An endless amount of spiritual energy gathered around him, forming faintly discernible spots of spiritual energy outside his body. On his palm, the stinky purplish-black poisonous blood with a faint fragrance flowed down, dripping onto the stone in front of him, and then flowing from the stone into the water below. The poisonous blood melted into the water and gradually spread. The fish in the cave gradually floated up from the water and were all poisoned to death. This kind of strange poison was really terrifying. A drop of poisonous blood could turn a body of water into poisonous water. All living things in the water would die and become lifeless stagnant water. Suddenly, whoosh! A green shadow rushed out of the water in front of Gu Fei and then landed on Gu Fei's right palm. It was a small green snake the size of a chopstick and less than a foot long. It was really incredible that this small snake was not poisoned to death by the strange poison that melted into the water. Even a fierce beast like the blood monkey would die when it came into contact with the poisonous sweat on Gu Fei's body. This Xiaoqing snake was actually able to survive. It was really extraordinary. The small green snake actually bit the middle finger of Gu Fei's right hand. 2 sharp teeth protruded from its upper jaw, breaking the skin of Gu Fei's middle finger and piercing into his flesh. It actually pierced through Gu Fei's flesh. The 2 sharp teeth of the Xiaoqing snake were obviously more powerful than divine weapons. All of this happened too suddenly and too quickly. By the time Gu Fei was alerted, the Xiaoqing snake had already bitten his middle finger. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat, but immediately after, the unvented heat in his body, the astonishing heat produced by the evaporation of the strange poison in his body, suddenly seemed to have broken through a gap, and poured out from his middle finger. The bite of the Xiaoqing snake seemed to have opened a gate, allowing the heat poison in Gu Fei's body to escape. Gu Fei immediately felt a cooling sensation throughout his body. His skin, which was so red that it looked as if it was about to drip blood, began to gradually fade and his body temperature began to drop. What kind of snake is this? Gu Fei did not make any move. He calmly sized up the little green snake that was biting his right middle finger. The dim cave did not hinder his vision. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, as long as there was a little light, He could clearly see everything around him. He saw that the little snake was covered with small green scales, and there was a faint green luster flowing on the scales. The entire slender snake body seemed to be carved out of jasper, crystal clear. However, what surprised Gu Fei the most was that there were two small protrusions on the small head of the Xueqi snake. The protrusions were not scales, and the color was not green, but a faint silver, which was not obvious. Could it be that it has grown horns? Gu Fei was extremely surprised. If it really had grown horns, then this Xueqi snake was not an ordinary snake. It was said that there were some strange beasts in the world that inherited a trace of the bloodline of ancient holy beasts. If the trace of bloodline in their body could be stimulated, and if it was enlarged infinitely, the power of ancient holy beasts could be reproduced. Could it be that this Xueqi snake was actually a holy snake with a trace of the bloodline of a real dragon? If that was the case, the potential of this Xueqi snake was simply unlimited. Returning to its ancestry, with the body of a snake, the holy snake with the bloodline of a real dragon. Even after thousands of generations, the bloodline of a real dragon was extremely thin, but there was still a chance of returning to its ancestry. Of course, the process of returning to its ancestry was definitely full of dangers, and it was bound to go through thousands of hardships. It was a magnificent feat that was one in a million. Although Gu Fei guessed so, it was only his wishful thinking in the end. No one knew whether this Xueqi snake had the bloodline of a real dragon or not. However, even so, this Xueqi snake also showed an extraordinary side. It was actually sucking the remaining poison in Gu Fei's body. Fine purple-black poisonous qi as thin as hair converged towards the two sharp teeth of Xueqi snake which pierced into Gu Fei's middle finger along Gu Fei's middle finger. Less than an hour later, as if the Xueqi snake had been full of the poisonous blood, it slithered off Gu Fei's palm and coiled up on a stone beside Gu Fei, remaining still. This bizarre little snake seemed to be refining the poisonous blood as a wisp of vague spiritual source seemed to be flowing over its cyan body. Gu Fei was shocked to find that a small part of the remaining poison in his body had been sucked away by the Xueqi snake. The bloody color over its body had faded away as it gradually recovered its strength. It seems that it will take me a few days to completely remove the remaining poison in my body. Dragon Emperor City, Ruin Heavenly Realm, I'd better not waste time. Gu Fei couldn't help but worry about it. He didn't know whether Dan Chenzi had already arrived at Dragon Emperor City with Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others, or whether they would wait for him. No matter what, he had to go to Dragon Emperor City. Gu Fei faintly felt that the trip to Ruin Heavenly Realm might be an opportunity for him to break through his destiny. He would not give up until he was in despair. Among the 9 meridians of Taishien's sect, Green Spirit Peak had been declining for hundreds of years. Not only were they ridiculed by their peers, but even few people in the top 3 Taoist sects mentioned Green Spirit Peak. It seemed that people in the cultivation world had forgotten about the existence of Green Spirit Peak in Taishien's sect. Gu Fei had a heavy burden on his shoulders. Whether he liked it or not, as the only successor of Green Spirit Peak, the heavy burden of revitalizing Green Spirit Peak naturally fell on his shoulders. He couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. The storm raged for several hours before it gradually weakened. When the clouds and rain dispersed, endless starlight sprinkled down from the sky. At this time, it was already night time. Dripping sounds could be heard everywhere, and the air was filled with water vapor. Gu Fei's body seemed to be rippling with a layer of the world's yuan qi, which was the power of water of the 5 elements. The essence of heaven and earth that Gu Fei absorbed mainly consisted of wood essence, earth essence, and water essence, while the fire essence and metal essence were much thinner. The 5 elements inside and outside resonated with each other. Using the 5 elements inside his body to guide the 5 elements of heaven and earth into his body, Gu Fei's body seemed to be injected with endless vitality. His injured body that had been ravaged by the strange poison gradually recovered its vigor. Gu Fei had already recovered some of his cultivation strength. If he didn't encounter any powerful fierce beasts, he could easily protect himself in this endless primeval woods. Gu Fei continued to agitate the essence in his body, gathering the spiritual yuan of heaven and earth to refine his injured body. He slowly forced the remaining poison out of his body like silk. It was not until the sun rose in the east that he woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, the Xueqi snake on the rock sensed that something was wrong. It raised its head vigilantly and flicked its tongue. Gu Fei smiled indifferently. He didn't have any hostility towards the Xueqi snake. Instead, he stood up and took off the tattered clothes on his body. Then he got down from the rock and walked into the water to wash himself. Chapter 115. At noon 3 days later, on the avenue leading to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, a fleet of vehicles was moving forward while the horses were roaring. There were many boxes or bags of goods on the big carriages being pulled by 4 horses side by side. After counting carefully, there were 20 to 30 such big carriages. The carriages were guarded by over 100 mercenaries who were holding weapons in their hands with dumbfounded looks. On both sides of the avenue were dense primitive woods. Some fierce beasts might jump out of the woods at any time. Therefore, these mercenaries dared not be careless. There was a carriage in the middle of the fleet. Its window was covered with a cloth curtain. Nobody could see clearly who was sitting inside. That person inside was also very mysterious. Even when the fleet stopped for a rest and lunch, that person didn't get out of the carriage. What made those mercenaries confused was that this boss Zhang, a salt merchant from Central Plains, treated the person inside the carriage very respectfully. He always came back from the front of the fleet to greet the person inside the carriage. The leader of this group of mercenaries was a man with a full beard and a short stature. He was lean and strong, and wherever his skin could be seen, his muscles were like coiling dragons, full of power. This bearded man was clearing the way in front of the fleet with Boss Zhang, a salt merchant from Central Plains. With a pitch-black huge axe on his shoulder, the bearded man was humming a folk song, which made him look majestic. Heh. Boss Zhang, what's the background of that person in the carriage behind us? The bearded man smirked as he asked a slightly fat middle-aged man in brocade clothes, who was riding a tall horse on his side. I can't tell you. Boss Zhang said mysteriously with a smile. Boss Zhang, we're old friends. Your goods have been escorted by this old who and a bunch of brothers over these years. As we're familiar with each other, please tell me something. The bearded mercenary leader old whose curiosity was aroused by Boss Zhang. This bearded man was the head of a mercenary organization among numerous mercenaries who were active between Bluestone Town and Dragon Emperor City. There were many such mercenary organizations in Bluestone Town. This bearded man was a bit famous in the circle of mercenaries. Merchants traveling from south to north, unless they were strong and had a large number of specially trained guards, they would have to hire mercenaries to protect their goods. However, the price of hiring a group of mercenaries was not low. This trade route in the southern wasteland was not peaceful at all. No merchant dared to walk in the southern wasteland without hiring mercenaries. Without the protection of mercenaries, not only would their goods be robbed by bandits, even their lives would be threatened. In the southern wasteland, killing people and robbing them was a common occurrence. Spending some money to hire dozens of mercenaries to protect the safety of the goods and people was still very worthwhile. Hee. This person is my benefactor, he saved my life. Boss Zhang laughed. When the bearded man heard this, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? Could it be that Brother Zhang encountered those robbers who killed and robbed people? Yes. We didn't encounter bandits, but a herd of beasts, and it was a large group of bloodthirsty wolves, said Boss Zhang. Bloodthirsty wolf pack? The bearded man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The bearded man had traveled between Bluestone Town and Dragon Emperor City for many times. Of course, he knew the power of fierce wolves. They were a group of ferocious beasts that ate humans without spitting out their bones. Did that man save you from the wolf pack? The bearded man asked in disbelief as he widely opened his eyes. Boss Zhang nodded and couldn't help but think of an evening 2 days ago. At that time, when his convoy was less than 50 miles away from Bluestone Town, they encountered a pack of bloodthirsty wolves that suddenly rushed out of the dense woods. Over 100 fierce wolves as large as calves were enough to tear them apart and devour them. Even their bones might not be left. When they were in a hopeless situation, a man appeared. This man showed his great battle strength and easily killed the bloodthirsty wolf king among the wolves, scaring them away. Therefore, Boss Zhang went forward to express his gratitude. After a short talk, Boss Zhang knew that this youth was also heading for Dragon Emperor City. Therefore, he enthusiastically invited this youth in white clothes to go with them so that they could take care of each other on the way. Of course, this Central Plains salt merchant, Boss Zhang, also had his own selfish motives. This young man could kill the wolf king among the wolves as easily as taking something out of his pocket. With this young man in the convoy, he did not have to be so worried. After thinking about it for a short while, the youth agreed. However, he put forward a condition to Boss Zhang. He didn't want to see anyone else except Boss Zhang. Translator, WQL Editor. Alim, there was a courier station 60 miles away from Bluestone Town. Boss Zhang and Big Beard arranged to meet there. From the courier station to Dragon Emperor City, Boss Zhang's fleet would be escorted by Big Beard and over 100 mercenaries. In the mercenary industry, they ate on the edge of a knife and lived a life where there would be no tomorrow. However, the treatment was generous. Even if they were to die a heroic death, their families would receive a large pension and they would not have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. Therefore, although this industry was full of dangers, many people joined mercenary teams. I see. After hearing Boss Zhang's explanation, the bearded man didn't ask him about that person in the carriage anymore. After all, the bearded man knew some taboos in the mercenary industry. He would never ask about things that he shouldn't know. Even if he knew, he would pretend to be deaf and dumb. Curiosity was not a good habit. It was often fatal. While the bearded man and Boss Zhang were talking in the front, they didn't know that their words had been heard by the youth in the carriage behind them. The carriage that the young man was in was at least 100 feet away from Big Beard and the others who were clearing the path ahead. However, with the young man's cultivation base, any movement within 100 feet would not be able to escape his eyes and ears. Even if an embroidery needle fell to the ground, he would be able to hear it clearly. Humph! This guy surnamed Zheng is smart. He didn't expose my look. A youth was sitting in the carriage with legs crossed. A small cyan snake was coiling on his right hand. 2 tiny teeth holes could be vaguely seen on the middle finger of the youth's right hand. The carriage seemed to be filled with a faint fragrance of plants. The youth's eyes were like cold stars, his face was like a knife, and his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? You little guy. You actually swallowed a beast crystal. That's really surprising, Gu Fei said with a faint smile as he gently played with the Xiaoqing snake on his hand. It turned out that when this little azure snake had entered Gu Fei's magic treasure pouch that day, it had actually gone for the beast crystal within the magic treasure pouch and swallowed the jade green beast crystal that was the size of a finger. The jade green beast crystal that looked like a pearl was something Gu Fei had obtained from the 3-eyed divine mink that he had met by chance. However, it had now been swallowed by the Xiaoqing snake. After swallowing the beast crystal, the Xiaoqing snake's abdomen bulged. That beast crystal was not that easy to refine. After swallowing the beast crystal, the Xiaoqing snake became listless. Only when Gu Fei used his power to expel the poison did the Xiaoqing snake slowly crawl out of the magic treasure pouch and suck the poison in Gu Fei's body. 2 days ago, when Gu Fei came out of the primitive forest, he met Boss Zhang and his group who were surrounded by wolves. So he killed the Wolf King, scared off the wolf pack, and saved Boss Zhang and his group. He didn't like to deal with people, so he wanted to leave. However, when he talked with Boss Zhang, he found out that Boss Zhang was a salt merchant in the Central Plains. He was preparing to transport 10 carts of salt to the southern wasteland to sell. The southern wasteland didn't produce salt, so it was rare in the southern wasteland. Boss Zhang transported the salt to the southern wasteland in exchange for its rare products, and then transported it back to the Central Plains to earn the difference in price. Back and forth, Boss Zhang could net tens of thousands of gold with each trip. However, his strength was limited. He couldn't sell salt to the southern wasteland on a large scale. For big organizations like Haotian Business Group and Rising Sun Trading Company, they could make more than tens of thousands of gold coins by traveling between the Central Plains and the southern wasteland. Boss Zhang's tens of thousands of gold coins couldn't even match the fraction of those organizations. This was the advantage of big business groups and big trading companies. With great wealth and power, they could always do big business. They could dispatch hundreds or even thousands of people. Additionally, they had their own guards. They didn't need to hire mercenaries at all. Boss Zhang invited them. Therefore, Gu Fei agreed to go to the Dragon Emperor City in the southern wasteland with Boss Zhang and his group. In a couple of days, the remaining poison in my body would be completely removed. Wait for me, those 3 guys. I will definitely take revenge for them. When Gu Fei thought about how he was almost poisoned by Chu Tian and those 2 mysterious young men and lost his life, he found it difficult to restrain the rage in his chest. These 3 people had already been on his must-kill list. Of course, he didn't know that Chu Tian was just used as a spear by others. Beitang Ao and Dong Fong Long secretly tampered with the liquor that Gu Fei drank. Chu Tian didn't know this. Moreover, Chu Tian didn't know these 2 people either. However, even if Chu Tian knew that it was done by these 2 people, he didn't dare to denounce them. After all, the forces behind these two people were not small. The abdomen of that Xueqi snake was still bulging. That beast crystal had not been completely refined. After sucking the poisonous blood, the green snake lazily crawled back into the magic treasure pouch on Gu Fei's waist. This little guy didn't seem to be shy with strangers and wasn't afraid of Gu Fei. This Xueqi snake stayed with Gu Fei for the time being because there were two items in Gu Fei's magic treasure pouch that attracted this little guy. An egg-sized yellow beast crystal and a pitch-black bead. The bead was more advanced than the beast crystal. It was a beast core. Only demonic beasts could form beast cores inside their bodies. That bead was the inner beast core of that immature black water serpent that Gu Fei got from the mysterious cave at the bottom of the icy green pool. At this time, the speed of the caravan suddenly slowed down, and a clamor came from the front. Gu Fei peered through the curtain and saw a large group of people with flags fluttering in the wind a few dozen meters ahead. Rising Sun Trading Company, Chu? Gu Fei vaguely saw the following words on the flags. At the sight of these words, Gu Fei's pupils instantly contracted. Chapter 116. The scale of the Rising Sun Trading Company's caravan was very large. There were about 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards wearing soft armor and purple headbands on their foreheads, riding on tall horses. Furthermore, the horses that the yellow-robed guards rode on were not ordinary horses. They were black-armored war steeds, and they were all 1 in 1,000 excellent steeds. Only a great force like the Rising Sun Trading Company could possess black-armored war horses, which were comparable to the heavy cavalry of the three empires. Of course, the yellow-robed guards of the Rising Sun Trading Company did not dare to wear armor, boots, and helmets in public. This was because doing so would be a great taboo of the three empires. The empires could turn a blind eye to the training of guards in private. However, if they trained soldiers in private, it would be a different matter. They could be accused of conspiring at any time and be punished with the extermination of their entire clan. Even so, these 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards of the Rising Sun Trading Company could rely on the black-armored war horses to break up and defeat thousands of bandits in an instant, even if they encountered them. This was not an exaggeration. TSK. Look at their equipment. That's what you call excellent equipment. Big Beard, who was carrying a huge axe, licked his lips when he saw the black-armored war horses under the yellow-robed guards. The envy in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. Banners fluttered, carriages roared, and horses roared. This was simply a march, not a caravan. The Rising Sun Trading Company's ostentatious display was big enough to deter the few bandit forces that had designs on them. Hee, Brother Beard, if you are envious, you can join the Rising Sun Trading Company. With Brother Beard's strength, isn't it a piece of cake for you to be the commander of the guards? Boss Zhang said with a smile. Bah. To be someone else's slave? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not that cheap. Big Beard said while glaring. This Big Beard was obviously a person who would rather be a beggar than a slave. Big Beard and the others slowed down the speed of the caravan and followed the Rising Sun Trading Company from a distance. The smoke and dust in front of them blew over from time to time, but they did not mind it. Instead, they chatted and laughed in a relaxed manner. It seemed that following behind them and eating their dust was also a pleasure. Even the big bearded man hung the big axe on the saddle, tore open the leather armor on his chest, and chatted with Boss Zhang. They talked about everything under the sun, and spittle flew everywhere. This was because the Rising Sun Caravan's people were clearing the path in front of them. If anything happened, the people in front of them would shoulder the burden. Therefore, Big Beard and the others naturally did not need to be so nervous. In the carriage of the Central Plains salt merchant, Boss Zhang, Gu Fei did not bat an eyelid, although he really wanted to rush forward, drag Chu Tian out, and slap him to death. However, now was not the time. He had to endure it. His strength had not fully recovered, and the remaining poison in his body had not been completely purged. He could not unleash the full power of his martial arts. I'll let you live for 2 more days. Gu Fei forcefully suppressed the anger in his chest. He had no choice but to do this. He had to kill Chu Tian in his peak state, because Chu Tian was not simple. If he failed to kill him in one strike and allowed him to escape, it would be a source of trouble in the future. Needless to say, South Wilderness was really vast. After walking on the avenue leading to Dragon Emperor City for 2 days, Zhang Tai could vaguely see a huge city at the end of the endless primeval woods like a wild beast in the prehistoric wilderness. That was Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. Nobody knew when Dragon Emperor City was built, not even the old fogies on the continent. Perhaps Dragon Emperor City had existed for a long time. As a result, people's memory about Dragon Emperor City had been eroded by the merciless time. It was said that Dragon Emperor City had existed in South Wilderness since far ancient times. However, this rumor couldn't be verified. Even the oldest classics on the continent didn't record when this huge city appeared. The setting sun was as red as blood, which dyed all the clouds in the skyline into fiery red, forming brilliant fiery clouds. On the avenue, the fleet of carriages stretched for miles. Noisy people and horses neighed. In front of the fleet was the most powerful and well-equipped rising sun caravan with fluttering flags. 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards were riding black-armored battle horses and guarding the carts of goods in an awe-inspiring manner. After the rising sun caravan were 7 to 8 small caravans that had gathered on the road over the past 2 days. In this way, the fleet of carriages stretched for miles on the avenue. Actually, these small caravans behind the rising sun caravan had the same idea as Boss Zhang, the salt merchant from the Central Plains. They were all using the rising sun caravan's power to intimidate others. By staying close to the rising sun caravan, they could avoid robbers by relying on the power of the rising sun caravan. Over the past 2 days, Gu Fei, who was hiding in the fleet of Boss Zhang, finally got rid of all the remaining toxins in his body and recovered to his peak state. He planned to launch an attack tonight. Chu Tian dared to use despicable methods to harm him. His actions were unforgivable. Only by using Chu Tian's blood could he quell his anger. The light between the heavens and the earth receded and darkness gradually descended. Night came quietly. The endless stars in the sky were like shy girls slowly removing their veils, sprinkling down endless starlight. After a day's journey, the people and horses were tired. When night fell, the fleet of carriages that stretched for miles also stopped. They set up camp by the roadside and lit bonfires. Some people directly walked into the forest by the roadside and hunted a few wild animals, or untied their rations from the carriages and swallowed them with coarse wine. Outside, it was fine as long as they could fill their stomachs. There was not much to be concerned about. While no one was paying attention, Gu Fei slipped out of the carriage and entered the dense forest by the roadside. He passed through the dense forest. His movements were like a phantom, like a ghost, avoiding the people's eyes and ears as he quickly moved forward. In the campsite of the rising sun caravan, a large purple tent was set up. The tent was brightly lit and there were 2 guards standing at the entrance. Inside the tent, 2 people were leisurely playing chess. One of the 2 people playing chess was a young man in luxurious clothes, and the other was a middle-aged scholar in green clothes, holding a feather fan and silk scarf. How many people have been bewitched by you 19 times? I lost again. Mr. Ning's chess skills can be said to be unparalleled in the present age. I admire you. The young man in luxurious clothes stared at the chessboard and pondered for a long time before finally saying these words. The scholar in front of the young man gently waved his feather fan. 3 strands of black beard hung down to his chest. His face was as white as jade, and his phoenix eyes and long eyebrows made him look strange and elegant. When he smiled, he gave people a feeling that he was extraordinary. The middle-aged scholar, Mr. Ning, was about to speak. Suddenly, his expression changed and he waved the feather fan in his hand toward the chessboard on the table. The chessboard immediately flew up, and the black and white chess pieces on it fell to the ground. The chessboard went around the young man and blocked his back. The engraved lines on the chessboard seemed to come to life, rushing out and crisscrossing each other, like a net being laid out. Chapter 117. Under the curtain of night, the campsite of the rising sun caravan was very peaceful. The guards and workers were cooking and feeding the horses as usual. However, when a white figure appeared, the tranquility of the campsite was instantly broken. A white figure dashed out from the primitive jungle beside the main road like lightning. Before the guards could react, the white figure had already appeared beside the big tent in the center of the campsite. He directly broke open the tent and stepped into the tent. Boom! The campsite of the rising sun caravan was instantly in an uproar. The yellow-robed guards who had woken up turned pale with fright. They picked up their weapons and rushed towards the tent in the center from all directions. However, at this moment, there was a scene in the tent. A cold-looking young man with long hair fluttering in the wind and a murderous aura was punching towards the young man in embroidered clothes who was sitting beside the table in the tent. The pneuma was vast and mighty, and the misty 5-colored aura surged forward like a surging river. Pang! The dust on the ground seemed to have been lashed by a whip, rushing up and spreading in all directions. All of this happened too suddenly. When the young man broke open the tent and entered, the young man in embroidered clothes was startled by the enemy's attack. He turned pale with fright and stood up from the chair. However, the response of the middle-aged scholar opposite the young man was extremely fast. When the young man broke open the tent, the feather fan in his hand swept across the chessboard in front of him. The chessboard immediately burst out with misty light, bypassing the young man in embroidered clothes and moving forward to block the young man in embroidered clothes. The 19 vertical and horizontal lines on the chessboard seemed to have come to life. They rushed out from the chessboard and interweaved into a net. The net quickly spread out and caught the young man's incoming fist energy. Seeing this, the young man could not help but be startled. He seemed to have not expected that there was such an expert by Chu Tian's side. However, the young man's fist momentum did not change. His fist was like a meteorite falling from the sky, but also like a meteor streaking across the sky. The green-robed scholar Mr. Ning could not help but be moved at this moment. The newcomer was incomparably powerful and the strength he displayed was frightening. An expert. Definitely a rare expert. The energy net instantly collided with the young man's fist, making a sound like cloth being torn apart. The big net that was trapping him was immediately shattered by the punch. The fist, which was surrounded by 5-colored divine light, broke through the energy net. Bang! It directly hit the chessboard. Buzz! The chessboard shook violently from the punch, and it was sent flying back towards the young man in embroidered clothes who had a shocked expression on his face. Ha! Mr. Ning let out a loud shout. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the chessboard that was flying backwards. The chessboard immediately spun and stopped in midair. Gu Fei, is that you? At this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes cried out in alarm, and his mind shook violently. He retreated a few steps and even knocked over the table in front of him. Humph! Chu Tian, today is the day you die. The white-clothed youth who had suddenly charged in was Gu Fei, who had taken advantage of the darkness of the night to seek revenge. Gu Fei, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. At this time, Chu Tian had also lost his calm. Gu Fei's unparalleled strength and killing intent made him tremble in fear, and he lost his previous calm. Hee. Misunderstanding? How can there be so many misunderstandings in this world? Gu Fei looked around and said, "Where are those two guys? Call them out." At this time, there was a clamor of people outside. Shouts rose and fell, and heavy footsteps quickly moved towards this place. Dozens of yellow-robed guards had already rushed in from the big hole behind Gu Fei with swords and sabers in their hands. Kill! A man who seemed to be the leader of the guards pointed at Gu Fei with a long sword in his hand. Kill! The dozens of yellow-robed guards immediately brandished the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Gu Fei like wolves and tigers. Don't! Chu Tian hurriedly shouted, but it was already too late. Courting death! Gu Fei instantly turned around and rushed into the crowd like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Bang, bang, bang! The heads of 5 guards were directly smashed into their chests, and the chests of 7 guards caved in, and they flew out with their chests sticking to their backs. The leader of the guards had the worst ending. His weapon was directly smashed by Gu Fei's punch, and the broken pieces of the weapon were like thousands of sharp flying knives, shooting back. Puff, 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 puff. The leader's body was full of holes. Even though he was wearing a soft armor inside, it was still pierced, like a water bag being pierced through, and blood spurted out from the leader's body. The inside of the tent suddenly became a slaughterhouse. Dozens of guards were instantly killed by Gu Fei in a flash, and the pungent smell of blood filled the tent. The middle-aged scholar with a feather fan and Chu Tian, the young master of the rising sun, both changed their expressions. Gu Fei's power immediately deterred the group of guards who were about to rush in. An ominous glint flashed in Gu Fei's eyes, like a peerless ferocious beast. He coldly glanced at the people outside, and the group of guards outside the tent immediately became restless. They looked at each other, and for a moment, no one dared to enter the tent again. Gu Fei, I really didn't poison you. It was those 2 bastards Dongfeng Long and Beitang Ao who did it. After all, Chu Tian was used to big scenes. Although he was shocked, he quickly calmed down. In fact, Chu Tian relied on Mr. Ning beside him to have such courage. This middle-aged scholar, Mr. Ning, was actually a strange person. Moreover, we only met for the first time that day. I have no reason to harm you. Chu Tian quickly said again. He could see that Gu Fei was a decisive person, and this kind of person was not to be trifled with. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. Chu Tian's words seemed to be reasonable, and it was impossible for Chu Tian to make a move on a stranger without any reason. Dongfang Long. Beitang Ao? Dongfang. Could it be? When Gu Fei thought of this, his eyes shone brightly, and a heart-palpitating evil qi surged out from his body, and everyone immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Gu Fei's action made the hearts of the two people opposite him jump. Mr. Ning even suspended the chessboard in front of him, and looked at Gu Fei with a serious expression. If Gu Fei made any strange movements, he would mercilessly attack. This chessboard had actually been refined into a treasure by Mr. Ning, and the power displayed just now was just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, a white strange bird flew in from outside the tent and landed on Chu Tian's shoulder. This strange bird was only the size of a fist, and its feathers were as white as snow. It had a pair of sharp golden claws, and there was a strand of bright red feathers on its head. If one didn't look closely, one would think that it had a red flesh crown. There was a cylinder tied to the strange bird's leg. Chu Tian quickly untied the cylinder from the bird's leg, and then took out a roll of paper from it. Gu Fei, I know where Beitang Ao is. You can go find him directly, and prove that what I said is true. Chu Tian opened the roll of paper, and said to Gu Fei after reading it anxiously. He is there? Gu Fei asked. He had already vaguely guessed that this matter was not that simple, and it might be a disaster. Dongfang family. Gu Fei felt a burst of irritation. They are confronting the Haotian caravan 30 li ahead. Chu Tian said quickly. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind suddenly blew within the tent. Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared from the tent. A white figure quickly rushed out of the Rising Sun Caravan's campsite. Chapter 118. Gu Fei left in the blink of an eye. The battle didn't break out. Chu Tian instantly relaxed his tense nerves, making him feel exhausted. Only then did he realize that his clothes had long been soaked in cold sweat. Gu Fei gave him a terrifying feeling. He was like a deity or a demon. Gu Fei was decisive in killing. In a split second, he had killed over a dozen guards with the force of a thunderbolt. Looking at the mess in front of him and the pungent smell of blood rushing into his nose, Chu Tian's face was still extremely pale. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't doubt Gu Fei's determination to kill him at all. If Mr. Ning was not present, he might have died here with a grievance. If he was really killed by Gu Fei, then he, Chu Tian, would have died in vain. The guards that were killed by Gu Fei were in an incomparably miserable state. All of them had their bones and tendons broken, their flesh turned into mud, and their bodies were no longer in human shape. These well-trained guards were nothing more than ants before Gu Fei. Who is this person? Why did you offend such a powerful figure? Mr. Ning waved his sleeve and put the chessboard in front of him into his sleeve. He's called Gu Fei, and he's an ascetic cultivator. However, his identity shouldn't be simple. That Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao seemed to be extremely afraid of him, and they didn't hesitate to use despicable methods to kill him. Chu Tian didn't conceal anything and told Mr. Ning about the sequence of events. Dongfang clan of Eastern Qi and Beitang clan of Southern Yan. When did these two cultivation clans get together? Strange. Who could make them afraid? Mr. Ning slightly waved his feather fan. After listening to Chu Tian's story, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, on the ancient road leading to Dragon Emperor City, there was a camp about 15 kilometers ahead of the camp of the Rising Sun Caravan. This camp was larger and had more people than the camp of the Rising Sun Caravan. However, at this time, the camp was brightly lit, and the sound of people clamoring could be heard. A group of black-clothed people were confronting hundreds of cyan-clothed guards in front of the camp. They were led by a tall and straight young man in black and a middle-aged man in black with a pale face and no facial hair. Although the young man was handsome and his eyes were like cold stars, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man gave people a very strange feeling. Especially his eyes, which were incomparably deep and emitted a dense chill. Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over that thing, or else... Humph. The black-clothed young man looked maliciously at the white-clothed young man, who was standing in front of hundreds of guards. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. This young man was the mysterious person who had tried to assassinate Gu Fei twice. Beitang Ao, if you know what's good for you, then quickly retreat. Offending our Ling clan won't do your Beitang clan any good. Beside the handsome white-clothed young master stood an old servant in a cyan gown. It was this old servant who spoke those words. Li Zhong, your surname is not Ling. If you're willing to hand over that thing, I might consider sparing your life. At this moment, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward and impatiently said to the old servant. The black-clothed middle-aged man was filled with a dangerous qi. An extremely obscure strength was surging inside his body. He was like a ferocious beast lurking in the dense woods, ready to launch a fatal strike at any passing prey. Undoubtedly, the middle-aged man's prey were the members of Haotian Ling clan. That handsome young master was Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man, while that old servant in a cyan gown was Grandad Zhong. Dragon Emperor City was over 100 miles away from the ancient road. However, Ling Luoyan and the others could never imagine that their caravan could encounter members of Beitang clan outside Dragon Emperor City. Seeing Beitang Ao's unbridled gaze roaming around her body, Ling Luoyan's face turned ashen. She gripped the long sword at her waist, wishing she could rush forward and dig out Beitang Ao's eyeballs to feed to the wild dogs. This person was really too hateful. As the beloved daughter of the head of Ling clan, nobody had ever dared to look at Ling Luoyan in such a blatant manner. She was extremely disgusted by Beitang Ao's gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have what you want. Grandad Zhong's aged words contained a kind of decisiveness. He looked straight at the black-clothed middle-aged man and emitted a majestic aura as he confronted the powerful enemy in front of him. Although he was old, his battle spirit was not. As a martial artist, Grandad Zhong displayed a kind of fearless spirit. Although the enemy was powerful, he would never hesitate in a battle. You don't know? I think you're just pretending to be crazy. The black-clothed youth, Beitang Ao, stared at Grandad Zhong and said coldly, Since you don't want to hand it over yourself, then I have to take it myself. The middle-aged man said with a cold expression as he stepped forward and wanted to attack Grandad Zhong. Clang! Hundreds of green-clothed guards immediately unsheathed their weapons and pointed them forward. The green-clothed guards of the Haotian merchant group were well trained. Their movements were neat and uniform, and a fierce aura immediately spread out. Obviously, these guards were real martial artists who had seen blood and killed people on the battlefield. The killing intent of hundreds of people gathered together. Even a young expert like Beitang Ao could not help but be moved. So what if you have more people? In my eyes, you're just a group of ants. The middle-aged man looked at the hundreds of green-clothed guards in front of him and said indifferently. At the same time, a majestic and heavy energy fluctuation spread out from the middle-aged man's body. He was not being arrogant, nor was he speaking nonsense. This middle-aged man definitely had the strength to sweep away hundreds of green-clothed guards. Grandad Zhong's face was ashen. He knew that he was probably doomed tonight. This middle-aged man was definitely a rare expert in the Beitang clan, and he was not his opponent. The Beitang clan was one of the top cultivation clans in the Yen kingdom. It had a long history, and no one knew what kind of foundation this clan had. They only knew that this clan was definitely not simple. To be able to not be buried in history and continue to be passed down, such a cultivation clan must have something extraordinary. Uncle, why do you need to kill these people personally? It's better for me to get rid of these ants. Beitang Ao said disdainfully. He did not put the people of the Haotian merchant group in his eyes at all. All right. Quickly bring the things over. I don't want to have any more problems. The middle-aged man nodded and retreated. This place was not far from the Dragon Emperor City. It would not be good if they attracted the attention of other experts. Humph! Dang! Beitang Ao strode forward and stretched out his right hand. Pang! A green light burst out from his palm. A large amount of green silk threads immediately shot out from his palm. Like countless tentacles, they entangled towards Grandad Zhong. Those were not real silk threads, but energy threads condensed from energy. This was a kind of magical ability that Beitang Ao had mastered. It was an extremely powerful magical ability. The green energy threads could cut through anything. Xiao Cui, Xiao Yu, protect the young master and retreat. Grandad Zhong shouted in a deep voice. Then, he took a step forward and shook the long sword in his hand. OM! A dragon-like sword cry resounded as a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. The dazzling sword light, like a silver dragon, soared up to meet the entangling green energy strands. Unparalleled sword qi constantly shot out and destroyed the thousands of green strands. Then, Grandad Zhong soared into the sky, turned around in the air, and waved the long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword turned into many cold stars and fell down from the sky, shrouding Beitang Ao under the endless starlight, blocking all of his escape routes. Grandad Zhong's sword move was very marvelous. Heh! Beitang Ao's face revealed a trace of evil smile. Reversal of heaven and earth. With a light shout, Beitang Ao waved his hands, and a wave of bizarre energy fluctuations suddenly surged out from his hands. In an instant, Grandpa Zhong felt like the world was spinning. It was as if the universe had turned upside down. In the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared in front of him. Chapter 119. Seeing his sword move being completely reversed by the opponent, even if Uncle Zhong was a seasoned fighter with a mind as firm as iron, he was still shocked. This youth of the Beitang family is actually a divine arts practitioner? Uncle Zhong was overwhelmed with shock and couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. A divine arts practitioner couldn't be resisted. It wasn't something a martial artist like him could contend against. However, he was incomparably experienced in fighting. When he felt something was wrong, he immediately spun his sword and used it as a shield, blocking in front of his body. The sword qi crisscrossed, and with a sizzling sound, it actually sealed the space in front of him. The starlight sword qi that shot back instantly collided with the sword shield. Ding ding ding. A burst of crisp sounds of collisions that were as dense as rain erupted. Specks of bright sparks, like gorgeous fireworks exploding, sprinkling down a starry radiance. At the critical moment, Uncle Zhong tried his best to block the endless starlight sword qi, but in the end, he was also knocked back by the unparalleled sword qi and lost his footing. However, it also resolved the danger of being injured by his own sword move. The two of them exchanged blows for a short moment, but it made the spectators' hearts palpitate. Especially the unfathomable divine art that Beitang Ao displayed, which could actually reverse the opponent's attack, was truly terrifying. Uncle Zhong was secretly shocked. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down from his forehead. This youth in front of him, with this divine art, was already in an invincible position. Protect the young master and retreat. Uncle Zhong made a prompt decision and shouted at the group of guards. Ling Luoyan was a woman disguised as a man, so Uncle Zhong didn't call her young miss, but young master. Yes. The dozen or so yellow-clothed guards immediately accepted the order and led the hundreds of green-clothed guards to spread out, protecting Ling Luoyan, Xiao Cui, and Xiao Yu within them before retreating. Even though there were many guards of the Ling family, they didn't panic and were orderly. Every one of them was an experienced martial artist. In the secular world, these guards all had the strength of a third-rated martial artist, so it wasn't a problem for them to lift 1,000 catties. Of course, the martial artists in the secular world had long lost the true inheritance of martial arts. Although there were thousands of people who practiced martial arts, they were all martial arts that strengthened the body. The martial artists who had truly succeeded in practicing martial arts had long gone extinct. If the hundreds of third-rate warriors of the Ling family were to be released, they would be comparable to an army of thousands of men and horses. Their strength was not to be underestimated. However, in the eyes of those in the cultivation world, third-rated martial artists in the secular world were just a bunch of ants. They could kill as many as they came. You want to leave? The middle-aged man who was watching from the side waved his hand, and the dozens of black-clothed men behind him immediately rushed out like phantoms. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of them forced their way towards the several hundred green-clothed guards. If it was at any other time, then it would simply be the stupidest thing to do, like smashing an egg against a rock, and it was no different than a mad act of suicide. But today it was different. All of these black-clothed figures surged with a horrifying baleful aura, and they emanated a vast, ghastly and terrifying aura. They were simply like over 10 madmen. The qi released by the dozens of black-clothed people faintly overwhelmed the qi released by the hundreds of green-clothed guards, which was really incredible. Beitang, do you really want to kill all of us? Grandpa Zhong said in a muffled voice as he put his sword horizontally in front of him and gazed at the middle-aged man in black with his sharp eyes. I will say it again, hand that thing out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Beitang said sternly. I will say it again, I have no idea what you're talking about. Although Grandpa Zhong knew the situation was critical, he still didn't want to hand that thing out. Because he knew that the owner of this thing was in Dragon Emperor City. That person's background was greater than that of Beitang clan. If that person couldn't see this thing, Haotian Business Group would face a great disaster. Ao, do it. Beitang E ordered Beitang Ao as he squinted his deep eyes into a line. Yes, big uncle. Beitang Ao revealed a cruel smile as he strode forward. Numerous cyan strands appeared on his body, making him look like a huge cyan cocoon that was releasing tens of thousands of strands. Go! Beitang Ao roared as tens of thousands of strands of energy instantly soared into the sky and interweaved into a huge net, which covered the hundreds of people of Haotian Business Group in front of them. These hundreds of cyan guards were the backbone of Haotian Business Group. As long as they were killed, the rest were just common workers. It didn't matter whether they were killed or not. At the same time, the cyan strands shot towards Grandpa Zhong. After Grandpa Zhong tried his best to resist them for several times, his long sword was entangled by the cyan strands. Bang! The long sword was instantly minced by the cyan strands, turning into thousands of pieces that fell on the ground. Wah! With a miserable shriek, blood burst out of the cyan light as an arm flew off. That arm was holding a sword hilt. A thin figure staggered backward. You old man, go to hell. Countless cyan strands of energy rushed forward. When hundreds of people were about to be killed, Beitang Ao's reckless words were like a bolt from the blue in the ears of the others. With such a remarkable ability, even a powerful army might not be able to defeat this terrifying youth. Beitang Ao. Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the back of the camp. The rolling sound waves were like galloping horses. Hundreds of people's ears immediately buzzed, and the world became silent for a moment. Who is it? Everyone was shocked, especially Beitang E, whose face suddenly became incomparably solemn. As for Beitang Ao, his face even paled. Outrageous, that maleficent star actually didn't die. This is troublesome. Let's kill these people in front of us first. Beitang Ao's mind was shaken. The countless strands interweaved into a huge net and shrouded the hundreds of cyan guards. It's him. Ling Luoyan, who was protected by hundreds of cyan guards, was completely dumbfounded when she heard this voice. Everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with her. The person she cared about appeared in her moment of crisis. On the ancient path, a white shadow rushed from behind like the wind and lightning. The speed of the person was so fast that he left a series of afterimages in the void as he passed. In an instant, he came close to them. A mountain-like fluctuation of yuan qi surged over. Even the people of the Beitang clan turned pale. The dozens of black-clothed men were forced to retreat, and their figures were unstable. Damn it! When the person saw the scene in front of him, he was instantly furious. He directly pushed his palm forward, and endless golden light swept forward like a golden wave. Beitang Ao's cyan large net was about to descend on the heads of the hundreds of cyan guards, but the countless strands were all shattered and dissipated under the golden light. Beitang Ao felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body shook violently, and he continuously retreated a few steps. His face suddenly flushed red, and the blood in his chest and abdomen were rolling up and down rapidly. When his divine ability was broken, he suffered a not small impact. The palm power that was like a surging golden wave cancelled out the thousands of strands. Hoo! A gust of wind rose, and the white figure had already arrived in front of Beitang Ao in an instant. He directly punched out. There was no dazzling light, no terrifying yuan qi fluctuation, it was just an ordinary punch. However, this seemingly ordinary punch caused ripples to appear in the space in front of the fist. This was pure power that caused the space to shake. Chapter 120. His fist was like a landslide. Its momentum was extremely fierce. Beitang Ao only felt pain from the strong wind blowing against his face. Before the fist arrived, the wind had already risen. Furthermore, all of the power was gathered on the fist. Not even a little bit leaked out. Beitang Ao had an unfathomable divine ability, but he had a kind of feeling of powerlessness. It was a pure martial skill, not a Dao technique or divine ability. The most frightening thing was that there was no power leaking out. In other words, there was no power for Beitang Ao to shift, block, or reverse. Beitang Ao was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He was truly aggrieved. He had no choice but to retreat. However, he was shocked to find that if he didn't retreat, Gu Fei's fist suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of his chest in an instant. Under the pull of qi, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow, not leaving any leeway for Beitang Ao to retreat. The strong wind set off by the fist had already pressed a fist mark on the clothes on Beitang Ao's chest. It was as if a 10,000 gene boulder was pressing on his chest, making him unable to breathe. My life is over. Although he rapidly retreated, he still couldn't get rid of the fist that was smashing towards his chest. Beitang Ao was immediately scared out of his wits. He was so nervous that his heart seemed to have stopped beating. In an instant, he felt the aura of death. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it and was about to be hit by Gu Fei's fist, Beitang Ao suddenly felt the back of his neck tighten. After that, his body was pulled back by a powerful force. At the same time, a bright golden palm stretched out from his side and welcomed Gu Fei's fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the fist and the palm collided in an instant. A gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and a glaring light burst out. Like lightning, it instantly illuminated the dark night. The terrifying power caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The remaining power swept out, and the surrounding people were all knocked to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Gu Fei retreated 7 to 8 steps in succession. Only then did he stop retreating. A series of footprints were left on the hard green brick floor under his feet. He was very surprised. Someone actually rescued this hateful Beitang Ao from under his fist. At this moment, Beitang Ao felt as if he was riding on a cloud. His collar was pulled by someone, and he quickly retreated. But the vast and mighty power released by the collision between Gu Fei and the person who saved him caused him to suffer a great impact. Not only is this Gu Fei not dead, but he seems to have become even more powerful. He is simply a monster. The corner of Beitang Ao's mouth was overflowing with blood, and his whole body felt as if it was falling apart. The impact of the energy that swept out made him feel as if he was being torn apart. Look after him. That man raised his hand and threw Beitang Ao behind him. A black-clothed man immediately stepped forward and caught Beitang Ao. The person who saved Beitang Ao was Beitang Ao's big uncle, Beitang Yi. Among the people of Beitang family present, only Beitang Yi, who had the highest cultivation, could rescue Beitang Ao from Gu Fei's fist at the critical moment. Who are you? Why did you use such a ruthless move on my nephew? Beitang Yi coldly stared at Gu Fei. From his narrowed eyes, a blade-like sharp gaze would burst out from time to time. This white-clothed youngster in front of him was not old, but his cultivation was incomparably profound. Furthermore, he was able to ignore Beitang Ao's unfathomable divine ability. He was not simple at all. He was not in a hurry to make his move. Beitang Yi did not dare to lower his guard. He was thinking, what kind of person and what kind of power could teach such a powerful young expert? Big uncle. He is the person I told you about. Beitang Ao, who was supported by a black-clothed man, said loudly to Beitang Yi with an ashen face. Didn't you say that he should be dead? Beitang Yi suddenly turned around and swept a glance at Beitang Ao. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, making Beitang Ao not dare to look straight at him. This. Beitang Ao's complexion instantly became deathly pale. He thought of the dreadful consequences of Gu Fei being alive. This would bring enormous trouble to their Beitang family. He had never thought that a person who had been poisoned by the so-called incurable strange poison could still be alive. The people from the Haotian trading group were confused. They did not know what the uncle and nephew were talking about. However, Gu Fei was very clear and understood. Come to think of it, the people from the Beitang family had obviously found out about his identity through some means. However, no matter what, he and the Beitang family were bound to become enemies. At this moment, the hundreds of green-clothed guards from the Haotian trading group had already protected Ling Luoyan and the others and retreated dozens of feet away. As for that Uncle Zhong, his right arm had been cut off from the shoulder. The two maids, Xiao Cui and Xiao Yu, were currently helping Uncle Zhong to bandage his severed arm. Beitang Ao's energy threads were as sharp as divine weapons. Being entangled by those green threads, Uncle Zhong's arm was naturally unable to be saved. Gu Fei! An excited, happy, melodious and familiar voice rang out from the crowd. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he could not help but frown. Of course, he knew who the owner of this voice was. However, he had a trace of complicated feelings towards the owner of this voice. He did not pay attention to Ling Luoyan. I really want to know why you want to kill me again and again. Gu Fei's face was expressionless and his voice was indifferent. However, Everyone present could feel the killing intent in Gu Fei's words. Bei Tangyi's expression changed. He then said, "This is all a misunderstanding. I hope that our two families can bury the hatchet. This is also a good thing for both of our families." Bei Tangyi wanted to persuade Gu Fei and resolve the grudge between Gu Fei and Bei Tangyo. Humph. You can treat it as if nothing happened just because of a misunderstanding? Do you think that's possible? Gu Fei could not help but feel that it was a little funny. He was also very disdainful of these people's faces. If the first ambush was a misunderstanding, Gu Fei could still reluctantly accept it. However, the second poisoning was absolutely unforgivable. He knew that if the other party did not know his background, he would definitely not be so humble. He was afraid that he would have already taken action against him. Then, how are you willing to resolve this misunderstanding? Bei Tangyi's voice started to turn cold. He never thought that this matter would be resolved so easily. Resolve? Unless that Bei Tangyo dies. Gu Fei said angrily. When he thought about how he almost died in Bei Tangyo's hands twice, he could not help but be furious. Especially the second time, he actually used such a despicable and shameless method like poisoning. That means that there is no room for discussion. Very good. Bei Tangyi's eyes flashed with killing intent. A terrifying fluctuation that was as heavy as a mountain spread out from his body. Since that's the case, I can only kill you. Bei Tangyo took a step forward. His long hair fluttered without any wind. His right hand pressed towards Gu Fei. Metal divine ability, 1,000 blades. Along with Bei Tangyo's cold words that seemed to have floated up from the 9 hells, a golden light burst out from his right hand that was pressing towards Gu Fei. It was as if the metal elemental energy between the heavens and the earth had been drawn by an unfathomable force at this moment, gathering from all directions. Amidst the surging golden light, thousands of sabers and swords were condensed and slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 121. The metal element skill was overwhelming. The surging golden energy waves condensed into numerous sabers and swords. The saber chi rushed towards the sky while the brilliant golden light illuminated the dark night. Everyone was shocked by Bei Tangyi's immortal skill. It was like an immortal skill, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Divine abilities were not immortal techniques, but if one was able to successfully cultivate them, they would not lose out to immortal techniques. Bei Tangyi's metal divine ability seemed to have truly connected with the stars in the sky, drawing in the endless starlight and transforming it into a myriad of weapons. Among the 5 elements, the power of stars belonged to metal. It was one of the most overbearing forces in the world. Wherever the sabers and swords pointed at, everything would submit to it. It was extremely powerful. Humph! I've not imagined that this guy could trigger the power of metal element. That's really amazing. Facing the overwhelming sabers and swords, Gu Fei still looked calm. The metal wind was like a blade, and the sharp metal chi collided with the ground. Poof poof poof. The hard paving stones were instantly covered with countless slashes from swords and sabers. However, they were unable to injure Gu Fei. This ancient road leading to Dragon Emperor City was paved with extremely hard bluestones. Although it had existed for so many years, it could only leave some traces of carriages and horses on it. Among the 5 elements, fire can subdue metal. I'll use the fire elemental fist to break your divine ability. Gu Fei stood proudly. His long hair was blown backward by the surging metal wind. Fire movement fist. Gu Fei directly punched forward. His move was simple and direct. It was the embodiment of strength. Under the endless golden swords and sabers, his figure was incomparably tall. How dare you resist my 1,000 sabers and swords head-on? You're courting death. Bei Tangyi revealed a disdainful look when he found that Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he launched a counterattack. However, in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. An immortal flame-like chi surged out of Gu Fei's fist like a great fire burning the sky. The dazzling red chi surged forward like fire dragons as if they were going to burn all the visible and invisible things in the world. They surged towards the golden sabers and swords in an overwhelming manner. Vast waves of heat surged out in all directions. Everyone felt as if they were in an oven. The oppressive heat made it hard for them to bear. The heat didn't seem to come from outside their bodies, but from within their bodies. Gu Fei's punch actually caused everyone present to feel as if their entire bodies were being burned by raging flames. The hundreds of green-clothed guards and the dozen black-clothed men from the Beitang clan were all drenched in sweat as they retreated repeatedly. If he was an enemy, he would never show mercy. If he showed mercy, he would never spare his opponent any chance. This was Gu Fei's consistent principle when facing an enemy. In a duel, it was a battle of life and death. The overwhelming golden sabers and swords instantly collided with Gu Fei's fiery fist. A rumbling sound broke out. The sound wasn't loud, but it shook the world. Thousands of golden sabers and swords were shattered into streams of light that streaked across the sky. Finally, they were extinguished in the surging fire. There were flames everywhere and sharp edges everywhere. The strong light that erupted illuminated the world. Especially under the night sky, it was particularly eye-catching. Even hundreds of miles away, it could be clearly seen. Unparalleled strength was colliding, surging, and canceling each other out. A great pressure swept out and shrouded the nearby world. The thousands of sabers and swords formed by the metal element divine power were actually blocked. It wasn't a divine power or a Dao technique, but it was better than a divine power and a Dao technique. The martial arts and combat skills that Gu Fei displayed shocked everyone. When the light dissipated, Beitang Yi stood in the field without moving. At this time, he could no longer hide the shock in his heart. How was this possible? Gu Fei flew out. He was surprised to find that the black-robed middle-aged man was actually a powerhouse that surpassed the realm of awakening self. He was at the peak of the 8th level of heaven, but it was still difficult for him to contend and he was forced to retreat by the metal element divine power. Although the martial arts and combat skills were not weaker than any Dao technique, the strength of the other party was there. In this battle of combat skills and divine powers, Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. A vast amount of yuan qi rushed out of Gu Fei's body, enveloping his whole body in a bright aura. He tried his best to stop his retreat. At this time, behind him was already a dense forest. You are actually unimaginable. Beitang Yi looked at Gu Fei with a look of disbelief. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed several times. This is... Uncle Zhong, who was being protected by a group of guards, was speechless for a long time when he saw the scene just now. At this time he trembled and muttered to himself, "I can't believe. The legend is actually true. Martial arts are not inferior to divine powers and Dao techniques." "Uncle Zhong, what divine powers and Dao techniques? What are you talking about?" Ling Luoyan asked. Her gaze was still on the imposing figure in front of her. "This, you wouldn't know even if I told you," Uncle Zhong said excitedly. His face, which was pale due to losing a large amount of blood due to his broken arm, now had a hint of redness. "I can't believe that I would be able to see true martial in my lifetime." Uncle Zhong seemed to have seen through Gu Fei's martial arts and seemed to know that it was another cultivation system that was different from divine powers and Dao techniques. "You have surprised me too much. I can't believe that I, Beitang Yi, am actually fighting with a true martial artist. You are a Dao sect's disciple, yet you cultivate martial arts. You are really unconventional." Beitang Yi took large strides towards Gu Fei. At this time, anyone could see that Gu Fei seemed to be at a disadvantage. Ling Luoyan and the rest couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. As for Beitang Ao, who had retreated to the side, he looked at this scene excitedly. With his big uncle making a move, Gu Fei was definitely going to die this time. No one was clearer than Beitang Ao about how terrifying his big uncle was. His big uncle had just broken through to the transcending mortality realm not long ago, and was a divine arts practitioner that could contend with martial cultivators. The Beitang family's 5 elements divine powers were rumored to be able to shake the heavens and move the earth, and kill immortals and gods. It was a supreme divine power. Of course, Beitang Yi's cultivation was still far from the level of killing immortals and gods, but it was enough to show how extraordinary the 5 elements' divine powers were. Words are useless, let's see who's the real deal. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably grave. The aura on his body was pulsating like a divine flame, and the muscles and bones in his body started to let out faint sounds of thunder. All the energy in his body was gradually being stimulated. Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from Beitang Yi's body, which made him feel slightly uneasy. Beitang Yi's cultivation had probably broken through to the transcending mortality realm. Chapter 122. The thick earth qi surged violently and couldn't be resisted. Dusky dust covered half of the sky. That wasn't real dust, It was the great power displayed by the earth element divine art. What a powerful earth element divine art! Gu Fei was secretly astonished. This didn't mean that he was afraid of Bai Tangyi. On the contrary, Bai Tangyi's strength had stimulated Gu Fei's arrogance. Martial arts practitioners were natural warriors. They pressed forward with indomitable will and were fearless. Even if they knew blood would be spilled 5 steps away, they would still fight, fight, fight. They would rather die standing than live kneeling. Gu Fei's martial heart was extremely pure and untainted by any worldly concerns. His actions were all from the bottom of his heart. It was because Gu Fei had no distracting thoughts in his heart that he could advance bravely and cultivate his martial path to such a stage. He didn't retreat or give way. Facing the thick earth qi that was swallowing him, he instead took a step forward proudly. He was still incomparably powerful as he punched out fearlessly. Fighting force with force, so what if he was a divine arts practitioner of transcending mortality realm? He would continue to fight without hesitation. He wanted to borrow Bai Tangyi's hand to temper himself, to search for that sliver of opportunity to break through in his cultivation in the face of adversity. Gu Fei wasn't stupid to fight with a strong practitioner of the older generation like Bai Tangyi, who was on transcending mortality realm. He was forcing himself into a dead end and then forcing himself to break through the barrier of cultivation. What Gu Fei executed was Wood Element Fist, using wood to subdue earth. Among the 5 elements, the wood element innately restrained the earth element. You have the divine arts of the 5 elements, I have the battle techniques of the 5 elements. Furthermore, Gu Fei still had something to rely on. It would be very difficult for Bai Tangyi to kill him. That indomitable punch seemed to have borrowed the endless power of the wood element in heaven and earth and communicated with the boundless primitive forest. The essence of the plants gathered and formed a green ocean in front of Gu Fei. The resplendent green light illuminated the entire sky and earth. Wood element fist versus earth element divine art. The 2 terrifying forces instantly collided together. Rumble. This was an intense collision that shook one's soul. Everyone paled and retreated further away in fear. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Even if it was just the aftershock of their clash, it wasn't something they could withstand. Gu Fei, don't lose. Under the protection of a group of guards, Ling Luoyan retreated far away. She kept looking back at the scene, praying in her heart. However, Ling Luoyan's prayers didn't seem to have any effect. The heavy wood elemental fist force simply couldn't disperse the dust that filled the sky. Although the wood elemental energy innately restrained the earth elemental energy, if the earth elemental energy was too strong, it could also restrain the wood elemental energy. Dust filled the air. Gu Fei retreated with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had no choice but to retreat. The formidable power of the divine ability made it difficult for him to neutralize it. As for Bai Tangyi, he was following closely behind. Bai Tangyi's hands drew mysterious trajectories. Green light flashed between his hands. That was a sign that the wood elemental divine ability was about to be unleashed. As expected, the wood elemental fist force that Gu Fei had blasted out was actually guided and blocked by him in an instant. Then, it completely fused into his wood elemental divine ability and surged towards Gu Fei. Bai Tangyi cleverly made use of Gu Fei's wood elemental fist force. In addition to his own divine ability, he formed a majestic and unstoppable wood elemental divine ability. Amidst the dazzling green light, endless dark green shadows of trees were condensing. They stacked on top of each other endlessly. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if an endless forest had appeared in the light and was charging towards Gu Fei. The might of the wood elemental divine ability was truly terrifying. Pang! Gu Fei's fists emitted 2 balls of golden light that were as dazzling as the sun as they collided with the endless dark green shadows of trees that were charging towards him. The violent collision caused his sleeves to instantly turn into rags that filled the sky. He vomited blood once again as he retreated, as if he couldn't withstand the attack. The 5 elemental combat skill was no match for the 5 elemental divine ability. This seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Gu Fei directly crashed into the dense forest beside the ancient path. Soon after, the surging wood elemental divine ability instantly destroyed a large part of the forest. Broken wood and broken branches filled the sky. Haha! So what if you are a true martial artist? Under my divine ability, let's see how long you can last. A wanton laughter resounded on the ancient path. Bai Tangyi chased after Gu Fei like a gust of wind and lightning. Everyone present could feel Bei Tangyi's strength. Bei Tangao was even more overjoyed. With his big uncle stepping forward, even if Gu Fei was killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Because this was no longer a matter that concerned him alone. With the backing of the entire clan, Bei Tangao's courage had also grown by a lot. And the instant Ling Luoyan saw Gu Fei being blasted away, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Unknowingly, Gu Fei's shadow had already been imprinted in the depths of her heart. You already have this kind of cultivation at such a young age. If I let you continue to grow, I will strangle you in the cradle even if I have to offend the power behind you. Bei Tangyi's words were so cold that it was suffocating. The pressure that he emitted was as heavy as a mountain. He was like an insurmountable mountain that made it hard for people to look up at him. In an instant, he caught up to Gu Fei, who was retreating, and executed the divine ability of the water elemental divine ability. Boom! Gu Fei was sent flying by the huge water dragon that was formed by the endless power of the water elemental divine ability. He smashed through dozens of huge trees. A gush of hot blood surged up his throat, but he swallowed it back down. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel dejected because of this, nor did his heart turn cold because of this. It was very normal for someone at the peak of the eighth heaven to be unable to contend against a divine ability practitioner of the transcending mortality realm. This was the embodiment of absolute strength without any tricks. His defeat wasn't unjust. After the divine ability of the water elemental divine ability, it was the divine ability of the fire elemental divine ability. Thousands of fireballs smashed towards Gu Fei like meteorites with raging flames. The terrifyingly high temperature seemed to even evaporate the air, causing Gu Fei to be unable to breathe. Boom! 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 One after another, the huge fireballs exploded in the primitive ancient forest, ruthlessly destroying the forest one after another. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps to dodge the fireballs. Although he dodged the majority of the fireballs, he was still hit by dozens of fireballs, sinking his body into the sea of raging flames. However, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary person after all. His muscles, bones, and flesh were tempered like a magic treasure. The terrifying flames that could smelt iron couldn't injure him in the slightest. Even though he had rushed out from the sea of raging flames, the violent energy that burst forth when the fireballs exploded also caused a huge impact on Gu Fei. The arms that he used to protect his body felt like they were about to break, causing him to break out in cold sweat from the pain. Even so, Gu Fei still attacked Bei Tangyi, who was chasing after him, with many dazzling blade lights, attacking Bei Tangyi. The chi of divine weapon in his body was condensed on his hands. His hands were equivalent to an indestructible divine weapon. His hands struck out destructive lights that were like the edge of a knife. They had great power that tore through the void and destroyed everything. Even Bei Tangyi didn't dare to take them head-on and could only retreat in anger. Divine arts practitioners were the same as martial cultivators. They didn't cultivate their corporeal bodies but divine arts. Therefore, Bei Tangyi's corporeal body wasn't strong. If he was hit by the lights from the chi of divine weapon in Gu Fei's body, he would still die. Using desolate steps and relying on the extreme speed of 8 steps and the technique of weapon refinement, Gu Fei was firmly suppressed by Bei Tangyi. However, Bei Tangyi couldn't kill Gu Fei in a short period of time. The two of them rushed into the primitive ancient forest and chased each other in the forest. In an instant, they were far away. On the ancient path, only the hundreds of guards and workers of Haotian caravan, as well as Bei Tangao and the rest of Bei Tang family were left. Kill, don't leave a single one alive. Bei Tangao came back to his senses and immediately gave a murderous order to the dozen black-clothed men. Yes. The dozen black-clothed men received the order in unison. They pulled out the weapons at their waists and pressed towards the hundreds of black-clothed guards of Haotian caravan. On the ancient path, the weapons swayed and flashed with cold lights. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the air. Chapter 123. Roar! Under the lead of Bei Tangao, the dozens of Bei Tang clan experts roared and charged towards the Haotian merchant group. These dozens of people's eyes were frighteningly sharp without a trace of emotion. Their footsteps were steady and they moved quickly. They were definitely killing machines. Protect the young master, kill! The 12 yellow-clothed guard commanders of the Haotian merchant group raised their arms and shouted at the same time. They charged towards the Bei Tang clan experts. Kill! Hundreds of green-clothed guards shouted in unison. Their imposing manner was like a rainbow. Their weapons covered each other. Cold light flickered on the ancient path, and a fierce murderous aura immediately filled every inch of space on the ancient path. The green-clothed guards of the Haotian merchant group all knew Ling Luoyan's identity. Although Ling Luoyan was a woman, she was disguised as a man. In front of outsiders, everyone called her young master, and no one called her young mistress. Apart from the group of guards who were unafraid of death and charged forward, the other dozens of guards protected Ling Luoyan as they retreated. The workers had already fled in all directions. Pang! Like a dozen whirlwinds, the dozen black-clothed experts of the Beitang clan directly crashed into the group of guards. Immediately, blood burst out, broken weapons flew, and then people also flew. Like a broken sack, they were thrown away by a violent force. They died in mid-air. A massacre suddenly broke out on the ancient path under the moonlight. Can't even withstand a single blow. Beitang Ao was like a sharp black sword. He was directly among the hundreds of Imperial guards. His body emitted a bizarre energy fluctuation. All the weapons that were chopping towards him were inexplicably reversed and chopped the bodies of the Imperial guards who were attacking him. Beitang Ao was too lazy to care about these guards. With his hands behind his back, he quickly passed through the hundreds of guards. Wherever he passed, the guards beside him all fell to the ground. He did not attack those guards. Those guards were all killed by their own swords. Such an unfathomable divine ability made the group of guards shudder with fear. But no one retreated because of this. No one retreated because of Beitang Ao's unfathomable divine ability. The group of green-clothed guards still fiercely rushed towards Beitang Ao. Hand over that thing, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Beitang Ao swept away his previous sorry state from being forced by Gu Fei, and chased after Ling Luoyan and the others in an extremely domineering manner. The guards who were rushing towards Beitang Ao couldn't even touch Beitang Ao's clothes with their weapons and died under their own weapons inexplicably. Along the way, the sound of bodies crashing onto the ground could be heard. Fresh blood stained the bluestone on the ancient path, then seeped into the ground through the cracks. The green-robed guards of the Haotian caravan were not on the same level as the experts trained by the Beitang clan. Their screams were earth-shattering. The green-robed guards' screams before they died were shrill and ear-piercing. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The ancient path turned into a living hell in an instant. Beitang Ao. When Uncle Zhong saw more than half of the guards he had trained were killed in an instant, he couldn't help but feel extremely angry. Wah! He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee. Beitang Ao grinned hideously as he approached Ling Luoyan, Uncle Zhong, and the others. His surroundings seemed to have turned into a black hole, causing others to be unable to sense any of his aura. It was as if he didn't exist. A yellow-robed guard commander pushed his feet off the ground and leaped into the air. The long sword in his hand turned into a dazzling ray of light and slashed towards Beitang Ao's head. Die! The yellow-robed guard commander roared angrily. His eyes were filled with fury and his face was filled with determination. He knew that this demon-like guy would reverse his move, but he still made his move. Humph! Beitang Ao sneered disdainfully and continued to walk forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Sure enough, before the resplendent swordlight could strike Beitang Ao, the yellow-clothed Imperial Guard commander felt his wrist fiercely shake. After that, the swift and fierce swordlight that he struck out, under his horrified and inconsolable gaze, turned around and struck towards his own head. It was the same move, the same sharpness, the same indomitable will. Puff! A mist of blood burst out in the air and 2 pieces of a corpse fell from the sky. The yellow-robed guard commander was actually split into 2 halves by his own sword move. Seeing this scene, the 2 maids, Ling Luoyan, Xiao Chui, and Xiao Yu, instantly turned pale with fright. The incomparably bloody scene made their chests feel stuffy and they had the urge to vomit. I don't have time to play with you guys. Beitang Ao's face revealed an evil smile. Then, his right hand directly grabbed towards the heavily injured Uncle Zhong, completely ignoring the 20 to 30 guards that were protecting Ling Luoyan. The dozens of green-robed guards that were protecting Ling Luoyan, Uncle Zhong, and the others as they retreated were now left with only 20 to 30 people. Even their commander had died tragically. However, it must be said that the green-robed guards of the Haotian merchant group were extremely loyal to Ling Luoyan. Even when facing a terrifying enemy like Beitang Ao who they knew they couldn't defeat, they still showed no signs of collapsing. None of them dared to escape without permission. Thousands of green energy threads shot out from Beitang Ao's right hand like silk and entangled Uncle Zhong, who was protected in the middle by a group of guards. Chi chi chi. The extremely fine green energy threads rapidly traversed in the void, emitting a slight sound of breaking through the air. Everyone's expression changed and they felt despair. Even Uncle Zhong's arm was cut off by this strange green energy thread. This damn thing could even cut weapons. If a person was entangled by it, wouldn't he die without a complete corpse? Just when Ling Luoyan and the others thought that they couldn't escape death, a tiny purple shadow suddenly shot out from the dense forest beside the ancient path. That purple shadow's momentum was very fast. It actually rushed into the midst of the guards in an instant before Beitang Ao's green energy silk fell on everyone. Everyone only saw a purple shadow flash before their eyes. A large hole was torn in front of Uncle Zhong's chest, revealing the close-fitting clothes inside. Not good. A thought flashed in Uncle Zhong's mind. He spread open the 5 fingers of his left hand and immediately grabbed towards the purple shadow in front of his chest. Although he had lost an arm, his reaction was fast and extremely fast. However, that purple shadow had already used its claws to push against Uncle Zhong's chest and was sent flying. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that this little thing that was moving quickly was actually an extremely cute purple sable that was only the size of a fist. This little sable was different from an ordinary sable. It was much smaller than an ordinary sable, and it had a pair of ruby-like big eyes that were filled with incomparable intelligence. On its forehead, there was a deep purple vertical line that looked like a closed eye. Three-eyed divine sable. When Beitang Ao saw this little beast, he couldn't help but be moved. What shocked him the most was that this little beast was actually holding a small box in its claws. This was a brocade box that was 3 fingers wide and less than half a foot long. It was covered with talismans that were circulating with spiritual power and seemed to emit a misty radiance. Obviously, this was a box that was sealed by a talisman. The little beast holding this box looked extremely comical, as if it was a child carrying a big stick. It was very awkward. The movement speed of the little beast holding the box had obviously slowed down, but it was still extremely fast. It was like a purple shadow that was rapidly leaping through the crowd, wanting to pounce into the dense forest beside the ancient path. Quickly catch that sable. How could Beitang Ao still care about Ling Luoyan and the others? He waved his right hand, and the thousands of green threads immediately changed direction and enveloped the 3-eyed divine sable. Chapter 124. This little marten was the mystical little marten that Gu Fei had encountered previously, the one that fed on the crystal cores of fierce beasts. That night, the mysterious woman used her great divine ability to seal the heaven and earth with a fire net. She did not hesitate to destroy a part of the forest and slaughter thousands of beasts in the forest, all for the sake of subduing this 3-eyed divine marten. However, what was unimaginable was that this little beast actually appeared here and snatched away the mysterious box that Uncle Zhong kept close to him. As a result, Beitang Ao's target immediately shifted to the little marten. To be exact, it shifted to the small box that was sealed by the talisman. Quickly catch that purple marten. Don't let it escape into the forest. Beitang Ao roared and waved his hands continuously. A large net formed by interweaving green energy threads immediately appeared in the air in front of him and enveloped the little beast that was leaping and escaping below. Apart from the little beast that was holding the mysterious small box, there were also 7 or 8 Qingyi guards from the Haotian merchant group that were enveloped by the energy net. None of them were spared as they were all sliced into thousands of pieces by the energy net that enveloped them. Blood sprayed everywhere as their entire bodies collapsed like building blocks, turning into a pile of minced meat. Wah! Seeing such an extremely bloody scene, Ling Luoyan and the 2 maids, Xueqi and Xiaoyu, immediately felt as if their chests were overturned and they vomited out everything that they had eaten during dinner. When Uncle Zhong and the group of guards saw this, their faces became incomparably pale. This black-clothed youth's method of killing was extremely bloody. Even though they were used to seeing death and blood, they still felt fear and trepidation. Although the little marten was holding a box that was even taller than it, its movement speed was still extremely fast. In the instant that it was about to be enveloped by the energy net, it actually scuttled out from under the net. Chop chop. The little marten let out a cheerful chirp. Its calf supported itself on the blue stone surface of the ancient path and instantly turned into a purple shadow. It held the small box and rapidly pounced towards the dense forest beside the ancient path. As long as this little beast entered the dense forest, it would be difficult for Beitang Ao and the rest to capture it. At this moment, the dozen murderous black-clothed men had already surrounded it. Pang! His 5 fingers were like steel hooks. One of the black-robed men directly grabbed at the purple shadow. The power of the claw shook the void, making the sound of the air exploding. Such a powerful claw force. Uncle Zhong, who was protected by a group of guards, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw how powerful the black-robed man's casual grab was. At this moment, the Qingyi guards that had been scattered by the dozen or so Beitang family experts had already gathered towards Ling Luoyan's side. After being attacked by the dozens of black-clothed men for a while, the hundreds of green-clothed guards were either dead or injured. There were less than 200 people left. It could be said that they had suffered heavy casualties. The subordinates trained by the Beitang family were even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper that harvested human lives. The bloody battle just now was simply a one-sided situation. Even the hundreds of green cloth guards found it difficult to contend against these dozens of death gods. The black-clothed man's peerlessly swift and fierce claw instantly enveloped the little marten. However, the little marten let out a squeak, and a ball of dazzling purple light suddenly erupted from its body, directly colliding with the black-clothed man's sharp claw. Wah! In the next moment, a painful roar sounded. The black-clothed man's sharp claw that was swiftly grabbing down actually exploded. His entire palm was blasted apart by the ball of purple light, turning into a mist of blood. Not only that, the purple ball of light that the little marten had transformed into flashed in the air. Pooh! It directly pierced through the black-clothed man's chest, piercing through his entire body. Pooh-chee! Pooh-chee! Fresh blood spurted out from the pierced chest, and the black-clothed man fell stiffly backwards. Even in death, he couldn't believe that the one who killed him was actually a little beast. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This was simply too unbelievable. Everyone was flabbergasted, and even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Especially those green-clothed guards that had exchanged blows with the black-clothed man. That fellow was simply as terrifying as the Grim Reaper. An undefeatable and powerful enemy had died just like that. This made the group of green-clothed guards feel as if they were in a dream. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was absent-minded, the little marten instantly rushed into the dense woods beside the ancient road, leaving a purple trace in the air. However, the moment the little marten rushed into the dense woods silently collapsed. Someone had secretly made a move, and a vast force had fixed the little marten in the air. Beitang Ao, who was about to make a move, immediately stopped. He knew that the movement here had alarmed the powerhouses of Dragon Emperor City. Beitang Ao hurriedly looked around. As expected, there were mysterious figures flashing in the surrounding dense woods. However, Beitang Ao couldn't identify who was the one who had secretly made a move. Squeak, squeak. Little marten, who was confined in the air by an unfathomable force, let out a sharp and anxious cry. Waves of enormous force erupted from little marten's body, and a glaring purple light dyed the surroundings purple. However, no matter how the little marten struggled, it couldn't break the unpredictable force. The little marten and the small box that it was holding were about to be taken away by someone's great ability. Right at this moment, a huge fire broke out on a hillside several miles away. A part of the woods was instantly burned into ashes by the terrifying flames. A figure wrapped in black chi rushed out of the flames in an embarrassed manner. Then, it directly turned into a ball of demonic chi and soared into the sky, trying to escape. At this moment, the force that confined the little marten disappeared. The little marten immediately uttered a squeak and rapidly darted towards the flames. How dare you touch the belongings of our demon race? You deserve to die. A slender figure walked out of the flames. Her clothes were whiter than snow. Under the illumination of the flames, it was as if her entire body was dyed with a layer of fiery red brilliance. She was like a fairy of fire. As her sleeves fluttered, it seemed as if she would soar into the sky at any time and ride the wind. No one could see her face clearly. Her face was covered with a layer of veil. With a rumbling sound, she lightly raised her right hand and a fire net flew out from her hand. It flew towards the escaping demonic chi. The fire net instantly spread out and enveloped a part of the world. Just like that, it wrapped around the demonic chi in the sky, as if casting a net to catch fish. Roar! Within the fire net, the demonic chi surged. The person who was caught in the net roared again and violently tried to break the net. However, everything was futile. It was impossible to break the fire net. The fire net emitted a faintly discernible, transparent flame that burned in all directions. The surging demonic chi in the net was immediately burned into green smoke and dissipated. The mysterious woman who was surrounded by the monstrous flames waved her hand towards the fire net that trapped the demon cultivator. The fire net immediately flew back to her. After the mysterious woman revealed this move, the people who were secretly watching began to retreat. Some mysterious figures began to retreat, but there were still people who were watching from the side. I am a demon general under the command of the Devil Domain's great demon sovereign. If you know what's good for you, then quickly release me. Seeing that he couldn't break the fire net, the demon cultivator couldn't help but roar in a stern voice. Noisy! The mysterious woman only lightly said these 2 words. Then she pointed at the fire net that was flying back to her. The fire net suddenly emitted an endless colorless and transparent flame. The demon cultivator only had time to let out a terrified scream before he was refined into ashes along with the demonic chi in the net. The raging flames that enveloped the entire hillside immediately retreated like a tide and entered the mysterious woman's body. With a wave of her hand, she killed a demon general from the Devil Domain. The mysterious woman's lightning-fast methods deterred all the experts who were secretly watching the treasure box that needed a talisman to suppress. No one dared to attack the little beast again. Just as the mysterious woman withdrew the fire net, a purple shadow quickly rushed out of the dense forest in front of the mysterious woman. It was the 3-eyed divine mink. Squeak, squeak. The little beast happily cried out a few times. With a few leaps, it threw itself into the mysterious woman's arms. Little mink is so obedient. This is your reward. The mysterious woman smiled as she took down the small box that the little beast was holding. Then, she took out a crystal that was as clear as jade and agate and handed it to the 3-eyed divine mink. The little beast held the crystal that looked like a pearl and began to chew on it. The incomparably hard crystal was easily bitten to pieces and then swallowed. This was the little beast's food. It was a crystal the size of a thumb. It was a beast crystal that contained spiritual yuan. Boom! Just as the mysterious woman was about to leave, a loud explosion that shook the heaven and earth suddenly burst out from a valley in front of them. Boundless vital chi suddenly burst out and immediately disturbed the vital chi of heaven and earth. After that, astonishing golden rainbows shot out from the valley. Those golden rainbows seemed to be connected to the boundless power of the stars in the sky. They emitted a wave of energy that made people's heart palpitate. The mysterious woman immediately stopped her footsteps. She stared at the valley and muttered to herself, I didn't expect there to be such a powerful martial arts practitioner in this world. His opponent seems to be a divine arts practitioner. Whoosh! The mysterious woman's figure disappeared in an instant. No one was able to see how she disappeared. The demon race has appeared again. After the mysterious woman disappeared, these words faintly came out from the darkness. Let's go! When Beitang Ao saw the mysterious woman taking away the treasure box, he immediately brought his subordinates and rushed into the dense forest. They rushed towards the valley where the loud explosion was coming from. In the valley a few miles away, the battle between Beitang Yi and Gu Fei had already reached the climax. Beitang Yi still held the absolute upper hand and firmly suppressed Gu Fei. But as the battle continued, Beitang Yi was secretly startled because Gu Fei was terrifyingly tenacious. Even after suffering continuous attacks, he still stood up from the ground and wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. Then, he continued to fight with him like a madman. Chapter 125. This was a small valley, a messy little valley. The ground was cracked, the trees were toppled, and the huge rocks were shattered into pieces. Shocking pits of all sizes were scattered all over the valley. In the entire valley, there was no piece of land that was intact. It was all destroyed by the aftershocks from the battle between Gu Fei and Beitang Yi. At this moment, Gu Fei climbed out from a pit and shook off the dust on his body. He wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked indifferently at the figure that was standing on a broken tree stump like a huge mountain. A divine arts practitioner of transcending mortality realm is indeed powerful. However, this person has probably just broken through to transcending mortality realm not long ago. If it's a strong practitioner like Zhao Xuanji, I can only flee at the sight of the wind. Gu Fei thought to himself. He wasn't discouraged and was instead a little excited. This kind of opponent was exactly what he needed at the moment. I don't believe I can't kill you. Beitang Yi had already discovered that Gu Fei was much stronger than he had imagined. This was simply the strength of a practitioner that was close to transcending mortality realm. It was very terrifying. A martial arts practitioner, a young martial arts practitioner that only had the cultivation of awakened mortality realm could actually display strength that was infinitely close to transcending mortality realm. This truly shocked him. Legend had it that martial arts practitioners that were successful in cultivation were very terrifying. Among the same level practitioners, it was hard to find a worthy opponent. This doesn't seem to be a baseless rumor. Bai Tangyi's heart trembled. Bai Tangyi had long since wanted to kill Gu Fei, but at this moment, his killing intent had already risen to the limit. Gu Fei had to die. Otherwise, if he was allowed to grow, he would become a great enemy of Bai Tang family. What other ultimate moves do you have? Show them to me. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His eyes flickered with anticipation. He really wanted to know how strong a practitioner that had just entered transcending mortality realm was. Humph! Bai Tangyi snorted coldly and took a step forward. In an instant, he had traversed dozens of yards and arrived above Gu Fei. Rotation of 5 elements, obliterate heaven and earth. Along with Bai Tangyi's loud shout, a mountain-like energy fluctuation immediately erupted from his body. At the same time, his body surged with colorful rays of light. The rainbow-like multicolored divine radiance seemed to have spirituality. It spread out. Bai Tangyi's figure disappeared within the resplendent multicolored divine radiance. A huge whirlpool was formed. Boundless power of the 5 elements gathered together, shaking heaven and earth. Everything in the area shook violently, and the broken trees and boulders on the ground all flew into the air. Roar! Gu Fei let out an angry roar and immediately lowered his waist into a horse stance. His feet seemed to have grown roots on the ground, and no matter how the world shook, he still stood firmly on the ground. The vortex formed by the power of the 5 elements finally condensed into a huge 5-colored millstone. This gigantic millstone emitted terrifying fluctuations that caused one's heart to palpitate. As it spun, it obliterated everything. At the same time, a great suction force began to appear, sucking in everything that was enveloped by the millstone before completely obliterating it. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably dignified. He tried his best to resist this suction force. His entire body emitted a blazing aura, and the thick earth energy surged out from his feet, tightly binding him to the ground. Gu Fei seemed to have merged with the earth under his feet. The great suction force of the 5 elements reincarnation cycle could not pull him into the 5 elements millstone that was grinding down below for a moment. This guy is starting to go all out. Gu Fei felt a great danger descending upon him. Bai Tangyi didn't hold back at all. He actually fused the 5 elements into a 5 elements great millstone that could destroy everything. He wanted to obliterate Gu Fei. It was easy to imagine how strong Bai Tangyi's killing intent was. If I still can't kill him like this, then I would be a transcending mortality cultivator in vain. At this moment, the clothes on Bai Tangyi's body, which had transformed into the great millstone of 5 elements of extinction, had already been torn to shreds. Blue veins were popping up on his body. He had exerted all his strength, but because he had overloaded his 7 apertures by activating the 5 elements as one divine ability, traces of blood were seeping out. Even if he could successfully kill Gu Fei, his vitality would be greatly damaged. All the experts who were secretly watching this battle were shocked by the profundity of the Bai Tang clan's 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements rotated and obliterated the heaven and earth. If this divine ability was cultivated to the extreme, what kind of scene would it be? The Bai Tang clan was indeed a cultivation clan with an incomparably rich heritage. Some people couldn't help but be vigilant towards the Bai Tang clan of Yan country. The 5 elements formed into the samsara millstone emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy the heaven and earth. This made Gu Fei feel the aura of death. Transcending mortality cultivators were indeed outstanding. Even if he had just entered the transcending mortality realm, this Bai Tangyi was already very scary. If an ordinary 8th celestial layer cultivator met him, they would only be able to wait for death. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary 8th celestial layer cultivator. He was a heaven-defying body cultivator. It was his nature to constantly challenge his limits. The stronger he met, the stronger he would become. Only then would he be able to break the shackles of his own cultivation. Divine weapons essence for me to use. Without thinking, Gu Fei guided the divine weapons essence into his hands. Buzz! A sword cry soared to the sky. It was like a crane's cry to the 9 heavens, a dragon's roar. An unparalleled sword energy soared to the sky, causing the heaven and earth to lose their color. This guy! Roar! Beitang, who was inside the five elements samsara millstone, was shocked when he saw this. He desperately drove the five colors millstone to grind down. However, it was not easy to use such a great divine ability that could shake the heaven and earth. Blood flowed from Beitang's 7 orifices. His face was as ferocious as an evil spirit. However, it was difficult for him to drive the five elements samsara millstone to grind down Gu Fei. However, the speed of the five elements samsara millstone's grinding speed had increased by a lot. At this time, the slowly rotating five colors millstone was less than 5 zhang away from Gu Fei. The mighty destructive power caused the heaven and earth to shake. Cracks began to appear on the ground. If you can unite the five elements, so can I. Gu Fei went all out. He had no choice but to go all out. The five elements samsara millstone could only be used with the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm. However, he didn't care so much. The Xianxia in his body rapidly circulated. Yuan qi surged in his flesh and bones like a river. The five elements Yuan qi in his body were all stimulated by him and gathered towards the essence of the divine weapon in his hands. He was overdrafting the strength of his body. The consequences of doing so were terrifying. His body would probably suffer irrecoverable injuries. The vast five elements Yuan qi fused with the purple essence of the divine weapon. 100 zhang long sword light soared from Gu Fei's hands. The extremely sharp sword qi seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Within a dozen li, any sword cultivator that had cultivated their sword to become spiritual felt the sword qi in their body tremble at this moment. It resonated with the shocking sword qi that erupted from Gu Fei. Break for me! Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light. He held the sword with both hands like an invincible god of war. He waved the 100 zhang long five-color sword qi and fiercely slashed at the five colors millstone in the sky. Qi! A light sound, like a piece of cloth being suddenly torn apart, emitted an ear-piercing sound. Wherever the sword light passed by, space split. The destructive power of the five elements that descended from the sky was immediately split in half by the sword qi that was like a waterfall. Chapter 126. Beitang and Gu Fei both attacked with all their strength, no longer holding anything back. One was a strong practitioner of the older generation who had just entered transcending mortality realm, while the other was a young martial arts practitioner who was at the peak of awakening mortality realm. No one thought that Gu Fei could win. Jumping levels to challenge a cultivator of a higher realm than oneself wasn't something that didn't happen in the cultivation world. However, challenging a strong practitioner that was a realm higher than oneself was something that had never happened before. No one would be so stupid to challenge an opponent that they couldn't defeat. This was no different from a suicidal action. Five elements divine arts were said to be able to destroy heaven and earth. When executed by a divine arts practitioner of transcending mortality realm like Beitang, it was naturally impossible to destroy heaven and earth. However, with the cultivation of transcending mortality realm, he had the upper hand. Boundless power of the five elements gathered together, and the huge millstone of five elements gave off a terrifying aura as it crushed down on Gu Fei. That imposing manner was also extremely terrifying. In front of Beitang's ultimate move, Gu Fei had no choice but to risk it all. The divine weapon's essence that had been refined in his body fused with the five elements and five qi in his body before transforming into a shocking sword rainbow that was 300 yards long and slashed upwards in defiance of the heavens. Pang! Gu Fei's clothes were instantly shattered into thousands of pieces by the sword qi that burst out, revealing his body that seemed to be cast from iron. His dragon-like muscles flowed with a five-colored luster, giving people a feeling of pressuring strength. The unparalleled sword light was like a beam of divine light that sliced through the void, tearing apart heaven and earth. It directly broke through the destructive storm of the five elements annihilation millstone and collided with it. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. In that instant, there was no sound, it was terrifyingly silent. In the next moment, a terrifying light that could tear apart heaven and earth burst forth. Boom! The sky seemed to have collapsed and the earth seemed to have caved in. The power of the five elements surged violently, and the destructive energy storm swept out in all directions. The entire valley was like a wave as the ground undulated up and down violently. Everything on the ground, the flowers, the trees, the rocks, everything turned into dust, completely turned into dust. Then, this layer of dust was blown into the air by another gust of wind. It covered the sky and covered the sun as it surged outwards, turning the entire place into a grayish haze. It actually created a sandstorm that was absolutely impossible to appear in the southern wasteland in the middle of an endless primitive forest. It was really shocking. The millstone of destruction that could shake an entire region of the world had shattered, and so had the astonishing sword light. At the center of the collision between the millstone of destruction and the sword light condensed from the battle skills of the five elements, the violent power of the five elements seemed to have turned the region of space into chaos. The pressure that surged out caused the hearts of the people who were secretly watching to palpitate. Bai Tangyi was sent flying more than 300 zhang away by the frightening power that burst out. Only after falling down from the sky did he stagger a few steps and spit out a mouthful of blood. After forcefully executing the five elements' unification great divine ability, Bai Tangyi appeared to be very tired, and his expression was weary. It was obvious that his vitality had been injured. A warrior of the self-awakening realm had actually injured his vitality. Bai Tangyi was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was gloomy, and there was not a trace of happiness on his face. Because defeating Gu Fei was a matter of course. He knew that there were people spying on him in the vicinity. In this battle, it could be said that he was bullying the weak, and it would damage his reputation. And Gu Fei's ending had already been decided. Defeat was a given. The gap of a realm seemed to be an insurmountable chasm. He was defeated miserably. He had already been seriously injured in the battle with Bai Tangyi. He was merely relying on his unyielding fighting spirit to contend with Bai Tangyi. The violent impact had broken both of his arms. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying by the energy storm. Like a withered leaf falling from a tree, he rolled and flew out. Rolling and rolling until he was sent flying out of this small valley. Only then did he fall down from the sky, passing through the dense branches. With a pang sound, the withered leaves rushed up, and Gu Fei smashed into the jungle below. Not only were his arms broken, but his sternum had also cracked, as if an exquisite porcelain had been struck by an external force and had shattered. His bones, which had been tempered to be as hard as fine iron, were already covered with a layer of multicolored luster. But now, there were actually cracks on them. It could be imagined how fierce the impact just now was. The moment his back hit the ground, Gu Fei turned over and stood up. Enduring the pain, he staggered into the depths of the jungle. He knew that this place was very dangerous, and he had to leave. The danger did not only come from the Beitang family, but also from those people spying on him in the dark. No one knew whether or not those people would make a move on him. Leaving was the best option. He could no longer fight. That sword strike just now was already his limit. That sword strike had almost drained all the true qi in his body. He was powerless to fight again. However, just when Gu Fei felt that he was about to collapse, a warm current suddenly came from his chest. An extremely powerful force overbearingly rushed into his almost exhausted body, causing his entire body to be shrouded in a hazy black and white light. Just like a dry land welcoming the sweet dew from the heavens, Gu Fei's feeling of collapse suddenly disappeared. His body seemed to have been infused with an inexhaustible strength, causing his spirit to rise. The yin-yang jade pendant, at the critical moment of his life and death, once again showed its extraordinariness. The mysterious jade pendant surged with a huge amount of yin and yang power, nourishing Gu Fei's injured body and suppressing the surging qi and blood in his chest. Swish! 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 The yin and yang power rapidly circulated inside his body. Although it was an external force, it still temporarily suppressed Gu Fei's internal injuries, enabling him to perform 8 desolation steps and leave quickly. Sure enough, when Gu Fei rushed into the depth of the primitive forest, over 10 shadows appeared where he had fallen just now. The one in the front was Bai Tangyi. Bai Tangyi swept his gaze around, and his complexion was so gloomy that it was practically dripping water. Gu Fei had escaped right under his nose. How could he still have the ability to escape? Bai Tangyi couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. This Gu Fei is simply too powerful. Chase him. Soon, Bai Tangyi found the traces of Gu Fei's escape. He immediately led his subordinates to chase after him. If Gu Fei didn't die, I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Among those people who were secretly peeping at Zhang Tai, some people also followed Bai Tangyi and his subordinates. The gray dust gradually dissipated. Under the night sky, a figure surrounded by golden light rushed towards the battlefield from the direction of Dragon Emperor City like a meteor chasing after the moon. The terrifying pressure of the ninth heavenly layer of ascending mortality had already spread here from dozens of li away. Those who were secretly peeping at Zhang Tai all changed their expressions and some directly retreated. That person seemed to be flying in the wind and soon came close. "Where's Bei Tangyi?" The person's voice seemed to come from the prehistoric times of the universe. It was vast and mighty, and the endless primitive forest seemed to be echoing with his cold voice. The person was a middle-aged Taoist with black hair and a long beard. He wore a green robe with fluttering sleeves. This green-robed Taoist was Dan Chenzi, who was responsible for leading the top 10 young experts of the Taishan sect to the ruined sky. Chapter 127. With a cultivation base at the ninth heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm, other than those great cultivators at the royal void stage, no one would dare to underestimate an expert who was only a step away from becoming a great cultivator. Dan Chenzi's words reverberated in the air above the endless ancient forest, but no one responded. Turning into a golden rainbow, Dan Chenzi arrived on the moon. He was extremely powerful, and for a moment, he shocked everyone, whether it was those spying in the dark or those ordinary people on the ancient path. A slender figure surrounded by golden light stood at the top of the tree and looked around. Dan Chenzi's body emitted a majestic aura, and the aura of a powerful cultivator who looked down on the world was fully displayed at this moment. On the ancient path, the people of the Haotian caravan were all indescribably shocked. Ling Luoyan and the others looked at the figure at the top of the tree, shocked. This kind of immortal-like figure was absolutely rare. Dan Chenzi did not pay attention to Ling Luoyan and the others, but instead looked in several directions deep in the forest. He sensed that there were powerful cultivators hiding nearby. However, those people were not Bei Tangyi, who he was looking for. He was originally in Dragon Emperor City, but suddenly received the news and immediately rushed over, but he seemed to be a step too late. The battle had already ended. How could Bei Tangyi dare to face an expert like Dan Chenzi? The moment he sensed Dan Chenzi's aura, he immediately chose to retreat. Compared to Dan Chenzi, Bei Tangyi, a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm, could not be compared at all. Their cultivation bases were like heaven and earth. For cultivators who had entered the transcending mortality realm, it was very difficult to advance to each realm. Correspondingly, with each realm, their cultivation base would take a big step forward, and their strength would multiply. This was not a breakthrough in a large realm. The transcending mortality realm was divided into 9 heavens. As long as one took these 9 big steps, they would be qualified to challenge the cultivation barrier of a large realm. Dan Chenzi was one of the few cultivators in the Taishan sect who was qualified to challenge the controlling void realm. As long as he could successfully take that step, he, Dan Chenzi, would be a great cultivator of the controlling void realm. Whoosh! Dan Chenzi's figure instantly disappeared from the top of a big tree beside the ancient path, and then directly appeared on a collapsed cliff beside a small valley several miles away. Someone is fighting here. Dan Chenzi carefully sensed the chaotic yuan qi fluctuations in the void, which were still very messy. It really is Gu Fei's aura. Dan Chenzi used his 9th heavenly layer ascended mortality realm spiritual sense to capture the extremely weak aura that Gu Fei left behind in the valley. Dan Chenzi immediately perked up and a smile appeared on his grave face. Very good, he really didn't die to Zhao Xuanji's sword. Dan Chenzi's unruffled state of mind began to ripple. Gu Fei was a disciple of the younger generation in the 9 meridians of Taishan. Dan Chenzi would not have given such a disciple a second glance under normal circumstances. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary disciple. Of the 9 meridians of Taishan, Gu Fei was the only successor of the Ling Chui Peak. If Gu Fei died, then the orthodoxy of the Ling Chui Peak would cease to exist. The sect leader, Taoist Shen, would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, Gu Fei had long been in Taoist Xuantian's sights and attention. That was why Dan Chenzi was so happy when he found out that Gu Fei was not dead. After all, if Gu Fei was killed in front of his eyes, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. People of the Beitang clan, listen to me. If anything happens to Gu Fei, I, Dan Chenzi, will definitely kill the Beitang clan. Dan Chenzi said loudly. His voice spread far and wide, echoing in the ancient forest. But other than Dan Chenzi's own voice, there was a terrible silence. No one responded. Dan Chenzi was a cultivator of the Taishan sect. His arrival was already known to the higher-ups of the various forces in the southern wasteland. No one was willing to offend the Taishan sect, one of the three great Taoist sects. The three great Taoist sects were like birds of a feather. Although in the southern wasteland, there were forces that could rival any of the three great Taoist sects, in the whole world, there were not many forces that could compete with the three great Taoist sects. Dan Chunzi glanced around, and then with a schwa sound, his body directly disappeared from the cliff. He turned into a golden shadow and quickly disappeared under the night sky. Gu Fei quickly moved through the dense forest. He was very careful, trying not to leave any traces in the places he passed. He knew that the people of the Beitang clan would not let him go so easily. But even so, Beitang Ao and his dozen or so men in black still followed the traces and followed him from behind. These people were all dressed in black, and like ghosts, they moved through the dense forest that was so dark that one could not even see their fingers in front of them. These people were obviously very familiar with tracking enemies in the ancient forest. It was very obvious that this group of people had received training in this aspect. In the middle of the night, walking in the ancient forest that was filled with danger, moreover, their movements were nimble and graceful, and they almost didn't make any sound. And, including that Beitang Ao, there are a total of 15 people chasing after me. On the crown of a big tree, Gu Fei temporarily stopped. He carefully identified, and very quickly, he confirmed the number of people chasing after him. His arm was broken, and he couldn't use both of his hands for the time being, which made it somewhat inconvenient for him to move. However, he still had a pair of legs, and with the yin and yang power transmitted by the mysterious jade pendant into his body, for the time being, Gu Fei still had some strength to protect himself. Gu Fei was confident that even if he was seriously injured, he would still be able to kill these reckless people who chased after him. Holding his breath and restraining all the aura in his body, Gu Fei hid in the crown of the tree, motionless, as if he had merged with the surrounding space. Sure enough, very soon, a black shadow appeared near the big tree where Gu Fei was hiding, and was carefully moving towards the big tree. This was a man with a hideous scar on his face. He was like a cheetah, vigilantly glancing all around. As if he had sensed something, he began to slow down his speed. The forest was covered with a thick layer of withered branches and withered leaves, filling the air with a rotten smell. The quiet mountain forest gave people a kind of invisible oppressive feeling. From other directions came a very light sound, which was practically negligible. This man's companions were very close to him. The nearest two people were less than 30 meters away from him. 15 people, including Beitang Ao, were advancing in the forest in a fan shape. Just at the moment when that black-clothed man touched the bottom of the tree, Gu Fei moved. Like a goshawk hunting its prey, he silently swooped down from the tree. Gu Fei bent both of his legs and directly knelt down in front of that man with the pressure of empty thigh. By the time that man realized that something was wrong, both of Gu Fei's knees were already on the shoulders of that black-clothed man. Suddenly, a burst of crackling sound came from inside that black-clothed man's body. His spine was instantly broken into 17 or 18 pieces by the fierce power. His whole body became shorter out of nowhere, and he didn't even have the time to scream. His throat was blocked by the blood that gushed out. Gu Fei grew up in the Lingchui peak of Taishan Mountain. Usually, when he had nothing to do, he would go into the depths of the mountain forest to find ferocious beasts to practice martial arts. Calling him the king of the mountain forest was not an exaggeration at all. Everything in the mountain forest was very familiar to him. After kneeling down and neatly killing this black-clothed man, Gu Fei somersaulted in the air. After landing on the ground, he didn't stop and instantly rushed into the dense forest at the side. Swish! 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 Shadows flashed, and Beitang Ao's figure appeared under the big tree. He looked at the corpse on the ground that no longer had a human shape, and his complexion became extremely ugly. Soon after, 13 black shadows also walked out. Seeing this scene, these people's complexion couldn't help but change. Chapter 128. The two black-clothed men carefully and cautiously covered each other as they searched in the dense forest. Their foreheads were full of sweat due to nervousness. They couldn't help but be nervous because there was a very dangerous person hiding in this forest. Even if this person was seriously injured, he still had the ability to easily kill them. The scar-faced man who was killed by that person was the best proof. Thinking of the scar-faced man's corpse, no one would not be frightened. Even if these Beitang family's men were used to seeing blood and didn't know how many people died in their hands, it didn't mean that they were willing to see their own blood. It didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. Carefully searching forward for less than 20 feet, suddenly, One of the black-clothed men felt his feet go soft. The place where he landed did not seem to be covered with dead branches and leaves. Not good. In that instant, the black-clothed man felt goosebumps all over his body, and his hair stood on end. Achoo! Sound came from beside his ears, and a huge black shadow suddenly shot up from the ground under his feet. Like a foot stepping on the body of a giant python, this shadow suddenly wrapped around the black-clothed man's body with lightning speed. Kacha kacha kacha. The black-clothed man's body immediately issued a creepy sound of bones breaking. This sound was especially terrifying in the dark forest. In the next moment, the black-clothed man vomited blood. He only felt that all the bones in his body were broken, and then his vision went black. His consciousness fell into the endless darkness, and he didn't know anything. Gu Fei suddenly sprang up from the dead branches and leaves on the ground. With a python coiling around his body, he immediately crushed all the bones in the unlucky black-clothed man's body. This sudden action was simply too fast. After strangling the black-clothed man, he didn't wait for his companions to react. His feet landed on the ground and fiercely pushed against the ground. Pang! The dead branches and leaves under his feet suddenly exploded. At the same time, Gu Fei's body, like lightning, crashed into the arms of another black-clothed man. This move was learned by Gu Fei in the Taishan mountain when he was fighting with the giant bear of the mountain. This giant bear had 3 killer moves when hunting other beasts. They were hug, hit and slap. The giant bear was extremely strong. Hugging, ramming, and smacking were the giant bear's trump cards. A single hug from the giant bear could break the bones of a ferocious beast. A single charge from the bear could even shatter a boulder. A single slap from the bear could break a towering tree. If a human was hit by a giant bear like this, even if they didn't die, they would be half dead. The powerful force of Gu Fei's shoulder was even more ferocious and terrifying than the impact of a giant bear. With a single collision, all the bones in the upper body of the black-clothed man were broken inch by inch, and his internal organs were instantly crushed into mud. Kacha kacha. The man in black who was hit by Gu Fei burst out with the sound of bones shattering. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his whole body burst into a mist of blood. He flew off the ground, and before he hit the ground, he was already dead. At this time, the other people of the Beitang family in the vicinity had already noticed the strangeness here, and they quickly rushed in the direction of Gu Fei from all directions. There were 4 people rushing in from the front, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and only 2 behind. In just a moment, Gu Fei was able to distinguish the number of people rushing in from 4 directions. Swoosh! He immediately retreated. His body only turned around in the process of retreating. Pang! Broken branches and leaves swirled in the air as Gu Fei's body rushed into the thicket behind him. Gu Fei could clearly see the panic on the faces of the 2 black-clothed men who were rushing in front of him. His body moved like the wind and lightning, and the strong wind rolled up the fallen leaves on the ground, fluttering in the air. 8 desolate steps. 8 steps, 8 kills. With 1 step, Gu Fei crushed the head of a black-clothed man who was rushing in front of him. With a second step, the body of the other black-clothed man was immediately torn into pieces, and a mist of blood burst out in the forest. The experts trained by the Beitang family were simply unable to withstand a single blow from Gu Fei. Under his combat skills, they simply didn't have the strength to fight back. Gu Fei instantly broke out of the encirclement, leaving behind 2 mutilated corpses. The forest was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood. Roar! Gu Fei! Beitang Ao rushed out, and he was extremely furious. 9 figures flashed behind him, but they didn't even see Gu Fei's shadow. Gu Fei had already gone far away. Gu Fei had already killed 5 people, 5 experts that the Beitang family had spent countless efforts to train. These experts were comparable to ordinary cultivators. Even when fighting against hundreds of well-trained Haotian caravans Tsingyi guards, they were still able to reap the lives of the Tsingyi guards as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. At this time, Beitang Ao was very angry and very depressed. The death of his 5 underlings made him feel endless heartache, and Gu Fei's cunning made him even more furious. Beitang Ao knew that Gu Fei was intentionally avoiding him and making a move on his underlings. In front of the already seriously injured Gu Fei, only Beitang Ao could pose a threat to him. As for the others, Gu Fei simply didn't put them in his eyes. In this primitive ancient forest, Gu Fei was like a fish in the sea, a bird flying in the sky. Wanting to kill him in the forest? This seemed even harder than ascending to the heavens. You three form a group and look after each other. This guy was seriously injured in the battle with Uncle. He won't be able to hold on for long. Beitang Ao said to the remaining 9 underlings in a deep voice. Although the 9 black-clothed men were frightened, they didn't dare to disobey Beitang Ao's order. They nodded towards Beitang Ao and walked into the dense forest in front of them in a group of 3. Beitang Ao looked at the headless corpse and the scattered flesh and blood on the ground. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Fei, you better not fall into my hands. If you fall into my hands, I will definitely make you beg for death." Swish! Beitang Ao was extremely hateful and immediately rushed into the dense forest. Just as Beitang Ao was unresigned and continued to command his underlings to chase after Gu Fei in the endless primitive ancient forest, in Dragon Emperor City 200 to 300 li away, in a room of an inn, 2 people were restless. "Big brother, you really made a move against that person?" In the room, a handsome teenager in white clothes asked a young man in white clothes in front of him with a shocked look. The teenager in white clothes and the young man in white clothes looked similar. The young man in white clothes had a quaint long saber on his waist. The scabbard of the long saber was engraved with mysterious runes. Faintly, an extremely sharp chi seemed to be emitting from the scabbard. This young man in white clothes was the mysterious person who poisoned Gu Fei together with Beitang Ao. This person was the Dongfeng Long that Chu Tian had mentioned. Chapter 129. Dongfeng Chen had already followed Dan Chunzi to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. When Dan Chunzi left Taishian's sect with Gu Fei and the others, he wanted to go to South Wilderness by air. However, in the sky above Yunmeng Mountain, they were intercepted by Demon Monarch of 6 realms. Fortunately, Taoist Chaoyang, the head of Shaoyang Peak, secretly followed them and stopped Demon Monarch of 6 realms at the critical moment. Therefore they survived. However, after a fierce battle with the demons led by Li Ruohai and Zhao Xuanji, Gu Fei was struck into the bottomless abyss by Zhao Xuanji and was separated from the others. In the end, Mad Demon Li Ruohai and Fire Sword Demon Zhao Xuanji were driven away by Dan Chenzi, who was at the 9th level of the Transcending Mortality Realm. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, Dongfeng Chen, and the others were only slightly injured. Among the top 10 experts of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect, apart from Gu Fei whose life and death were unknown, fortunately, no one had died in the confrontation with the demon dweller. When Dan Chenzi returned, he went down that bottomless abyss and discovered that there was a surging underground river that led to an unknown place. Dan Chenzi thought that Gu Fei was most likely dead. After all, Zhao Xuanji was a powerhouse at the Ascending Mortality Realm and cultivated sword immortal skills. Even Dan Chenzi had to avoid his full-strength strike, not to mention Gu Fei who was only at the 8th sky of Awakening Mortality Realm. Additionally, even if Gu Fei didn't die under Zhao Xuanji's sword, he was swept away by the undercurrent. His chance of survival was very slim. Dan Chenzi had no choice but to continue to Dragon Emperor City with the other 9 people. However, tonight, someone sent a message that Gu Fei didn't seem to be dead. Instead, he was being chased by Beitang clan and was in great danger. After receiving the news, how could Dan Chenzi sit still in Dragon Emperor City? No matter whether it was true or not, he left Dragon Emperor City at once and flew towards the direction pointed by that person. Canvassing Moon Pavilion was one of the best inns in Dragon Emperor City. Although it was an inn, it could be compared to the Emperor's mansion. In Dragon Emperor City, the king's mansion was not the most magnificent mansion. This was the southern wilderness, not the central plains. As the saying goes, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. The forces of the southern wilderness did not really respect the Yen Kingdom's royal family. Indeed, some forces in Dragon Emperor City could despise the imperial households of Yen country. In Dragon Emperor City, there were many mansions which were more magnificent than the king's mansion. This canvas lunar pavilion was not inferior to the regional king's mansion. It was all because behind the canvas lunar house, there was a power that even the southern wasteland duke could not help but look down on. Aside from the main building of the canvas moon pavilion, there was a courtyard behind it that was thousands of feet in circumference. Within the courtyard, there were 2, 9, and 18 courtyards scattered in a picturesque manner. In each courtyard, there were 18 suites. The person who built the canvas moon pavilion actually used the number 9 by 9. This was enough to show that the person didn't care about the human emperor at all. Between the courtyards, there were lakes and mountains. There was a lotus pond so clear that the bottom could be seen. Weeping willows stood by the side of the pond, and the pond water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Occasionally, birds would fly low over the surface of the pond, startling the koi in the pond and causing some ripples. Half a year ago, someone had booked 3 of the 18 courtyards of the Canvas Moon Pavilion. In the past half a month, people started to move into the 3 courtyards one after another. The people who were able to stay in the Canvas Moon Pavilion all had extraordinary statuses. Moreover, the person who reserved 3 courtyards was even more extraordinary. At this moment, Dongfang Chen and Dongfang Long were in a superior guest room in one of the 18 courtyards of the Canvas Moon Pavilion. Humph! I did attack Gu Fei, so what? Seeing his younger brother's nervous look, Dongfang Long couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful inside. So what? If I had known it earlier, I would not have told you about Gu Fei. Dongfang Chen's expression changed. This matter could be big or small. If Gu Fei didn't die and pursued this matter, then he, Dongfang Chen, wouldn't be able to get away with it. I say, little brother, what are you afraid of? That Gu Fei is just a 4th-generation disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Moreover, he actually defeated you in the 9 Peaks competition. I am also helping you vent your anger. Dongfang Long said indifferently. Dongfang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, although Gu Fei is hateful, I want to defeat him fair and square. I don't want to use such a despicable method to deal with him. Hee, you are wrong. The idea of poisoning him was not mine, but Beitang Ao's doing. Dongfang Long laughed. Furthermore, haven't I already leaked the news of the Beitang family's pursuit of Gu Fei to that martial uncle of yours? An imperceptible cold light flashed across Dongfang Long's deep eyes. The Beitang family and Gu Fei have long been enemies. If you do something unnecessary, are you not afraid of causing a dispute between the Beitang family and the Supreme Mystery Sect? When Dongfang Chen heard this, he immediately knew the intentions of his elder brother. He knew his elder brother very well. He was very shrewd, and when he did things, he only pursued the goal, and would do anything. Isn't it good to make some enemies for your opponent? Moreover, does the Beitang family have the strength to compete with the Supreme Mystery Sect? Dongfang Long looked at Dongfang Chen meaningfully and said with a faint smile, You! Dongfang Chen couldn't help but be angry. A cultivation family that could be passed down in the cultivation world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. If the Beitang family suddenly had 1 or 2 great cultivators of the controlling void realm, it would be enough for the Supreme Mystery Sect to suffer. When the Dongfang brothers were talking in the room, in the endless primitive forest hundreds of miles away from Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei had already killed the 7th subordinate of Beitang Ao. At this time, the eastern sky began to turn white. It was almost dawn. After a night of continuous fighting, if not the yin and yang power of the Tai Chi diagram on his chest that supported Gu Fei and prevented him from falling down, Gu Fei would have long been exhausted and killed by Beitang Ao. This yin-yang fish jade pendant that had integrated into his chest definitely had a big secret. Although the extraordinariness of the jade pendant made Gu Fei a bit uneasy, he was still glad that this mysterious jade pendant had saved him once again. Beitang Ao was completely driven mad. Seeing his subordinates being killed by Gu Fei one after another, he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei, which made him furious. 7 of his 14 subordinates had already died. Additionally, it was almost dawn. In the dark, he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. When dawn came, Gu Fei would have nowhere to hide. You 7, don't scatter. Beitang Ao directly ordered. He wanted to persist until dawn. In the dark environment, Gu Fei could take advantage of it. In the daytime, he wouldn't be so lucky. However, things often didn't develop according to people's ideas. No one could predict what would happen in the next moment. When Beitang Ao was thinking about how to kill Gu Fei, an unexpected person suddenly appeared and directly took Beitang Ao away. The 7 men in black were suddenly shocked and at a loss. Because the person who took Beitang Ao away was his uncle, Beitang Yi. Uncle! Beitang Ao said in shock. Be quiet. Beitang Yi said in a low voice. His expression was a bit flustered. He didn't care about the life and death of his 7 subordinates. He took Beitang Ao and like a ghost, they passed through the jungle and quickly went far away. Right when Beitang Yi brought Beitang Ao away and disappeared into the boundless primitive forest, a myriad of thread-like golden lights suddenly descended from the sky. The 7 black-clothed men who were at a loss of what to do in the forest were instantly penetrated by the golden threads, and they didn't even have the time to let out a blood-curdling scream before they instantly died miserably on the spot. After the thousands of golden threads killed the 7 men of Beitang Ao, they didn't dissipate. Instead, they soared into the sky and converged towards an azure-clothed Taoist who was slowly descending from the sky. Then, all of the golden threads entered the Taoist's fluttering sleeves. Chapter 130. Standing at the top of the tree, Dan Chenzi glanced around and couldn't help but frown as he sensed that there were some extremely obscure auras nearby. Not all of the people who were peeping in the dark left. Some of them followed him. At this moment, a figure silently walked out of the woods. "Greetings, Uncle Master." The man came under the tree and bowed towards Dan Chenzi. Dan Chenzi lowered his head and looked at the man under the tree. He was in rags and had messy hair and a dirty face. It was almost impossible to identify his appearance. How dare they? Dan Chenzi couldn't help being furious at the sight of Gu Fei's appearance. Beitang clan is too much. How dare they hunt down a disciple of my Taishan sect? After the incident in the ruined sky realm, I will definitely demand an explanation from the Beitang clan. Although Gu Fei was in an extremely sorry state, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, Dan Chenzi could not help but inwardly sigh in relief. "Follow me." Dan Chenzi waved his sleeve as a ball of golden light rushed towards Gu Fei. It wrapped Gu Fei and flew to Dan Chenzi's side. Then, a golden light burst out of Dan Chenzi's body and flew towards Dragon Emperor City with Gu Fei. In one of the 18 courtyards of Canvassing Moonlight Pavilion, Gu Fei was sitting in a superior independent guest room with legs crossed and regulating his breath. The one who built Canvassing Moonlight Pavilion had really invested a lot in it. There were 18 guest rooms in 18 courtyards. Each guest room was independent and not connected to the others. Gu Fei found that his internal injuries were more severe than he had imagined. The battle with Beitang Yi had caused him an unimaginable impact. The bones in both arms were broken, the sternum and even the ribs had cracks. If it was a normal Xianxia that received such heavy injuries, they would have fallen to the ground already. How could they have killed 7 experts trained by the Beitang family? His powerful physical body, which had been tempered day and night, displayed its extraordinary side at this moment. The terrifying regenerative ability caused Gu Fei's injuries to gradually heal. Of course, this self-healing process was not as terrifying as being able to recover in an instant. On the skin in the middle of his chest, a looming pattern of yin-yang fish was emitting a warm current that nourished Gu Fei's flesh, tendons, and bones, accelerating his recovery speed. Yin and yang were the 5 elements, and the 5 elements combined to create everything in the world. The yin-yang qi from the yin-yang fish jade pendant was 1 level higher than the 5 elements of yin-yang qi. Gu Fei noticed that the yin and yang qi that flowed through his limbs and bones finally converged at his dantian, where it was converted into wisps of 5 elemental yuan qi by the dim ball of 5 elemental origin light in his dantian. The wisps of 5 elemental yuan qi fused into his flesh and blood, healing his injured body. After the battle of life and death, Gu Fei's insane method of comprehending the essence of martial arts in the midst of life and death seemed to have some effect. He seemed to have understood something. He no longer deliberately operated the Xian Qi and let the yin-yang and 5 elements in his body interact. In the end, his heart became calmer and calmer. Naturally, he entered the state of forgetting everything. At this moment, Gu Fei's mind was filled with the diagram of the ancient Xian Qi technique. In the ancient Xian Qi technique, there were many obscure words, but now he gradually understood them. This made Gu Fei have a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the blue sky. In the ancient Xian Qi technique, there were many obscure words, but now he gradually understood them. This made Gu Fei have a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the blue sky. A life and death battle had deepened his understanding of the martial Tao. The problems that he had encountered in his cultivation had also gradually become clear. At this moment, Gu Fei's state of mind had risen to a new level. On this day, Gu Fei's room was filled with ripples of yuan qi. Vaguely, there was even the sound of wind and thunder. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased by the day, the thunderous sound of the heavenly drum that came from the vibrations of his muscles and bones had started to become louder and louder. The sun rose and set, until night once again enveloped the earth. An indescribable sense of oppression began to gradually emit from Gu Fei's room. In the same courtyard, there lived Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, Dongfang Chen, and the other 9 most outstanding people of the Supreme Profound Sect's younger generation. They had long sensed the strangeness of Gu Fei's room. And the great master Dan Chenzi, who was at the 9th level of the transcending mortality realm, sat directly outside the suite where Gu Fei was. He knew that Gu Fei was in the middle of a breakthrough, and Dan Chenzi did not want anyone to disturb Gu Fei. The 18 independent rooms were actually equivalent to 18 pavilions. In the other pavilions in the courtyard, Li Lingfeng Ziyu, and the others all came out of their rooms and leaned against the railings to look. There were also people watching from the other courtyards, and in the other 2 courtyards that were adjacent to the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect, there were people directly walking into the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were. These people were all young men and women who were not even 20 years old. They were also dressed in white, but what was different from the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect was that these people's sleeves were embroidered with imprints. There were 2 kinds of imprints on the sleeves. One was a small sword, a small cyan sword, and the other was a yellow rune. Some people had already noticed the imprints on the sleeves of these young men and women, who walked into the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were. They suddenly realized that these people were all disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects. The young men and women in white with a small cyan sword embroidered on their sleeves were the disciples of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. The young men and women with a small rune embroidered on their sleeves were the disciples of the Xianxia sect. These people were all disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects who had come to participate in the training in the ruined sky. They were also the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Xianxia sect. Only people from the 3 great Taoist sects would dare to walk into the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were at this time. The others, even though they had sensed the strange fluctuations coming from the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were not willing to enter the courtyard to avoid offending the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect. These outstanding disciples of the Xianxia sect and the Guangqing Celestial Sect all felt a great pressure when they walked into the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were. Everyone looked at the pavilion where Gu Fei was in amazement, especially the figure sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion, which shocked the disciples of the other 2 great Taoist sects even more. Dan Chenzi was a strong cultivator who was only 1 step away from becoming a great cultivator, but he seemed to be protecting the person in the pavilion. Just who was the person in the pavilion? Why was Dan Chenzi paying so much attention to him? The curious people began to ask the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect they knew. There were no lights in the pavilion. It was pitch black inside. Under the night sky, the terrifying ripples and the muffled sounds of thunder came from there. For some reason, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. The dark window seemed to be connected to the abyss of hell, and there seemed to be a terrifying demon hiding in the pavilion. Everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, the terrifying fluctuations coming from the pavilion where Gu Fei was in became more and more intense, and the pressure on everyone became more and more intense. Finally, the pavilion could no longer withstand the increasingly strong impact of the Yuan Qi, and with a loud roar, it exploded. Chapter 131. Vast Yuan Qi surged out, and the pavilion exploded into pieces. Broken bricks and tiles scattered in all directions. Inside, a person was sitting cross-legged in the air. Rays of multicolored light surrounded his body, as if there was an invisible hand supporting him in the air, causing him to float above the ground. The multicolored light originated from within Gu Fei's body. It was like a raging multicolored divine flame was burning, refining the true body with the fire of Yuan Qi, reaching the extreme and then sublimating. At some unknown time, the yin-yang fish pattern formed by the yin-yang jade pendant in the middle of Gu Fei's chest had already completely quietened down. There was no longer any fluctuation of yin and yang energy emitted from it. The pavilion exploded into pieces, and the broken tiles and beams that exploded out were all intercepted by Dan Chenzi, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. Dan Chenzi only extended his right hand and lightly pressed forward. The scattered tiles and broken bricks that were flying in all directions instantly stopped. They were restrained by him, and then like raindrops, they fell down. The eyes of Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, were tightly closed. His body was violently trembling. He felt as if he had broken some kind of shackle in his body, and opened a treasure in his body. A surge of power, a surge of Yuan Qi that was much stronger than the peak of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, surged out from within his body. His flesh and blood were trembling. His bones and joints were making noises, and all the bones in his body were trembling. Every inch of his body that could be reached by Yuan Qi seemed to be undergoing a subtle change. Like broken porcelain, His sternum and ribs that were full of cracks were repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and new bones were growing from the wounds. The broken bones in his arm were also joined together by the surge of yuan qi. They grew and repaired in the multicolored light that was like waves of the sea. Gu Fei seemed to have been reborn from the ashes. His heavily injured body was rapidly healing. The battle of life and death last night had allowed him to take another step forward on the road of martial arts. He was undergoing a metamorphosis. This transformation could be said to be a transformation that paved the way for the final breakthrough to the transcending mortality stage. Gu Fei walked step by step on the road of martial arts and finally reached the end of the realm of self-awakening. He stood in front of the screen wall of another great realm. The thunderous sound of the sky drum had strengthened his bones and muscles. Faint thunderous sounds could still be heard coming from Gu Fei's body. Along with the frequency of the thunderous sounds, the natural energy around his body began to vibrate rhythmically. Visible ripples spread out from Gu Fei's body. In the nearby pavilions, the outstanding members of the younger generation from the three great Taoist sects couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Among them, the eyes of the female cultivators shone brightly. However, not everyone was happy to see Gu Fei make a breakthrough in his cultivation. In a nearby pavilion, a white-robed youth and a white-robed youth looked coldly at the five-colored figure floating in the air. "I really want to unsheath my saber and behead him," the white-robed young man said in a deep voice. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. It was obvious that he had some misgivings. "Don't act rashly," the handsome youth standing beside the white-robed youth said in a low voice. He looked at the figure in front of him with an extremely solemn expression. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. "Humph, I'm just saying. With your martial uncle Dan Chenzi protecting him, who in Dragon Emperor City dares to attack him?" The youth looked at the other figure in the cyan robe in front of him. "Big brother, I hope you don't attack him anymore." "Gu Fei is mine," Dong Fengchen said calmly. Dong Fengchen said calmly. Seeing that Gu Fei had made another breakthrough on the path of cultivation, the urge to surpass Gu Fei in his heart became even stronger. Dong Fenglong glanced at his younger brother with disdain and said, "You're really stubborn. If we let this person grow up, it will be a disaster for us, even for our Dongfeng clan. Since we've already offended this person, we should cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. We should nip the disaster in the bud. That's the wise thing to do." Dong Fengchen remained silent. He didn't agree with his elder brother Dong Fenglong's words. He didn't agree with his elder brother's words. Perhaps only Dong Fengchen himself knew that Gu Fei had already left an indelible shadow in his heart when he defeated him in front of the public in the Nine Peaks competition. If he couldn't surpass Gu Fei and defeat Gu Fei, he couldn't erase the shadow in his heart. He, Dong Fengchen, would lose the qualification to aspire to be the strongest. It would be very difficult for him to make great achievements in cultivation. At this moment, Gu Fei certainly didn't know what the Dongfeng brothers were thinking about. His body was surging with incomparably powerful energy. Every inch of his skin contained extremely terrifying energy, flowing with brilliant light. His body was like a fine gold and immortal iron that had been tempered thousands of times. It contained endless essence of heaven and earth as it flickered. Suspending in the air, Zhang Tai sensed the essence of the five elements in his body, causing his blood, flesh, tendons and bones to release powerful life essence one after another. The sound of muscles and bones gradually weakened. However, Gu Fei's chi field didn't weaken. Instead, it became more powerful. As the old saying went, great sounds were silent. In the end, the sound of muscles and bones could barely be heard. The abnormal movement in Canvas Moonlight Pavilion gradually aroused the attention of more and more cultivators. Many cultivators were shocked by the fact that someone could break through the cultivation barrier in Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City was not a good place. Without a powerful background, nobody would like to carry out deep cultivation here, especially breaking through the cultivation barrier, because nobody hoped to see a person who was more powerful and uncontrollable than himself. In the cultivation world, Xianxia of the younger generation with unlimited potential like Gu Fei were people that all the major factions wanted to rope in. However, there were also many people who were jealous of talents in the cultivation world. If they couldn't rope him in, they would destroy him, instead of joining other forces. Because of this, Dan Chenzi protected Gu Fei when he sensed that Gu Fei was going to break through his original realm. With Dan Chenzi's help, nobody could harm Gu Fei in front of Dan Chenzi unless those old monsters in Void Controlling Realm attacked Gu Fei. Additionally, Anyone who harmed Gu Fei was equal to challenging the entire Taishan sect. Given Dan Chenzi's cultivation base at the 9th heaven of Ascended Mortal Realm, he could frighten some people in Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the real powerhouses disdained to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei is really a monster. In a pavilion about 60 m away from Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng sighed with emotion as he watched the colorful figure in front of him. 2 teenagers were standing on Li Lingfeng's side. One was a handsome teenager who was so beautiful that even women would be jealous of him. Of course, he was Ziyu, who looked like a girl. The other teenager was carrying a long sword on his back. His robe fluttered in the wind as he gave off a sharp chi field like the edge of a sword. Chapter 132. At some unknown time, Gu Fei's hands were able to move. His muscles and bones surged, rapidly healing his injured body. His broken arm had already been completely healed. Miraculously, at this time, the life essence energy within Gu Fei's body was flourishing to the extreme. Gu Fei floated in the air around 20 feet above the ground. Endless heaven and earth origin energy constantly gathered around him. Spiritual light flashed and spiritual energy surged in a 100-foot radius. His eyes were closed and his hands were constantly moving. It seemed as if he was making random movements. Everyone was confused, but Dan Chenzi's calm eyes began to shine. As time passed, the canvassing moon pavilion was strangely quiet. It was so quiet that it caused one to feel an indescribable pressure. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching the canvassing moon pavilion? In the latter half of the night, the darkest period before dawn, Gu Fei's hands began to move in a seemingly chaotic manner. These seemingly untraceable movements began to reveal a somewhat mysterious flavor. Turn disorder into order. Turn the impossible into the law. The 3,000 great Daos all lead to the same destination. Dan Chenzi looked at Gu Fei's dancing hands and his eyes shined with a brilliant light. From Gu Fei's movements, he could feel the aura of the Tao. Although Gu Fei's movement seemed casual, the truth was that this was a manifestation of the Tao. From the mundane to the simple, Gu Fei was immersed in a mysterious martial realm. That complex martial intent was slowly peeled away by him, and he began to simplify it. Then, he began to practice it with his hands. It could be said that at this moment, Gu Fei had touched upon the edge of the Tao. Martial skills were also part of the Tao. Gu Fei's comprehension of martial had already touched upon the threshold of skill nearing the Tao. By this point, even the disciples of the younger generation from the 3 great Taoist societies could tell that Gu Fei was extraordinary. However, they didn't have a cultivation base like Dan Chenzi's. Gu Fei gave them a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Although Li Lingfeng and the others seemed to have noticed something from Gu Fei's waving hands, they couldn't tell what it was exactly. They couldn't tell what it was, nor could they grasp it. Gu Fei's hands began to simplify the complicated movements. Then, a series of mysterious hand seals began to appear between his hands. As the hand seals appeared, terrifying waves began to emit from his fingers. It wasn't the wave of magic power, and it wasn't the power of divine arts released by divine arts practitioners. Among the experts of the younger generation, no one knew what kind of power the madra that Gu Fei had displayed represented. After all, the true meaning of martial arts had long disappeared. The path of martial arts had long declined in the Tenglong continent. Even though they didn't know what the madra represented, everyone could sense the terrifying power of the madra. It wasn't a Taoist method, but it was better than a Taoist method. It wasn't a divine art, but it was better than a divine art. At the sight of this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Perhaps, in Dragon Emperor City, besides some old monsters, only Gu Fei knew that this was a manifestation of the martial arts. The mysterious madra was a battle skill that was 1 level higher than the 5 Elements Fist, the 5 Elements Extermination madra. The true martial arts have reappeared. Such words came out from Dragon Emperor City. Then, several strands of immortal thoughts that made even Dan Chenzi's heart palpitate instantly retreated and became silent. Dragon Emperor City is indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Dan Chenzi let out a sigh of relief. The masters of those strands of immortal thoughts were very terrifying. They were definitely old monsters in the void-controlling realm. Of course, even these old monsters didn't want to offend the Taishan sect. After all, the 3 major sects were closely connected. Offending the Taishan sect was equivalent to offending the 3 major sections. Not everyone could bear the terrible consequences of offending the 3 major sections. The five elements madra gradually turned from complicated to simple. Every time Gu Fei made a madra, the essence of the world around him would vibrate. The madra aroused the power of the world, and Gu Fei's body surged with dazzling qi. The power of the five elements surged out of the madra. Sometimes, green light shone in the sky, illuminating the world. Sometimes, golden light shone like a scorching sun in the dark night. Sometimes, flames surged and drowned in a sea of fire. Sometimes, the sky turned dark and he was surrounded by dust and sand. Sometimes, water vapor surged and his body seemed to be surrounded by towering waves. With the change of the madra, the power of the five elements that erupted from Gu Fei's body also changed. He was in an ethereal state, and his body and cultivation method were completely in harmony. At this moment, the madra came from his heart, which was a natural reaction of the profound meaning of the martial arts technique. Although the five elemental extermination seal was just a practice, the moment the seal was executed, the power that was emitted had already shaken the heavens and earth. Not only did the faces of the young experts turn pale, even the transcending mortality realm cultivators were shocked when they saw this. It was not difficult to see that although Gu Fei's cultivation had not reached the transcending mortality realm, his strength was comparable to that of a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. This young man was terrifying. He might be able to break the common sense of the cultivation world and challenge cultivators of a higher realm. At this time, there was already a group of heavily armored soldiers gathered outside the canvas moon pavilion. When Gu Fei was cultivating, the vast yuan qi that surged out had caused the pavilion to collapse, and the sound it made was so loud that it attracted a group of patrolling soldiers from the city guard. However, when these soldiers arrived at the canvas moon pavilion, they did not dare to barge in. Instead, they waited for orders from above. The background of the canvas moon pavilion was not simple. Even the southern wasteland duke did not want to offend the canvas moon pavilion. When the sky was about to brighten, Gu Fei woke up from the mysterious martial realm. He descended from the sky and landed on the base of the broken pavilion. The pavilion he was in had already disappeared, leaving only the base of the pavilion below. The moment the madra stopped, Gu Fei's body exploded with a dazzling five-colored light. A majestic force erupted from his body and swept out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It was as if an extremely strong wind had appeared out of nowhere. The nearby pavilions, under the wind, swayed. Although they did not collapse, cracks appeared on the walls of the pavilions. The young experts on the pavilions all had to use their Xianxia to resist the terrifying essence that surged out from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, the qi of the five elements was everywhere in Gu Fei's body. His entire body, whether it was his bones, flesh, blood, or internal organs, was like a piece of iron. Everywhere was filled with endless power. He was reborn. He was only one step away from being truly reborn. Gu Fei felt that his entire body, from inside to outside, seemed to have been reborn. His cultivation had entered the realm of flesh and blood transformation, which was also the ninth layer of the awakening self-realm. Flesh and blood transformation, that was to refine one's own flesh and blood into new flesh and blood. This was a heaven-defying method of cultivation, to rid the mortal body of its mortal nature. This process was very difficult. For hundreds of years, within the Jade Spirit Peak, no one had succeeded. Gu Fei's master was trapped in the ninth layer of the awakening self-realm. In the end, he couldn't truly change his flesh and blood and rid the mortal body of its mortal nature. In the end, he was buried in the soil. However, Gu Fei had plenty of time. He had already reached the ninth layer of the awakening self-realm at a young age. Additionally, with the help of the extremely mysterious yin-yang fish jade pendant, his cultivation speed had increased by 10 times. Therefore, his chances of breaking through to the shedding mortality realm were much higher than that of his master. Gu Fei opened his eyes. 2 substantial five-colored immortal lights shot out of his eyes. Sitting on the base of the pavilion with crossed legs, his long hair fluttering in the air, he raised his head and roared, his voice shaking the sky. However, the rolling sound waves couldn't spread out. After all, they were in Dragon Emperor City. Dan Qinzi didn't want to alarm more cultivators. Therefore, he had secretly set up a soundproof realm around the courtyard with his great power. Apart from the explosion of the pavilion, there was no other sound that could be heard from this place. With his jet-black long hair fluttering in the air, Gu Fei's figure was incomparably tall. He formed a seal with his right hand and blasted it towards the sky. Endless golden light rushed into the sky and surged forward like a surging river. The area covered by the seal shook violently. The golden immortal light seemed to have broken the void. The violent power surged, emitting a destructive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! The base of the pavilion that Gu Fei was sitting